What's going on, guys? Kaz Cray back with a brand new series. I told you guys I was going to do College Hoops 2K8. Well, I told you guys I was going to do one of the college basketball games. But here we are, College Hoops 2K8. We're going to be using Sacramento State off the recommendation of my only patron, V-Dub. Shout out to V-Dub. Go subscribe to him. But yeah, we're going to dive right into the action, actually. As you see, Mason Ramsdale is the name of the head coach for this team. And you look at the schedule, we got a lot of pretty tough games to start off. We start off with Kansas State. We play Oregon and Marquette as well. But our out-of-conference schedule isn't too crazy. But anyways, I'm going to introduce you to the team a little bit. So I'm not going to talk too much about the actual gameplay in this video because it's only the Midnight Madness game. But I'm going to give you a little background on each and every player on this team. And we're going to start with Clarence Foster, the shooting guard. He's currently playing for the green team in this one. And you're going to see he has a big game. He's 6'4", 179 pounds, coming out of Pennsylvania. And he's a very good shooter, actually. He's pretty good at dunking the basketball as well and getting steals, but doesn't have the best court vision in the world. And obviously isn't going to get you a whole lot of blocks. But he should still be a big asset for this team. Next, we move on to Matthew Fernandez out of San Francisco. And he's a point guard. He's 6'2", 180 pounds. He's a pretty decent shooter. Good at getting steals. That's pretty decent vision as well. But he's not going to get too many dunks for you. And definitely not too many blocks either. Next guy we're going to talk about is Frank Leno. He's actually related to Jay Leno, the old host of The Tonight Show. But he's a sophomore. He played center in high school, but he's going to move down to power forward for this team because obviously in the NCAA, he's not really tall enough to be a center. Although there are some teams who have 6'5" centers, I guess. But Leno's a very defensive-minded player. I mean, he's not going to get you a whole lot of points. He can make a few layups here and there, but I wouldn't trust him shooting the ball at all. But he's a very good defender, and I think he'll be a pretty big asset. Don't really expect him to start on this team, but we'll see what happens. Then we got Sean Brock, the big guy, as you see right there. 7'5", 255 pounds, out of California as well. And we got him for 4 years. He is a freshman, just like a lot of the people on this team are. And very good at rebounding overall. His low post scoring is pretty damn good as well. I mean, his problems mainly come from shooting the basketball outside of the inside. Just speed in general. I mean, when you're 7'5", you're not going to run very fast, more than likely. But yeah, it's mainly just shooting that's his big issue. He's a very dependable rebounder. He's good at getting blocks. And I think he's definitely going to be a huge asset on this team, no pun intended. Next guy we're going to talk about is Nelson Evans, out of Baltimore, Maryland. Actually, high school teammates with Frank Leno. He's a small forward. He's a really good perimeter defender. He's pretty good at getting steals as well. Definitely excels at shooting the three and getting defensive rebounds. But his problems are court vision, passing, offensive rebounds, and post defense. I mean, you're sitting at 6'3", 225. Your post defense isn't going to be that great. But hopefully he'll develop those skills. Hopefully he'll get taller as the years go by. But we'll have to see. Next guy we're going to talk about is Rock Turksign out of Germany. He's a power forward, 6'10", 235. Could probably play center if we really need him to. He's a pretty good three-point shooter. He can shoot inside as well. And he's pretty fast as well. But his main problems is he's just not very good defensively. And he doesn't have too much muscle either. I mean, you would think a 235, a guy at 235 would have more strength down low. But Turksign kind of is more of a finesse player, more similar to like Dirk Nowitzki or Kristaps Porzingis. But hopefully he improves as he goes along. Next guy we're going to talk about is Christopher Hornsby out of Omaha, Nebraska. He's a shooting guard, small forward hybrid. He's a swingman. He's very good at shooting the three. He's pretty good at shooting inside as well. His passing is pretty decent. He can play point guard if he really needs to. He's more of a point forward though. And pretty good rebounder as well. His issues really come from dunking and laying up the ball, although you did see him get it dunked earlier in this game, I believe it was, or at least a layup. And he's not entirely fast, especially for somebody his size. And he just can't jump very high. But hopefully he'll work on those things. But Hornsby definitely seems to be a starter for this team. Next guy I'm going to talk about is a kind of weird guy physically, Mikhail Sokolov out of Russia. He's definitely a freak of nature in a sense. He's 6'7", 210, and he plays point guard. He really struggles with shooting threes, but he's very fast. He's good at getting steals, good at dunking the basketball, good at making layups, and his perimeter defense is pretty damn good as well, but not a very strong guy, especially for 6'7", so that's probably why he plays point guard instead of playing in the front court somewhere. But Sokolov definitely could be an asset. It's, of course, battling Matthew Fernandez for the starting point guard job. Then we got Victor Van Vector, who is a small forward, power forward hybrid. He can play either or pretty much, and he's pretty good at getting rebounds, getting it post defense, and he's actually a pretty good outside shooter as well. Not as good as like Hornsby, Evans, or Foster are, but he's pretty dependable with that as well. I just wouldn't ask him to play on the perimeter defensively just because he'll probably just get rained on at that point. And even playing down low offensively just isn't the move for him either. But last person to really talk about is Thurgood Grady. He's a sophomore out of Brooklyn, New York. He's a shooting guard, very good three-point shooter. He's actually good at getting to the basket as well, but his post-game and defense aren't very good. And then, of course, Colin Washington, the last person to talk about. Now, originally, Coach Ramsdale had Washington be the water boy, but Washington just kept begging and begging to make the team, even though he's not a very good player at all. And Ramsdale just kind of put him on the team just out of sympathy, pretty much. I mean, he's a shooting guard who doesn't really have shooting guard skills. He's not a good three-point shooter, not a good playmaker, not a good perimeter defender at all. So I'd fully expect him to be a redshirt this year, and he'll probably never really get playing time at all. But anyways, that is your year one Sacramento State Hornets team. And we take on Kansas State in the first game of the season. Now, Kansas State's basketball program isn't really storied to say the least, but it's still going to be a tough game. They're still a Big 12 team, so it's going to be a really rough first game, I'm thinking. But we're going to have to see what happens. Kansas State's starting off fast as Crosswhite gets a layup. And we're tied at 2 now. It's Sacramento State ball. Here's the pass to Nelson Evans off the front of the rim and in. So now it's a 4-2 lead for Sacramento State as we hung in there early in this game as Toppert makes the basket. Mid-range jumper, so now it's tied at 4. Now Evans with the 3. No, his foot was on the line, so it's only 2. But another basket for Nelson Evans. It's 6 for Hornets now. And then Kansas State. Here's Toppert. And Foster didn't even get his hands up there, and Kansas State takes the lead. It's 7-6. And a missed shot, rebound by Sean Brock. Here's Foster inside to Evans. And Evans with the layup, and now it's 8-7. Now 9-7. Davis going to pass inside to Zhang, and Zhang with a big dunk to tie it at 9. So now it's Kansas State ball again. No good on the 3, and then Starkey with the rebound. Puts it back up, gets the bucket and the foul. It's going to make it a 12-9 game. Here's Evans. Nice little triple threat there. He's going to lay it up and get his own basket in the foul. So tied it at 12. Kansas State gets to the line, gets the first free throw. No good. And it's rebounded by Starkey and put right back in. And then it's going to happen again right here. This time Zhang gets the rebound, puts it back in. Now Kansas State's starting to pull away a little bit. 18-12 midway through the first quarter. And then here's Shane Bliss going to pass it over to Toppert. Toppert working against Sokolov. And he tries to pass it in and gets swatted away, but Kansas State retains possession. They're going to hit a 3 here from Davis. So now it's 21-12, and Foster going to cough the ball up, picked up by Toppert as we're trying to slow him down, but he's just getting right past the defense there. And Toppert going to swing it over to Davis for an easy 3. Now Kansas State up 12. Now it's 24-14 after some free throws, and then Zhang going to go up, gets the bucket and the foul. Van Vector with the foul. Now it's 27-14. And, I mean, this game started off pretty close, but Kansas State started to pull away as Toppert with another 3. Easy bucket, 30-14 right now. Just over 3 minutes to go, it's 32-16, and it's just looking ugly for the Hornets now. Zhang going to shoot this one. inside the line, so 34-16 is your score now. Now 36-18. Just 2 minutes to go. But a nice steal there by Leno. Turksine's going to drive down to the court and dunk it in. So 36-20. We're starting to cut into the lead a little bit. Then there's a swing out to Foster, and Foster's going to get the three. So it's 36-23. We're starting to slow down the bleeding a little bit. We go to the half down 38-23. And we started off the first half at least hanging in there with Kansas State, but they just really pulled away thanks to Zhang and Topper, just to name a few. And then Evans really gets a steal there, but instead Zhang is going to end up getting the ball and getting the layups. Now it's 40-23. And then here's a swing out to Topper. Foster again doesn't get his hands up. And now we're down 20. I mean, it's looking really ugly at this point. Then Foster going to try to answer back with his own three, and they succeed. So we're back down 17. Later on in the second half, it's 45-27, and then a layup from Starkey's going to make it a 47-27 game. A 49-27. Leno's going to get a rebound off the missed free throw, but he's not going to be able to get the basket back up. And on the other side, Davis able to get 2 points. So now it's 51-27. It's just looking ugly now. I mean, we can try as we may, but it's just not looking like we're going to be able to come back in this one. But Foster with the three. So now it's 51-30. I mean, this team's showing a little bit of heart. I mean, at least they're not giving up, at least up to this point. Down 53-31 now. And Reynolds going to lay it up himself, 55-31. Jeez, this was just an ugly game, honestly, all around. As Davis is going to put this one up wide open, 57-31. So now it's our ball again. We're trying to make something happen. As Brock's going to swing it out to Christopher Hornsby for the two. His foot was inside the line, so 57-33 now. And then here's a swing to Grant, but he's going to pass it cross court to Davis, and Davis somehow makes it 59-33. Your final would actually be 71-45. So the season didn't start off the way we wanted it to. I mean, it could have gone a lot better. Starkey was actually the player of the game with 15 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 steals. I mean, he had a great game. But I think it was more we just played really badly, more than anything else. I mean, you're not going to beat too many teams if you're turning the ball over 18 times a game. But especially if you're like a small school and you're playing against a Power 5 conference team, I mean, you're just going to have a bad time. That's all it is. But anyways, Clarence Foster and Nelson Evans both had 17 points apiece. Nobody else got over 4 for the Hornets, so disappointing game all around. So now we're at the recruiting point of this video, and I actually kind of need you guys' help. Or not necessarily help, but I kind of just need you guys to give me some pointers on doing recruiting in this game. From what I've been told by a lot of people who are suggesting me to play this game over NCAA 10, I don't really know how the recruiting system works. I mean, I know, like, you know, phone recruits, offer scholarships and all that, but I definitely need some pointers on how to go about just, like, building my team in general. I mean, I need help on recruiting, so if you guys have any pointers or anything, you guys have any information that I need to know as far as recruiting goes, you guys know any tricks or trades, you know, how, like any like tells about like, any of these players or anything like that, then make sure you hit me up in the comment section or join my Discord server and message me there. I'm on Discord almost all the time, so send me up there. I mean, you can follow me on Twitter as well. All those links are going to be in the description, so hit me up on any of those links. I definitely need help with recruiting in this game because honestly, I've had College Hoops 2K8 for quite a while now. I just never really got around to playing it, like, ever. So this is pretty much a foreign experience to me. But anyways, we're going to give you 2 games next video. We're taking on Southern Utah, and then we're taking on the University of San Francisco after that. We're coming off a really embarrassing loss to Kansas State in the first video, but hopefully these next 2 games will be a lot better for us. We're taking on Southern Utah in the first game, and I just want to give a shout out to my boy Mama's Basement Sports Gaming. He's actually doing a Southern Utah NCAA football dynasty, so definitely go check him out. He's definitely good peoples. But anyways, let's get into this game, man. Sean Brock very easily wins the opening tip. And Nelson Evans is going to take the ball. And then here's Mikhail Sokolov, who didn't start last game, but he's starting this one. And Evans actually gets blocked, but he gets his own rebound and puts it in for the first basket of the game. So we're up 2-0 to start early. And then Hornsby cross court to Clarence Foster. Foster splashes it from the corner. And we have an early 5-0 lead. So now it's Southern Utah's ball. And there's Mohamed Dahi with a three of his own, cutting into our early lead. It's 5-3 now. And then Christopher Hornsby, he was in the corner, but he had his foot in the line, so it's 7-3, no three there. And we're going to get a steal off an inbounds pass. And then Foster going to take it to the hole and dunks on two defenders. And we have a 9-3 lead. It's a few minutes into the game. And then Clarence Foster from three. Foster's really going off in the first half, 8 points already. And now we're up 13-3. Sean Brock gets the rebound off the missed free throw. And now we're at 15-3, just dominating these guys. Sokolov's not going to get the basket here. Foster goes back up with it. Now it's 17-3. We are absolutely dominating the Thunderbirds here. We're up 19-3 here. And they're just trying to find something. Here's Smallwood with the three. It's no good. Walters gets it, and he puts it back up. So they cut into our lead a little bit, but we're still dominating in this game. Sokolov going to give it to Hornsby, who gives it to Evans, and Evans going to get another three. And now we're up 22-10 up to this point. Walter's going to lay it in for the Thunderbirds, and it's 22-12. And then Foster splashes it again. 13 points so far in this game. And we're just dominating halfway through the first half. But Walters gets another basket, and then here's Sokolov driving out of the court himself, and he's going to dunk on their center. A big dunk from the Russian import. And then Sokolov gets the steal. He's going to take it down the court, and he's going to dunk it again. We just blew this game open early. Now we're up 31-18. Evans misses a shot there. Brock with the offensive rebound, puts it back in. 33-18. Southern Utah's trying to come back in this one at least, as they get a rebound there. But then Brock's going to steal it right back. Give it to Frank Leno. Leno was able to lay it in. We're up 17. And then here's Thurgood Grady. He's going to pass it into Leno. Leno back out to Grady. Grady going to splash it now. We're up 38-19 up to this point. And then Utah able to make a three of their own. Dahi there has 11 up to this point. We're up 38-22. And then Nelson Evans able to sink the deep two. He has 10 points up to this point. Under 3 minutes to go in the first half. And here's a turnover. Hornsby going to take it himself. He wants to get in on the action. He lays it up. And now we're up by 20. It's just looking ugly for Southern Utah right now. 47-26 is your lead for the Hornets. As you see, Nelson Evans and Clarence Foster both with 13 points. And now we're in the second half. Here's Rock Turksign backing down the defender. And he's able to lay it up and in. And we're up by 21. Later on in the second half, and here's the pass inside to Walters. He's able to get the basket, and then they're going to get the steal. They get it right back, so they're trying to cut into this lead as much as possible. Now they're down 20 after being down by 24 just a moment ago. Then Hornsby is going to hit the three, make it 55-32. Hornsby's starting to get hot, and then Channing trying to answer back, and he succeeds with a deep three. That's NBA range right there. But then Hornsby is going to be like, oh, you want to play with me with the three-point game? You're not going to win that one. He gets another three. And then Hornsby again. He is just hot. 3 consecutive threes for Christopher Hornsby. Now, another one trying to go for 4, and he gets his 4th straight one. Oh, my goodness. 10 threes as a team up to this point. And we would just run away with this one. We ain't showing no respect to the Thunderbirds. We win this one 80-59. Just absolutely dominating Southern Utah on this one for our first win of the season. Christopher Hornsby, that second half that he had was ridiculous. 20 points overall, 4 for 6 from three-point range. Also had 2 steals in this one. And honestly, if Hornsby can do this on a game-to-game basis, well, Hornsby, Evans, and Foster, if all 3 of them can just shoot threes like that, we should have no problem running the table, at least in the Big Sky Conference, and hopefully winning that tournament so we get into the NCAA tournament. But overall, a great game. We only hit 11 threes. only. Right? I don't know. It's just like it felt like we hit more than that. But anyways, checking out the stats: Hornsby with 20 points, Evans with 15 and 7 rebounds, and then 13 for Foster. Foster had a really good first half. Didn't play too much in the second half, however, but he wasn't really needed, I guess. And Turk signed with 11 points himself. Overall, just a great game for the Hornets. Just absolute domination, and hopefully we're able to take it into the San Francisco game next. I mean, it's a battle of two Northern Carolina teams. As you see, Walters 12 for 16 for the Thunderbirds, which is overall not a great game shooting for them at all. But now we go into the second game of this video, taking on the San Francisco Dons. And this should be a more compelling game just because San Francisco, their team isn't really storied, but it's a little more storied than Southern Utah, that's for damn sure. But anyways, they get a quick bucket to start the game. Then Clarence Foster answers right back with a 3. So now it's 3-2. Now it's 3-3, and then Sean Brock just loses the ball there. Yekwe with the steal, and then Atkins gonna put it in, and San Francisco's up 5-3 now. And then Christopher Hornsby trying to continue from where he left off last week, but doesn't go in. But Foster with the rebound puts it back, and he gets the foul. Misses a free throw, however. And then Hendricks going to hit a 3 for San Francisco to make it an 8-5 game. And then we're going to push it down to Hornsby. Hornsby with a big dunk. And we trailed by 1 point. Now it's 10-7 after some free throws. And Hornsby going to pick her up right where he left off last game. Gets a 3 there. Now it's 10-10. And then Victor Van Vector with a big block there. Sokolov gets the rebound. He's going to push it to Foster. And a big dunk by Clarence Foster. That's going to give us a 4-point lead. 7 points so far in the game for him. But then San Francisco going to lay this one up pretty easily there. And it's 14-12. And then we turn the ball over. It's on Yekwe's second steal of the game. Atkins going to take it in. Gets the layup. And it's 14-all. San Francisco is definitely giving us a harder matchup than Southern Utah did. Now it's 16-14, and they're going to splash it right here. Atkins with the 3, and we have to call a timeout because at this point we're just shell-shocked, and we got to bounce back now. Matthew Fernandez is going to hit a 3 himself, and now it's just a 2-point game. Now here's Atkins driving in to make this a 4-point game for San Francisco. He has 11 points up to this point. Now we're at the halfway mark in the first half, and then Sean Brock with the offensive rebound tries to put it back up, no good, and then tries to get the rebound, but he's called for basket interference. So it remains 21-17. Brock gets the rebound off the missed free throw, misses the first layup, and then he just decides to dunk it. It's probably what he should have done on the previous possession, but oh well. 19-21. Then Thurgood Grady with the 3, and now we have a 1-point lead until Yekwe misses a free throw, and then Novakovic able to put it right back in. And now it's 25-22. They miss a 3 right there. Van Vector with the rebound. And here's another 3 from Hornsby, and it's good, and it's tied up at 25. Under 5 minutes to go in the first half. Here's Turksign. Swings it to Foster. Only a few seconds left on the shot clock, and Foster's going to get it in with the shot clock cheese. As we take a 1-point lead, and then Hornsby for 3, gonna make it a 4-point lead, 11 points in this game. As we take a 30-26 lead, then Victor Van Vector gonna lay it up, a 6-point lead with just over 3 to go. And San Francisco trying to cut back into the lead, and a nice 3 from Hawkins there. It's definitely gonna help out in that regard. So here's Hornsby going to get it out to Brock, and Brock just going to back down a smaller defender, lay it up, and get the 2. So now it's 34-29, and then Bogans gets blocked by Brock. Brock going to take it up the court himself, and he's going to find Hornsby. He's going to kick it back out to Van Vector. Van Vector going to take it inside, and he's going to dunk it. The 4th dunk of the game for the team overall. We're not even out in the first half yet. Then they're going to shoot a 3, and they're going to cut the lead back down to 4. Hawkins with the 3. Then they're going to try to get it steal. They don't get it there, but they're going to get it right here. Matthew Fernandez loses the ball right here. Bogan's going to take it. He's going to drive in, get the layup and the foul. So now it's about to be a 1-point game here, but Bogans misses the free throw, but Clark gets it. He gets a layup and the foul. Grady gets called for the foul. Now it's tied up. His free throw will give him the lead. They missed this one. And we're actually going to get it this time. Van Vector with the rebound. He's going to kick it up to Sokolov, who dunks it. 5th dunk of the game for the Hornets. And it's 38-36. And then Hornsby with another 3. Splashes it. And Hornsby is going off like he did last game. 2 straight games in a row. He's just having a big game. Then they get a mid-range jumper right before the end of the half. And we go into halftime up 41-38. So a much closer game this time around as we look at the halftime stats. We're shooting 48%. They're only shooting 39%. But most of our shots are off 3-pointers. I mean, we kind of live and die off the 3. I don't know how well that's going to serve us the rest of the season. We're looking good so far as they cut it down to 43-40. And a big block by Sean Brock again. Foster has it now. He's driving down the court. He's going to throw it inside to Evans. Evans tries to get it, but is blocked by Patrick Clark. And now San Francisco going to go inside and an easy layup there as they tie the game right back up at 43. Then we turn the ball over. Sokolov just loses the handle. And Onyekwe with the dunk gives San Francisco the lead. We're down 45-43. Now it's 47-43 after a couple of free throws. And Clark gets fouled by Foster, gets the layup, so goes to the line, makes the free throw. So now it's 50-43. And we're just starting to unravel here. San Francisco just taking full advantage of all of our mistakes. Now they're up 52-43 just like that. And now we got to try to get back into this one. Foster going to sink this one from the corner, make it 52-48. Now San Francisco's ball, under 10 minutes to go in the game, and they're going to sink this one by Hendricks. It's 54-48. Then Hendricks again with a mid-range jumper. And they're back up 8. Now they're up by 10. Just over 8 minutes to go. Hawkins going to get it inside, and an easy layup there. And now San Francisco with their biggest lead of the game, up 60-48. And then Evans going to kick it out to Fernandez, and he hits a 3 to bring it back within 10. Then Hawkins going to pull it for 3. He makes it. It's 63-51. They're back up 12. Now they're up 14. So we're really starting to struggle in the second half defensively, but a big 3 there is going to cut it back down to 11. And then Evans is going to get the steal. Here's Brock inside, going to pass it back outside to Van Vector, who gives it to Foster, and Foster with another 3. Brings it back within 8 now. And then we get another steal. There's Brock down the court, and he's going to lay this one up. He's fouled, but he's able to make both free throws. It was a 6-point game. Now it's back to being an 8-point game, 67-59. Then we turn the ball over again. Hendricks just going to stand there, passes it to Onyekwe, and he's going to get this one in. And they're back up by double digits. So they get the rebound there off the missed shot. And here's Hawkins, who's going to lay this one up. They get it, so they're up 12 yet again. Just over 4 minutes to go. Hornsby going to shoot this 3, and he gets it. 20 points in the game for Christopher Hornsby. And now we're back down by 9. Hornsby going to shoot another 3, and now we're within 6. 7 threes in this game for Christopher Hornsby. And now we're just down 6, and we get a steal. Hornsby gets it, and he's going to take it all the way, lays it up, and now we're down just 4. 25 points for Hornsby, and San Francisco has to call a timeout. Now we're down 4, and a big block by Brock again. Van Vector with his 11th rebound of the game. Then Evans going to take it in himself and lay it up. We're down just 2. So San Francisco just completely blows the big lead that they had. But then Hawkins going to sink a 3, and we're back down by 5. Under 2 minutes to go. But Hornsby trying to answer back, misses. And then he kicks it out to Evans after Brock gets the rebound. And Evans sinks the 3. Now we're down by 2. Just over a minute to go in the second half. They miss a shot. Brock with the rebound. There's Foster trying to drive in, but he turns it over himself. And now San Francisco trying to ice the game here. Here's Hawkins. Just double teamed, and we're actually going to get the jump ball, and we get the ball back because of the possession arrow. So now we have a chance to tie it or take the lead. Foster going to shoot a 3, no good. Rebounded by Brock. Brock right back up with it and dunks it. And now we got a tie ball game. San Francisco trying to win in regulation. Here's Andrews with a shot. He's going to miss. We get the rebound. We call a quick timeout with 1.1 remaining in regulation. We got to push the ball down the court. Hornsby takes a half-court shot, can't get it. So for the first time in this series, we're going to overtime. 74 all is the score at the end of regulation. And San Francisco got the ball first. They got a few free throws. They're up 76-74, but in a big three by Clarence Foster. They're able to get a 1-point lead. They get a free throw, but then Brock able to dunk it and get a 2-point lead for the Hornets. And then Van Vector out to Evans. Evans can't get it. Another rebound by Brock. Brock coming up big in this half, but he misses there. But he gets the steal, and he lays it back up and gets the layup. As Sean Brock just doing everything he can to get this win for Sacramento State, that is. And now San Francisco trying to get back into the game, but it's stolen by Christopher Hornsby. And Hornsby with a nice little spin move is going to get to the basket and lay it up. We're up 6 now, but after 2 free throws, we're only up 4. But then Nelson Evans able to put it away with a big 3 in the corner, and that's going to do it for this game. We get the W. 88-79 is your final. I mean, towards the end of the second half, I was really worried that we were going to blow this game because San Francisco in that second half was just firing on all cylinders. They were playing great defensively, but towards the end of the half, we're able to take care of business. We're able to get back into the game, send it to overtime, and then finish the comeback in overtime. We out-rebounded them 47-33, and we took 38 three-pointers in the whole game, made 16 of them. So half of our field goals were three-pointers pretty much. But they got to the line a lot. We definitely were in foul trouble for most of that game. And they had 4 different players in double digits. Hawkins had 4 threes of his own for San Francisco, but late in the second half and in overtime, they just kind of fell apart. Big game for Christopher Hornsby, 29 points, 3 assists and 2 steals, 7 for 14 from three-point range. Brock also had a big game, 12 points, 19 rebounds. And Foster able to get 4 of 11 three-pointers. He had a pretty good game as well. We're entering our 4th and 5th games of the season, taking on 2 winless teams, taking on Pacific first, and then we're going to battle Santa Clara after that. So last video, if you didn't see it, we won our first 2 games of the season, so we're just trying to start a little winning streak here. And these are 2 games that are definitely winnable in my mind. We just got to go out and execute. Just like we did the past 2 games, if we execute like that, then we'll be fine, honestly. But anyways, let's get into the action. Taking on Pacific, like I said. And Sean Brock going to get it over to Christopher Hornsby. And he's continuing right where he left off the past 2 games with the 3. Then Pacific looking for a 3 themselves. They miss Sean Brock on the rebound. And here's Evans taking the ball up the court. And he's going to swing it out to Clarence Foster, who hits the 3. And we get an early 6-0 lead over Pacific. And then we're able to get the steal. Hornsby going up the court. He's going to get it over to Sokolov, who lays it up for 2. And just like that, we have an 8-0 lead. So now Pacific trying to respond. And they're going to swing it out to Haywood, the shooting guard. He's going to hit it up to Domerkant. Domerkant back over to Wasaki, and he's going to hit the 3 as they get their first points of the game. And then next possession for them, Sokolov able to force the point guard out of bounds. So we get the ball back. Evans going to swing it out to Hornsby, and another 3 for Christopher Hornsby. Another assist for Evans in this one. Now we're up 13-3. Just blowing Pacific out of the water now. Evans on the rebound. He's going to drive inside, and he's going to lay it up for 2. And we're up 15-3 at this point. It's completely dominating Pacific in this one. But then Domerkant is going to end up getting a layup there. It's cutting to the lead, make it a 10-point game. Then Sean Brock going to lay this one up and get the points right back. They need a timeout because they're just getting embarrassed right now. And then Sokolov misses a free throw. Brock is going to get the rebound, put it back up. Doesn't get it, but he makes the 2 free throws. So now it's 20-5. And then Nelson Evans with the mid-range jumper. We're up 22-5 now. And they're trying to answer back. Atkins is going to hit the 3 for them to make it 22-8. But then Hornsby right back at you. The 3 of his own. We're just embarrassing him. Foster wide open for 3. And this is just getting real messy real fast for Pacific. As Evans is going to pass it inside to Grady with the big dunk. And they need another timeout, down 17 midway through the first half. And then here's Evans for 3. He's getting into the action from 3-point range. It's 10 points up to this point. Now we're up 36-23. They cut into the lead a little bit, but then Foster with another three. And at this point, we're just embarrassing Pacific. It's actually not as bad as it looks, honestly. We're up 50-36 at the half. 8 for 14 from three-point range. And honestly, that's probably where the majority of the shots are coming from anyways. Evans and Foster both have 12. Hornsby has 9 in this one. But Pacific trying to respond. They hit a three-pointer to start the second half. Cutting into the lead. We're only up 11. Foster's going to try a three, no good. And then Brock's going to get the rebound, put it right back up, and we're up by 13. And they're trying to respond with another three of their own. It goes no good. Atkins with the rebound, and he's going to get the layup. And Pacific's still fighting at very least. You got to give them credit for that. But, I mean, we just seem to be way too good for him as Foster's going to hit another three. We're firing on all cylinders from three-point range. And Brock's going to get it over to Foster again for another three. And, I mean, these three-pointers just really helped us blow this game out of the water at this point. So Hornsby hits one there. Then Evans going to pull it from three. And, I mean, that's pretty much how we ended up just dominating him in this one. But Pacific would come back. They're only down 8 up to this point. Here's Armstrong with the layup. Gets the bucket and the foul. And they actually ended up making this about a 4-point game, but that's really as close as they got. As Foster loses the handle, but Brock's there to recover it. And then he swings it over to Evans for the three. And that pretty much seals the deal there. But Evans is going to do one more three for good measure just to put him away. And we end up winning this game 78-65. It could have been a whole lot worse. And honestly, Pacific did a good job in the second half to come back into the game a little bit. But overall, the three-point barrage we just hit him with was way too much. Nelson Evans with 28 points, 5 for 6 from three-point range, 8 for 12 overall, and 5 assists in this one. So a really good game from Evans. And as you can see, the majority of our made field goals were three-pointers. So overall, a really good game for Sacramento State in this one. And look at the stats. Evans with 28 points. Hornsby had 13. Foster had 18. And Brock with 15 rebounds in this one. So overall, a really good game for us all around. Second half, we kind of let our foot off the gas pedal. But for the most part, we still held on. And that's all that really matters. Atkins led Pacific with 19 points in this one. 14 rebounds for Burley. So they had a few studs on their team as well. But anyways, now we take on Santa Clara, going back home, trying to make this a 4-game winning streak, but it's not going to start off very well for us as we turn the ball over right there for actually the second time in this game, and they're going to hit the 2 right here, make it a 3-0 game. And Sean Brock going to back the defender down. He finds Foster in the corner, doesn't get it, but Brock's going to get the rebound, puts it back up, lays it in, and gets the foul. He makes his free throw to make it a 3-3 game. And then here's Brock again. Gonna back down the defender, and then he's gonna turn around for the jumper. So he has 5 points early in this game. We're up 5-3. And they're able to get a layup off the back door right there. So that's kind of frustrating. We would lead 8-5, and then Nelson Evans would make it 10-5 as Santa Clara calls a timeout. We're up 11-5. They try a three, can't get it. Brock with the rebound. He's gonna push it. And then Evans takes it the rest of the way, lays it up for 2. So now it's 13-5. Now Santa Clara trying to get back into it. It's a nice mid-range jumper. Is going to give them 2 more points. 13-7. Now it's 15-7 after 2 free throws from us. And Hornsby's going to lay it up, make it a double-digit lead. Midway through the first half of the game, now it's 18-11. Brock tries the turnaround jumper, doesn't get it, but Victor Van Vector's going to get the rebound and lay it back up. So it's 20-11, just over 5 minutes to go. And they're going to splash it here. Cut into the lead, make it just a 6-point lead for us. But then here's Brock going to lay it up and gets the foul again. Back up 8, and he's going to miss the free throw. But we're going to get the ball right back off the steal by Thurgood Grady. And then Brock going to put it back up. Gets 2 points, and now it's 24-14. So now Santa Clara trying to bring it back within single digits as Hutchinson going to swing it back out the lake. And Back out to Hutchinson, and he's going to hit the three. It's a 7-point game. And then Brock backing down 2 defenders. He's going to swing it out to Grady for the three. So it's a 10-point game once again. Santa Clara again trying to cut into the lead, and Reeser with an easy layup there, making it an 8-point game again. But then here's Van Vector going to dunk it this time, and he's going to try to get the steal. Doesn't get it there, unfortunately, but still have a pretty marginable lead. And just under 2 minutes to go. Here's Grady trying to drive in, and he gets the bucket and the foul. We're just attacking the paint in this game. As we get a steal right there, Fernandez gets it, and he's going to lay it up, and he actually gets the layup as well. I mean, Fernandez does struggle with layups sometimes, but he gets that one. But anyways, we go into the half up by 10, and we've only shot 3 3-pointers so far in this game. We've made one of them, but Santa Clara has really played poorly down low. So, I mean, if you're not going to play any defense on the inside, we're just going to keep driving in. That's exactly what we're doing as Hornsby opens up the first half with the three. And then we get the steal again, and then Brock going to lay it up. And just like that, we're up by 15. And they later cut it down to 8 again. Van Vector going to swing it to Evans. Evans to Hornsby. Back to Evans. And then Evans going to turn around and get the bucket. So now we're up by 10. And then Evans again backing down the defender. Turns around and he gets this one. So now we're up by 12. But then Santa Clara, they're not going to give up, as Fry is going to pull up for 3 and get it. So now it's a 7-point game. Brock going to back down the defenders. He gets the easy bucket there. I think this is a career high for Brock so far, 15 points. And he's going to hand it to Hornsby here. Hornsby's not going to take the 3, but he lays it in. Well, he drives in and lays it in. Only 7 points so far for Christopher Hornsby, kind of surprising. And then Brock going to get the steal here. He's going to take it himself, lays it up, and it's good. And we're up by 11. Just over 3 minutes to go in the game, and then Nelson Evans with another big layup there. We take a 13-point lead. Santa Clara is trying to come back into this game late, but Hutchinson's going to be blocked. Leno gets the rebound, and he's going to take it in himself. And a nice underneath layup, no good, but then Evans able to get the rebound and put it back in. And we end up winning this one 63-47. So probably one of our better defensive performances of the season, as Evans, again, your player of the game, this time with 26 points, 8 for 15 from the field, 8 for 11 from the stripe, and 2 for 4 from three-point range and 4 rebounds. So another pretty good game from Evans. And only 4 for 11 from three-point range as a team. We didn't take a whole lot of threes in this one, and we really didn't need to because Santa Clara's defense just wasn't very good in this one. Look at Sean Brock, 17 points, 16 rebounds, and 4 blocks, so he gets a double-double in this one. Probably his best game so far. Hornsby kind of quiet, 7 points. Foster only had 1 point in this one, so don't know what happened there. I guess Evans just really took this one over, so did Brock. But 16 points from Hutchinson for Santa Clara. And we're on a 4-game winning streak, but it is on the line as we take on number 19 Stanford. And this is sort of 3 really tough games for us in a row. We take on Oregon after this game, and then we also take on Marquette. So it's going to be a tough stretch of 3 games against power conference teams. And, of course, it starts today against Stanford. Not really sure how we're going to fare in this one, but hopefully we're able to somehow get a victory. Anyways, let's get into the game. And we start off with a big block from Christopher Hornsby, stopping the layup. And then Clarence Foster from 3 can't get it. Stanford gets the rebound. Now they're driving. And they're going to throw a lob to start this game off. And Mikhail Sokolov gets called for a foul. They get the free throws, 3-0 early. Then Hornsby with the steal. He's going to dunk it. And now we trail 3-2. Stanford ball here. Here's Butler driving in. And Brock can't get the block. He misses the layup. And then Grachowalski with the offensive rebound puts it back in. So we trail 5-2 until Christopher Hornsby with the 3 ties the ball game up at 5. But then Stanford's going to hit their own 3 right here to give them a 3-point advantage again. And then Evans going to get blocked by Grachowalski. Here's Dodd laying it up. That's good. Stanford has a 5-point lead now. Now it's our possession. Hornsby going to shoot another three. This time the assist from Nelson Evans makes it a 10-8 ball game. Then Kamen going to lay it up. Good, making a 4-point lead for Stanford. We get a free throw, but we missed the second one. And then another layup by Kamen, no good. This time Johnson gets the rebound, puts it back in, and they're up 14-9. Under 10 minutes to go in the first half. They're going to shoot a three, make it. Now they have an 8-point lead. Kamen has 10 points so far in the game. So now we got to try to come back a little bit. Down 19-9. And then Foster makes a deep two to make it 19-11. And then the pass inside to Johnson, going to give him a 10-point lead yet again. And then we're going to answer back here as Evans going to drive in, lays it up, and it's good. Evans' first bucket of the game makes it 21-13. And then here's Butler driving in. Going to pass it back out to Kamen, who's wide open for three. That's good. And Stanford just dominating so far. We need a timeout. Right here, they're up 26-13. They're going to make it 28-13. So it's looking like we're going to get blown out yet again. Here's Thurgood Grady for three. Going to cut into the lead a little bit, but we still trail by 12. And they miss a three right there. Grachowalski with another rebound and another bucket. Stanford just dominating us here. But this time, the rebound by Turkstein. And we're going to drive the ball down the court. Nelson Evans is going to get the bucket and the foul. And we bring it within 9. 4 more free throws make it 30-25. But then they're going to make a deep two right there. Kamen just balling on us right now. They lead by 7. And then Evans going to cut it back down to 5. They get 2 more free throws to make it 34-27. And Brock going to lay it up right here. And he makes it a 5-point game. And we only trail Stanford 34-29 going into the second half. Not shooting great from the field, and that's really costing us in this game. But we are hanging in there with Stanford, who's supposed to be so much better than us. But we are hanging in there with them. Evans has 13 so far. And then Stanford starts with the ball to start the second half. They're going to get the layup. I thought Brock got a piece of it, but clearly not enough. And then Evans going to get blocked by Nixon. Here's Dodd. Going to throw the lob up to Kamen, and Kamen's going to get it. Stanford up 9 now. And then Evans with the pump fake. And to pass it back to Foster. He shoots a contested three, but still makes it. Now it's a 6-point game. Now here's Grachowalski with a turnaround jumper right over Brock. Makes it 40-32. And Evans sizing up his defender. He's going to drive in. Puts it up. It was a contested layup, but he still got it. 40-34 now. 40-35. And Peterson going to lay it up, gets the foul in the bucket. So then a big dunk by Foster is going to cut it back down to 6. And then a steal here. He's going to lay it up and get it, and he gets the foul. So now we only trail by 3. But then Butler with a wide open three going to make it a 6-point game. I mean, our defense just really broke down in this game at a lot of different points. Foster going to make a deep two there to make it 46-42. Then Evans going to find a wide open Matt Fernandez. And Fernandez makes it a 1-point game. We're really close to taking the lead here. Here's Evans for 3, can't get it. Brock with the rebound, puts it back up, and we take our first lead of the game. So upsetting Stanford, definitely a possibility here, but Grachowalski going to hit the bucket right there, making it 48-47. And then Foster with a 3 right back, and we take the lead back. I mean, this is just a really tough battle. We're giving Stanford a game here, but then they're going to hit a 3 themselves, make it 51-50. And then here's Dodd passing it inside to Butler. He's going to get the layup, make it a 3-point game. And then here's a pass to Foster across court. He's going to tie it up at 53. Foster with 19 up to this point. But then they're going to answer right back with a 3 of their own to take the lead right back. 56-53. It's a pass inside to Dodd. He's going to swing it over. Here's Butler. Going to pass it right back. A lot of good passing from Stanford there. And now they have a 5-point lead. Just over the halfway mark of the second half. Here's Evans with the layup. He's going to get it.
60-55. We're still fighting. And it came in wide open for three. No good. And Peterson going to knock it back in. And then we're going to turn the ball over here. And we're just falling apart at this point. They didn't score, but still a very bad turnover there. Evans wide open for three, just over 5 minutes to go. We only trail by 4 now. But after 4 free throws for Stanford, they had an 8-point lead. Now it's a 10-point lead. And we're putting the pressure on. We get a steal here. And Hornsby going to pass it inside to Foster. We make it an 8-point game. So we're not giving up, no matter how bleak it looks at this point. Then Butler going to lay it up. A big block by Brock, but it's inbounded right back in to Stanford. And they're going to end up getting a bucket there. Now they lead by 12, just over a minute to go. Things are looking hopeless for us. But here's Clarence Foster with another three, making it a 9-point game. We get the ball right back. There's Evans, gonna cross it over, but he's gonna turn the ball over there. And at this point, things aren't looking very good for us. We're down by 10, under a minute to go. But then here's Foster with another three. And now we only trail by 7. But then this is pretty much going to seal it for us. Hornsby for 3. He's going to miss. And they're going to get the rebound. And Stanford comes away with an 80-72 victory over Sacramento State. I mean, we tried our best. We definitely hung in there with Stanford. We had the lead at one point in the second half, but Kamen just had a huge game in this one. And that, at the end of the day, was just way too much to overcome for such a young Sacramento State team that really had no business playing against a team like Stanford anyways. But overall, I feel like the team played pretty well considering. I mean, we could have shot the ball a little bit better, but 33 points from Clarence Foster, 20 from Nelson Evans. So those two really carried the scoring. Nobody else really contributed that much, although Hornsby did have 9 in the game. Again, came in with 28 points. But hopefully we fare better against Oregon and Marquette. And we're going to get right into the action as Nelson Evans going to throw across the court to Christopher Hornsby for the 3. We take an early 3-0 lead. Oregon with the basketball. They're going to drive in. A big block there by Brock, but Staley going to get the rebound and put it back up to get Oregon on the board. It's 3-2. There's Staley into the paint and just completely pump fakes Brock. Evans got caught as well. So it's 4-3, and then we turn over the inbounds pass. Here's Oregon looking to get some more points on the board. An easy layup inside. And now they lead 6-3. And then they're going to hit a 3 of their own. They're up 9-3, so it's looking pretty ugly, just like the Kansas State game right now. Although this one's getting pretty ugly from the jump. And then Staley going to pass inside, and Cantor with the big dunk. They're up 11-4 now. And then here's Turner, gonna lay it up very easily. 13-4 is your score now. But we're gonna start to fight back here as Hornsby hits another 3, making it 13-7. Now it's 15-7. And then there's Foster hitting a 2. Right now it's 17-9. They're gonna miss a shot here. We're gonna push the ball. Here's Hornsby. Just gonna pump fake there. Looks for Evans. Evans hits the 3 of his own. And now it's just a 5-point game. And there's Evans. Backing down the defender. He's going to turn around, get the jumper. Now we trail by 3. Oregon takes a timeout. 17-14 is the score. And there's Brock backing down the defender. He's going to put it up. And now we're down just 1. Sokolov going to turn it over here, however. Oregon going to drive down the court. Staley going to give it to Turner. And Turner gets the bucket. They'd add 2 more free throws to make it 21-16. Then Matt Fernandez is going to throw cross court to third good Grady for the 3. Now we're down just 2. Here's Turner. Going to pass it inside, but Grady with the steal. He's going to push it to Sokolov, and Sokolov going to get to the paint. Gets fouled, and he ties the ball game up with 2 free throws. So it's 21-all. And then Oregon going to hit a deep 2 by Norwood. So it's 23-21, just over 3 minutes to go in the first half. And here's Van Vector, going to throw across court to Grady, and Grady going to take the lead with the 3. Just our second lead of the game, first lead since the beginning of the game. But then Oregon going to put an end to that with a 3. So now they lead 26-24. Here's a rebound for Oregon. They're going to go down the court, passes inside, and the layup. And it's going to be 28-24 now. And here's a big three by Hornsby to bring us within one. Under 2 minutes to go. And then a big steal here. Fernandez is going to get the bucket. And he quiets down the Oregon crowd immediately. We're up 31-28 now. But Oregon going to get one more layup right before the end of the half. And we enter halftime with a 1 point lead. I mean, we're actually leading Oregon right now. I know it's crazy. Oregon was ranked at one point, but they've struggled so far this season, and we can definitely see why they're not ranked anymore. As Hornsby going to open up the second half with another three. 34-30 is the score. And Evans going to throw over to Brock. Brock going to lay it up, get the bucket. And now we're up 36-32. Oregon going to cut into the lead, however, with a big layup there. Only up by 2 now. And then a mid-range jumper going to tie the ball game up. But again, we're going to take the lead here again on a very iffy three by Evans that kind of rattled around there before it went in. We're back up 3. And then Foster with a 3 of his own. That's an easy swish. We're up by 6 now. And then they're going to turn it over here. And then Sokolov going to pass it inside to Evans, and a big dunk there, going to give us an 8-point lead. Oregon trying to cut into the lead, however. Here's a 3 by Griffith. It's good. Now we lead by just 5. 2 more free throws to Oregon makes it a 3-point game. And then Foster going to throw cross court to Evans. Evans going to shoot a contested 3 and make it. So we're back up by 6 now. Under 10 minutes to go. Oregon trying to hit their own 3, and they get it. So now it's a 3-point game, and then a big steal by Cantor. He gets to the layup, so now we're only up by 1, just like that. So here's Evans, going to drive in, passes cross court to Hornsby, and he's going to get the 3 there. We lead by 4 now. And now Oregon trying to cut back into the lead again. Here's Norwood, gets fouled, and he gets the bucket. Makes it a 1-point game. And here's a cross court pass to Hornsby again. Another big 3 by Hornsby. So we're up by 4. Now we're only up by 2 with the layup by Griffith. And Hornsby makes his first free throw here, but misses the second one. But a big rebound by Frank Leno. And he's going to get the bucket, make it a 5-point game. And then Oregon going to answer right back with a layup of their own to make it a 3-point game. There's Cantor, able to bring it within 1 midway through the second half. Oregon trying to get the lead back here. And a big 3 from Turner is going to put him up by 2. Oregon now has all the momentum. We trail by 3, but a big 3 by Foster, no good. And now Oregon going to get the layup here to make it a 5-point game. Just like that, the game is slipping out of our hands. But then Evans going to hit a 3 to bring us right back into it. We trail just 2 now, under 4 minutes to go. We're going to get a big block there from Christopher Hornsby. And then Evans going to lay it up for 2. We get the lead back. We're up by 1. Oregon trying to get their lead back, and they're going to do it with this 3. So it's a back-and-forth battle late in the second half. And here's Evans trying to get inside. He's going to lay it up. No good, but he is going to make one of the free throws. So it's over a minute to go. We trail by 1. Evans going to drive in. He's going to get the layup here, and we lead by 1 now. Big game for Evans in this one. Oregon going to miss a 3 here. Rebounded by Brock. Brock's going to throw it down the court to Foster. And Foster going to cross it over to Evans. Evans gets the defender jumping, and he's going to lay it up. We lead by 3 points. Oregon trying to hit a 3 to tie it. It's no good. Brock going to get the rebound, and then he's going to get fouled. He makes one of his free throws, however. So now we lead by 4. They try a 3 to bring them within 1, but they miss, and they have to foul Evans. Evans makes both of his free throws, but Oregon able to hit a 3 with 2.8 to go in the game. We have to call a timeout, and we got to inbound it, but they make it so easy for us. Sokolov going to pass it up to Foster. They don't get the foul in time, and that's going to do it. We upset Oregon. 71-68 is your final, and what a game this was. I mean, I can definitely see why Oregon isn't ranked anymore, because they really just did not play well at all in this one. And, you know, we faced a lot of adversity in the second half. We blew a lead, but somehow, some way, we're able to claw back and get the dub over a really talented Oregon team. I'm not going to say good. I mean, they are talented. If you're talented, you're good. You know what I mean, though. But anyways, we're going to move on to the second game now. I'm proud of this win, but we got another big game in this same week. We're taking on Marquette. They're 6-1, ranked 6th in the nation. But we're trying to get another big win here. And here we go. We're up 2-0 to start the game, but they're going to hit a deep 2 to make it 2-2. And then here's Kane. Going to pass over to Powell. Powell going to get the bucket there. It's 4-2 Marquette. And then Hornsby going to answer right back with a 3. We take a 1-point lead. Marquette, they're just a lot more athletic than Oregon, honestly, as they're going to get a layup there and the foul. They're up 7-5. Here's Sokolov going to drive in with a big dunk to tie the ball game up. And then Foster's just going to turn it over here. Kane almost does it as well, but he holds on to it. And then the layup by Powell is good. They're up 10-7. And now they're going to pass it inside to Kane. Kane going to backdoor it to Matthews. Matthews going to get it in. And Marquette leads by 5. Now it's a 6-point lead. Pass inside to Brock. Brock going to turn around, hit the layup there. And it's a 4-point game now. Brock going to back down the defender again. This time he passes over to Thurgood. Grady hits a big 3 there to make it a 1-point game. Now it's a 3-point game again. Brock backing down the defender. He's going to shoot it this time, and it's a 1-point game now. And here's Kane, a big layup right over Grady to make it 17-14. Here's Brock, going to pass it outside to Grady for 3, and Grady's going to tie it up again. 17 all midway through the first half. Blevins going to inbound it to Hines. Hines can't get the layup. Then another layup by Bazin goes in, and it's going to be 19-17. We're going to get blocked right here by Minium. And then Blevins going to take it in for the bucket. 21-17 is the score. And then here's Victor Van Vector wide open in the paint and make it 21-19. Marquette going to miss the 3 here. But here's the pass over to their Grady. Grady's no good, but Minium's going to tip it in. It's 23-19 now. And now we're going to swing it over to Foster. Foster for 3. Makes it a 1-point game. Then here's Fernandez for 3. He's no good. They're going to get the rebound. They're on the fast break now. Sokolov, the other one back. And he's going to foul and give up the bucket. I mean, if you're going to do one, don't do the other as well. I mean, geez. And we're going to turn over the inbound pass. We've been doing that a lot lately as Marquette makes it a 6-point game yet again. Then Vector going to swing it over to Fernandez. And Fernandez hits the 3. It's 28-25 now. Just over 3 minutes to go. And Bazin with the 3. Going to make it 31-25. Another big layup from Marquette, making it an 8-point game. Bazin just on fire right now with 9 points. And we're just not playing well at all. And now we trail by 12 with just over a minute to go in the first half. I mean, it's not going as well as the Oregon game did at all. Then Minium's going to get in another layup. And now we trail by 14. We're going to turn over the inbounds again. And, jeez, this has just been a disaster so far. Brock going to shoot it. He's actually going to get the bucket there. So we trail by 14. But honestly, at this, we just never really got a defensive stop that we needed. And you see right there, they missed the free throw and they get it back to make it a 4-point play the old-fashioned way. And it's 47-30 at the half. I mean, we're shooting pretty well from three-point range. It's just all of our field goals from inside just aren't going in. Man, more of the same in the second half, to be honest with you. Here's a 3. They're going to make it an 18-point game. We're going to try to cut back into the lead, though. Here's Foster for 3. He gets it. So it's going to be a 15-point game. Now a 17-point game. Evans going to pass to Hornsby in the corner. It's good. So now we trail by 14. And then Hornsby again going to pass inside this time to Brock. But this time Foster going to get it for 3. It's good. Again, we're back down by 14. I mean, we just kept trying to chip away at the lead, but then mistakes like this really just cost us any chance of coming back. We just couldn't make any stops when we needed to. And this pretty much was the backbreaker here, as Kane's going to get the layup. And then we're going to turn it over yet again. And Blevin's going to lay it up, and he gets the foul. We end up losing this one, 88-65. I mean, we had our chances to make this an upset, but I mean, we just kept blowing chance after chance after chance. You can only get so many chances in college basketball before you just blow the game completely, and that's exactly what we did.
But anyways, make sure you guys hit that like button, hit the sub button if you're new. We'll definitely try to bounce back next game. And we are playing our first conference game of the series, taking on Northern Colorado. It's our Big Sky opener. But before we get into the game, we're going to check out the stats so far this season. Nelson Evans is averaging almost 20 points per game, Foster over 15 points per game, and Christopher Hornsby at 13. As far as rebounds go, Sean Brock with 11.6, Victor Van Vector with 4.9, and Nelson Evans is averaging about 4.8. Now we go to assists. Nelson Evans actually leading the team in assists as well, which is kind of disappointing. Sokolov and Fernandez got to step up in the assists category. Christopher Hornsby and Nelson Evans both are tied for the team lead in steals, and then blocks per game. Sean Brock with 2.1 so far this year. Clarence Foster leading the team in turnover percentage with 2.1. That's not something you want to lead in at all. But anyways, let's get into this game, taking on Northern Colorado. They are 2-8 in the season so far, so not doing very well at all. And for the first time this season, Sean Brock loses the opening tip, so Bears start off with the ball. Here's Reed shooting a close-range jumper for 2 points. Northern Colorado would take a 4-point lead, and then here's Wood missing the shot there. Brock going to push it up to Foster, and Foster going to take it in himself for the layup, getting us on the board. It's 4-2. 1 minute into the game, and here's Snowden for 3, and he drains it. So already things not looking very good for us in our conference opener. Brock going to pass it over to Foster, however, and in the corner, Foster able to drain the 3. It's 5-7. Now we're starting to press, but then we leave Wood wide open for 3. It's a 5-point game for the Bears. And then Hornsby going to try to answer back with a 3. No good. Brock gets the rebound, gets the layup, and the foul. So we bring it within 2 now after Brock makes the free throw. And there's Wood for 3 again. No good, but Reed going to tap it back in, give the Bears a 4-point lead. Now Sokolov going to take the ball in himself. He's going to pass it over to Foster, inside to Evans. Evans backs down the defender, and the turnaround jumper is good. We trail by 2 now. Now it's a 4-point lead for the Bears after 2 free throws. Here's Snowden passing it inside to Lampley, and Lampley able to get their layup, so now it's a 6-point lead for the Bears. Here's Foster swinging it over to Hornsby, back to Evans. Evans with the deep 2. It goes in. So now we trail by 4 yet again. And Snowden for 3. He's going to miss. Wood with the rebound. Wood goes back up with it and makes it. So now it's a 6-point game. Just about at the 5-minute mark. 18-12 is the score. And then Snowden wide open for 3. And defensively, we're just struggling like we have the past few games, honestly. Then Hornsby going to answer back with a 3, make it a 6-point game again. And then here's English getting pressed. He's going to throw the ball away. And honestly, the press hasn't worked a lot for us. Right there, it works pretty well. We get the ball back in. Here's Evans for 3. I thought his foot was on the line, but nope, he was deep enough. And then we end up taking the lead after some free throws. It's 22-21. And we're going to force English back across the backcourt line for the backcourt violation. We do nothing with the ball now. It's still a 1-point game. Then Frank Leno gonna foul the Northern Colorado player. He gets the layup and the free throw. So it's 24-22. And Foster gonna shoot a 3, and we take the lead right back. And then right here, under 5 minutes to go, I don't know how this was a goaltend, but apparently it was a goaltend. So now we trail by 1. They're going to miss the layup there, and then Matthew Fernandez is going to push it himself, lays it up, and we take the lead right back. Just over 4 minutes to go. Now under 3 to go, we're tied at 28, and Fernandez just pulls up for 3 and drains it. So now it's 31 all, just 2 minutes remaining in the first half, and then Evans is going to take the lead with the 3. So Northern Colorado trying to answer back now. Here's English, passes it inside to Dawn, and it's a very easy layup for Dawn. His first 2 points of the game. Makes it a 1-point ball game, but then Evans for 3 again. Drains it again. He has 15 up to this point. So it's 37-33. Then English going to pass inside to Wood for the easy layup. We go into the half up 37-35. Even though our defense didn't play very good in the first half. But we have no turnovers so far in this game, and we've made 7 threes. So there are plenty of positives to go off of. And to start the second half, we're pressing English again. English going to pass it to Snowden, and Snowden's going to lose the ball out of bounds. Not a very good way to start the second half for Northern Colorado. And then Sokolov going to pass it to Foster, and Foster with the three. He has 11 points now. It's 40-37, and we're going to turn the ball over here. Wood going to take it himself, lays it up for two, makes it a 1-point game. And I believe that's our first turnover of the game, too. But now we're back up by 3. Here's a pass to Wood for 3. Evans gets there way too late, and Wood able to tie the ball game up at 42. So now here's English. Going to swing it over. Inside the read now, and Brock getting back down. Can't get the block there, and Northern Colorado takes the lead back, and then they get the ball back, but then they're going to step out of bounds. A missed opportunity there for the Bears. We end up taking the lead back on some free throws, only up by 1 now, and missed a shot there. Snowden's going to take it up, passes it over to Wood, and I just don't know how he didn't focus on guarding this guy, because he's hot from three-point range now. But so is Clarence Foster, who drains the 3 to give us the lead back. And then they're going to miss a layup there. Good defense from Brock. And Hornsby going to drive it in himself, and he lays it up and gets the foul. He'd end up missing the free throw, so it's still a 3-point game. And Northern Colorado trying to respond. And Billings able to get his first bucket of the game, make it a 1-point game. It's tied at 50 now with the free throws. We're not going to get the rebound here. Reed does, and he lays it back up to give Northern Colorado the lead. So a very back-and-forth game for the most part. Fernandez is going to tie it up with a deep 2, 52 all, and then a good play by Turksign to get the ball back for us. And then Evans for 3, no good. And a missed opportunity there. And then English all alone for the layup. It's 54-52 now. 8.5 minutes remaining. There's plenty of time for something good to happen for us, but right there, nothing good happens for us, so we're down by 4 now. And Fernandez is going to pass it over to Sokolov. Sokolov swings it to Evans. Evans drains the 3 to make it a 1-point game, and Northern Colorado needs a timeout. So we're going to be pressing them again here, and Hernandez is going to pass it over, and he throws the ball away. I mean, the guy was right there. He could have just picked it up, but instead lets it go out of bounds. So we still trail by 1, 7 minutes to go, and Liberty able to make the layup there, make it a 3-point game. We have to burn a timeout. Next possession, though, Hornsby going to miss the 3, but Rourke Turksign with the rebound, able to lay it back up and make it a 1-point game. And then Wood's going to get blocked here by Brock. They're going to shoot a 3, they're going to miss, and then Brock gets the rebound, and he's going to push it over to Turksign. And he's going to lay it up there to get the lead back forward to Sacramento State. And then Liberty going to pass it over to Snowden for 3. And just like that, the Bears have a 2-point lead. Really back and forth, especially in the second half. Foster going to swing it over to Hornsby. Hornsby says right back at you. He's going to hit a 3 of his own, make it a 1-point game for us again. Then Snowden able to get past Brock and lay it up, make it a 1-point game. Then here's Wood. And the ball goes off of the rim, so a lucky play there for Brock. He almost got dominated again. And then Nelson Evans trying to lay it up. Can't get it, but he gets fouled. And he ends up making the first free throw. He's going to get the second one as well. That gives us a 1-point lead. And then Evans going to lay this one up, no good. Lampley with the rebound. And then here's English driving in, trying to get past Sokolov, but has to pass it out to Wood, and Wood able to make the bucket and make it a 1-point game. Sokolov going to push it himself, looking for Hornsby. Hornsby gets it to Nelson in the corner for the 3, and it's a 2-point ball game now. Under 3 minutes to go. English double team, but he gets it to a wide open Wood. Wood has 23 points in the game, so you could say he's laying the wood. Pause. Anyways, our ball now, and then Hornsby again with a 3 to give us the lead right back. Hornsby is just balling this year so far. Then Wood trying to respond with a 3 of his own, no good. Reed gets the rebound, and he gets the layup. So now it's just a 1-point game, just over 2 minutes to go. Foster thinking 3, pump fakes, throws it over to Hornsby, and Hornsby able to get the 3. He's been so clutch late in this game. So now we only lead by 1, just over a minute to go. And then Hornsby with another 3, drains it to make it a 4-point game. Just over a minute to go left in the game. The Bears running out of time. English going to pass it inside to Lampley, and Lampley gets the layup. I keep saying Lampley. It's Lamptey, by the way. My bad. But anyways, Snowden's going to get the steal here. Sokolov plays defense and slows him down. And here's Reed trying to get inside. He's going to get the layup. Tying the ball game up with 50.8 seconds remaining. So this is clutch time right here. Got to make a big play here. Sokolov going to shoot a three. And Mikhail Sokolov is not known for being a three-point shooter, but he makes a huge three there. And then we're going to turn the ball over on an inbounds. Under 20 seconds to go. We end up having a foul. So 16.2 remaining. They get their first free throw. And they should probably miss the second one on purpose just so they can get a quick layup if they can get the rebound. But he makes it. So now it's a three-point game. Last chance for the Bears to tie it up. And they're going to miss the three. Brock with the rebound. And that'll do it. Sacramento State wins their first Big Sky Conference game of the season, 83-80 over Northern Colorado. A great game from Nelson Evans. A great game overall for Hornsby, Evans, and Foster. All of them just balled out in this one. 5 steals for Nelson Evans in this one. Only 3 rebounds. 25 points, 7 for 20. Field goal percentage. Not great, but not terrible either. And we only turned the ball over 4 times in this game. I mean, if we just keep playing like that, we keep controlling the ball, like we should have no problem beating whoever we play. Good game for Sean Brock, 15 rebounds for him and 2 blocks. Hornsby with 20 points, Foster with 14. Of course, Evans with 25, and a clutch 3 by Mikhail Sokolov to pretty much put us in front for good for the most part. And they had a pretty good game as well. Reed, 19 points, 18 rebounds. 10 assists for English. Wood with 23 points. Snowden, 17 points, 7 rebounds. But yeah, anyways, a great game for us. We're going to start off against Portland State. They're sitting at 4-8 in the season. But this being a conference game, we have no time, no room to give them any leeway in this one. So we got to come out strong. So here we go. We're going to start off with the ball in this one. Cross-court pass to Christopher Hornsby, and then here's Matt Fernandez getting the start over Sokolov this time. And then Sean Brock going to get the rebound after the miss, and it's a 2-0 game to start off. But then Portland State going to push the ball down the court, and we're going to get the steal here. And here's Nelson Evans driving in. He's going to pass it back out to Fernandez. Fernandez going to drive himself back out to Evans. Evans going to shoot the 3, and he swishes it. So we were starting off the game pretty good so far, 5-0. But then Portland State going to take it to the rack themselves. Here's the pass to Chambers, and Sean Brock called for the foul. Chambers gets the bucket. He makes the free throw, so it's 5-3. There's a pass outside to Victor Van Vector sitting on the corner like a drug dealer, hitting a 3. And it's 8-3, now 8-5. Here's Foster from 3. No good, and it's going to go over the back. So it's out of bounds. Now it's Portland State's ball. Here's a layup, no good. Rebounded by Evans. And Evans going to push it up to Foster. And Foster with the big dunk. We're up 11-5. Things are looking good so far. There's a free throw by Portland State. And their center's going to get the rebound, put it back in. So it's 11-8. They get a 3-point play the old-fashioned way. And still 11-8. And then Barber going to drain the 3 in the corner to tie the ball game up at 11. And Portland State has the lead, 13-11. We're going to turn the ball over here. Here's Chambers. Going to drive it in, pass it to Simmons. Back out to Chambers for 2, and he drains it. So it's a 4-point lead for the Vikings. And then Sokolov's going to lose the ball here. And they're going to get it back and get the 2 free throws. So 17-11. Matthew Fernandez is going to cut into the lead with a 3, though. Now we're up to 19-14, 5 minutes into the game, and Simmons going to drain a 3 there. Make it 22-14. Fernandez tries the 3, no good. And now Portland State going to push it. There's Chambers inside to Simmons, and Sokolov didn't even try to jump for that one. And they have a 10-point lead now. Here's Frank Leno back up on the ball, and it's going to be a goaltend, so we get the 2 points, 24-16. Just over 8 minutes to go in the first half, and here's a layup by Chambers. He had a big first half in this one. 26-16 now for the Vikings. Simmons going to pass outside of Chambers for 3. And now they're starting to blow us out the water. 16 points so far in the game for Chambers. And now there's a cross-court pass to Grady, trying to cut into the lead, and he brings it back within single digits now, 29-20. But there's Kruger going to lay it up, and now they're back up 11. And then Kruger going to steal the inbounds pass. He actually doesn't get in the bucket here. Forbes with the rebound, goes back up and makes it, so it's 33-20. Things are not looking good for us at all. Then here's Grady for three, no good. Barber with the rebound, and Simmons going to take it up the court. And he's actually going to pull up with a deep two, drains it, 35-20 is your score right now. And here's the pass inside to Simmons, no good. Leno with the rebound, he's going to push it up to Grady. And Grady back out to Sokolov. Sokolov swings it over to Van Vector with a deep three. And now it's a 12-point game. Still not looking very good for us. We're not playing well defensively at all. And it even shows here, Barber going to drive into the bucket. Could have gone for the three there, but he decides to take the two instead. It's 37-23. Foster going to miss the three here. Kruger with the rebound, and then they're going to push it up to Chambers, who again had a huge first half, 18 points up to this point. Now it's 39-23. 3 minutes to go in the first half. Evans going to get blocked here. Turkstein with the rebound, but he's going to turn it over. And here's Caton taking it right to the hole. 41-23 is the score right now. We go into the half down 49-28. I mean, we're just not playing well at all. 31% from the field for us, 60 for Portland State. So that just kind of puts it in perspective. Also, we have 9 turnovers in this one, but 22 points for Chambers in the first half. He's absolutely balling on us right now. We got to try to come back in this one. Here's Evans going to pass inside to Brock. Brock gets the man jumping, and he gets the layup there. So now it's a 19-point lead. Still not very good for us. And then Fernandez going to shoot here. No good. Brock with the rebound. Brock dealing with foul trouble most of the first half. And then Hornsby going to hit the three to make it a 16-point game. So now we got the full court trap. We're trying to trap Simmons. He's going to pass it. And they're going to end up turning it over. Evans credited with the steal. And then Hornsby going to lay it up. Get the contact. Doesn't get the points, but he's going to get both free throws. And then Evans with the steal. He's going to get the bucket to make it a 12-point game now. Still not looking good for us, but we're at least still fighting here. As Chambers is going to try to push it up the court. Has to pass it out. Here's Barber with a wide open two. Gets it. So that ends our 8-0 run to start the second half. And a pass inside to Kruger. Kruger going to miss. Gets his own rebound. And Fernandez just didn't stand a chance there. 53-37. Fernandez is going to take the ball up the court. He's going to pass it over to Hornsby. Inside to Brock. Brock out to Foster for the three. He drains it to make it a 13-point game. And still trying to cut into the lead even more. Here's Brock outside to Fernandez. Over to Hornsby. Cross court to Foster. He's going to shoot the three. Drains it. Foster has 8 points so far, and now it's a 10-point game. And then Chambers wide open. Gonna drain a two. His foot was on the line. So it's 55-43. Fernandez gonna lay it up. Doesn't get the bucket, but does get the contact. Gets one of the free throws, so it's an 11-point game now. Here's Barber with a layup. Good. He has 12 points up to this point. 57-44. We're going to turn the ball over here. Barber with his third steal of the game. He's going to take it in himself, make it a 59-44 game. But I'm going to let y'all know right now, we ain't going like that. Evans going to hit the three to make it a 13-point game. Portland State gets a free throw, so it's 61-47. Here's Thurgood Grady for the three, pulling up and makes it. Now it's an 11-point game. We have plenty of time to come back in this one, but not if we allow stuff like this. They're going to get the layup here. 5 minutes. So 65-54. And there's Chambers. Back out to Simmons. Inside to Cooper. And Cooper gets the bucket and the foul. It's 68-54, under 5 minutes to go. Cooper going to pass inside to Kruger. Brock not trying to pick up another foul, doesn't jump. And now they're just starting to run away with this one. They're going to get a steal here. Chambers with the big layup. And that would pretty much end any chances of us coming back in this one, as Portland State wins 80-61. So we lose to a 4-8 team. I mean, this is a game we definitely should have won, but I mean, they just played a much better game than this overall. We rely a little too much on the three-point game, to be honest. I mean, we got to find a way to get some buckets inside. I mean, Brock does a pretty good job of doing it, but it's like when he's in foul trouble, our interior offense just goes to complete crap, and there's really not much we can do about it. Van Vector is decent inside, but other than that, like, we got to create a lot of our offense from the perimeter, and that just kills us. So now we're taking on Eastern Washington. They're sitting at 6-9, but we just lost to a 4-8 team, so just because they're 6-9 doesn't mean we can take them lightly. And they get started quickly. Within the first minute, they're up 4-0. And Nelson Evans is going to miss the three here. They're going to get the rebound, pushing the ball up the court, and a big layup there to make it 6-0 for Dorncamp. So 6-0. Then Brock's going to turn the ball over here. Prince with the steal. Here's Dorncamp going to take it in himself, and it's an 8-0 game. Things just not looking very good for us at all. But here's Van Vector over to Hornsby. He's going to cut into the lead himself. 8-3 is the score now, 3 minutes into the game. We get a couple of free throws, and here's Hornsby for three. He's going to tie the ball game up. It's 8-all now. Eastern Washington has some perimeter timeout. And here's Malukas going to get his own rebound and puts it back up to make it 10-8. And Evans going to pass outside to Hornsby. No good. Here's a rebound by Thornton. And Evans actually going to get the steal. Passes inside to Van Vector with a big slam to tie it up at 10. So now, like we did last game, we're just going to keep pressing here. But Dorncamp able to get the ball, and they're going to lay it up, make it a 2-point game yet again. And here's Brock missing the shot. They get the rebound, but we end up getting the steal back, and then Brock back up with it, no good. Rebound by Foster. He goes up with it, no good. Foster gets the rebound, hands it to Brock, and third time's the charm for Sean Brock. So it's 14-12 now. We have the lead, actually. And Evans going to lay it up, giving us a 4-point lead now, 16-12. And here's the pass inside to Vanderlaar. And he gets the bucket to make it a 16-14 game. Then Hornsby for three, going to drain it. And it's 19-14, so a slow start doesn't seem to be affecting us too much here. But they're going to drain a three themselves by Holmes to tie it up at 19. More than halfway through the first half, they're going to get a bucket to get the lead right back. 21-19. Hornsby going to try to hit the three, no good. Rebounded by Holmes. Here's Osmani. Going to lay it up over the head of Mikhail Sokolov. And 23-19 is the score. Sokolov going to push the ball himself, though. Passes it over to Fernandez for the three, and it's good in the corner. 23-22. So we're faring better in this game than we did last. But then we're going to foul them on the three. They're going to drain it. And it's 26-24. They actually didn't make their free throws, so it wasn't that big of a deal, but still. And Holmes wide open for three. Going to drain it to make it 29-24. And we're going to double team the point guard, but we leave the center wide open. Hornsby called for the foul. And now it looks like Eastern Washington's starting to run away with this one. But Evans with the steal there. He's going to drive it in, dunk it himself to make it a 6-point game. 8 points for Evans so far on this one. Then we're going to press, and they're going to actually get it to the right man there. Here's Dorncamp up. Leno can't get the block, and it's an 8-point game. So we make a free throw to make it 34-27, but then they're going to get a layup here to give them a 9-point lead. We got to burn a timeout, 36-27. Sokolov going to pass cross court to Evans. Evans tried to shoot a three, but got the ball taken away, but he gets it back. Then Van Vector for three. Going to make it a 6-point game now, 36-30. Time winding down in the first half. Here's Evans. Going to pull it for two, gets the bucket. And now Eastern Washington trying to get a last-second three. Dorncamp going to pass it. Here's the three by Holmes, and he drains it. So Eastern Washington ending the first half on a high note, up 41-32 right now. And now second half action. Here's Dorncamp going to drive in. Makes the layup to make it a double-digit lead for Eastern Washington. Again with the press, but they're going to find Dorncamp with the pass, and then Reed going to lay it in for the bucket, a 13-point lead for the Eagles. And here's a pass to Foster, trying to cut into the lead, and he's going to drain the three. His first points of the game brings us within 10. And here's Hornsby, deep two, going to drain it. So 45-37, we're back within single digits, but then Red going to make a shot right in the face of Sean Brock, giving them the 10-point lead right back. And here's Dorncamp, going to pass it over to Prince. And here's Osmani inside to Thornton for the layup. And then they're going to get a free throw here. They missed the second one, but Thornton goes back up with it, Initially he misses it, but gets his rebound back. We're just not playing very well defensively at all in this one, as they're going to get the layup there to make it 54-37. And then inside, they're going to get the bucket there. McGowan, 4 points in the game so far. We're at the 10-minute mark in the second half. Foster going to hit the three to bring us within 16, that is, not 6. But anyways, McGowan going to drive in, gets the bucket, 58-41 right now. They're just blowing us out of the water. Reed going to get the layup on a double pump right there. And now 60-46. We're trying to get back into this game, but it's not working very well for us at all. And here's the layup. Good. It's 62-46. And then here's Holmes going to pass it out to Malukas. And Malukas drains the three to make it a 19-point game. And we're just trying our best at this point, but it's just not working for us. Holmes drains another three to make it a 20-point game. Hornsby going to try to cut into the lead, however. And he drains the three to make it a 17-point game, but it's just a little too late. Reed with the layup there, making it 70-51. Grady going to try a three here, and he makes it. It's a 16-point game, but at the end of the day, Eastern Washington had our number. Thornton going to get the bucket in the foul here, and Eastern Washington ends up winning this one 86-65. So again, another game that we probably should have won on paper, but because we can't really generate any offense inside, I mean, we lose another game. Let me know in the comment section what you guys think I should do as far as scoring inside, what I need to do to get better offensively. We're coming off 2 straight losses, and now we take on 2-10 Montana State. So this game should be a winnable game, right? One would hope so. But the way the team has played over the past 2 games, it's looking like the conference isn't really going to have any easy games for us. Well, let's get into the action. We start with the basketball. Here's Christopher Hornsby in the corner, no good. But the rebound by Clarence Foster. He tries to put it back, it's no good. And Montana driving down the court. And they're going to get a layup and the foul. Foster called for the foul there. His first personal. And they take an early 2-0 lead. Nelson Evans trying to take a shot from the wing, but it's no good. Now Montana State moving the ball inside, and they get an easy layup there to make it a 4-0 game. So we're already struggling early in this one. Here's a pass inside to Wolf. Brock can't get the block once again, and they're up 6-0. Here's Foster in the corner, no good, rebound, and Brock goes back up with it and puts it in for our first 2 points of the game. So it's 6-2 now. We get the ball back. Fernandez inside to Evans on the wing, no good. They're going to get the rebound. And defense trying to get back, but Montana State able to outrun us, and now they're up 10-2. So a little 2-man action between Hornsby and Foster. Hornsby tries to shoot the three, no good. Van Vector gets the rebound back out to Hornsby, and he gets the bucket from the wing. And now it's 10-4, 10-6 after some free throws. Here's a drive in. They're just able to get into the paint at will on us. And then Foster for three, no good. Rebound by Evans. Evans going to put it back up and get the bucket to make it a 12-9 game. But you're going to see here again, Sean Brock actually in foul trouble in this one, I believe. And they're just able to get to the bucket at will with him out of the game, whether he's in foul trouble or not. Foster going to miss a three. Van Vector gets a rebound, and he puts it back in. It's 14-11, 10-12 to go in the first half. But something really daunting in this game. As you see, we're missing a lot of threes. And honestly, this just goes to show when you live by the three, you die by the three. So anyways, they get a three there themselves. It's 17-11, and Van Vector going to take it inside for the layup, making it 17-13. Now 17-15, under 10 minutes to go. Pass inside to Howell. He's going to get the bucket right over Brock. And then they get to the line, under 9 minutes to go. They missed the free throw, but Howell able to get the layup after the rebound. And we're just struggling like crazy to defend inside. As you're going to see again, Evans fouling, but he gives up the bucket as well. His second foul of the game, so now Evans in foul trouble. So we got to do something. Hornsby going to shoot the three here, and it's going to bounce in and good. So finally we make a three. But we're still down 24-19. Try to get the steal there. No bueno. And then inside again, they're just killing us. Howell again with the layup. And I mean, For a 2-10 team, they are giving us the work right now. I mean, something's got to give for us, honestly. As Hornsby's going to miss the free throw, but then the steal by Frank Leno, he tries to put it back up, no good. Turksine's able to get it and put it back in, so now it's just a 7-point game, now an 8-point game. And here's Thurgood Grady driving in. He's going to pass it out to Turksine for 3, and it's good. So he trailed just 5 now. Here's an inbound, and again, we get right to the paint. And it's just like there's not really a whole lot we can do to stop it. Like, Brock's in foul trouble. Van Vector and Leno aren't really tall enough to defend the paint like that. But, I mean, something's got to be done. Let me know in the comment section what you guys think I should do defensively to do a better job of just protecting the paint, because clearly just nothing's really working. So Wolf's going to back down Grady, and then he's going to get the layup, and then Turksine's called for the goaltend. I didn't really think it was a goaltend, but what do I know, I guess. Here's the 3 by Grady in the corner, able to drain it. So we slow down the bleeding a little bit, and then here's Fernandez for 3, able to splash it, and we're down by 5, under 2 minutes to go in the first half. Here's Powers. They're swinging it around. They're going to shoot a 3 to answer right back. That's once again an 8-point game. Now, under a minute to go in the first half, Clarence Foster is going to pull up and hit the 3. So now the threes are starting to fall for us, but we still trail 41-35 going into the half. The Bobcats just dominating the paint right now. 53% from the field for them, 34 for us. We're 5 for 20 from three-point range. And again, when you live by the 3, you die by the 3. Evans going to get inside and get the layup there to start the second half. So we trail by 4, and then Brock able to get a block. But they get the rebound back, and then Atkins for 3 is good. So now we trail by 7. And then we're going to turn the ball over here. Atkins driving down the court, and he's going to pass it out. And here's the pass to Atkins for 3. Drains another one. He is just dominating us in this one. And then we're going to pass it over to Evans. Evans going to drive in, get the layup and the foul. So we're getting a little bit of action in the paint. If we can just be more consistent with that, we'll be fine. But then McDaniel for 3, wide open, making it a 9-point game. And McDaniel going to pull up again. No good this time. Foster with the rebound. So now we're showing a little bit of life. Here's Sokolov driving in, lays it up, and good. But it just seems like anytime we do well offensively, something defensively happens, as we came really close to giving up a 3, but his foot was on the line, so it's just a 2. Foster trying to shoot a 2, but he can't make it. So now Fitch going to take it up the right side. And here's the pass inside to Fitch. And it's good. They're up 11 now. We got to burn a timeout. We got to do something. Here's another 3, and they drain it. And they're just starting to blow us out the building. Here's Sokolov with a big block there. But Leno going to throw the ball away. And then Miller back inside. Sokolov can't block him again. And we're down 15 midway through the second half. Evans going to shoot a 3 to try to get us back into the game. So it's 61-49, but I mean, at the end of the day, we just couldn't stop him from getting inside the paint. And honestly, that was really our downfall in this one, as Salo going to lay it up. No good, but a rebound by Howell, and it goes back up. We're down 65-49, then McDaniel able to lay it up. I mean, this game just got really ugly late in the second half. Salo going to pass inside to Howell, back out to DeFears, and he gets another 3. And we're down 21 with just over 5 minutes to go. Here's another 3 by Salo, and we are going to lose this game 84-66. And we really just lost to a 2-10 team right now, guys. I mean, wow. We just played awful in this game. We deserve to lose. To be like, there's just nothing really we can say. We couldn't stop them from driving in whenever they wanted to. They were hitting all of their 3s, and we just got to find some way to stop teams from assaulting us in the paint, because honestly, it's just getting ridiculous at this point. We just cannot stop anybody. But on to the second game, as we try to end our 3-game losing streak, as we take on the 8-4 Montana Grizzlies. And a minute into the game, still no score. Montana moving the ball around very well. Here's a pass out to Barry, and then a wide open Frazier for 3. Good, and here we go again. It's looking like, at least. Here's Evans, gonna drive in. He's gonna lay it up, and no good. Brock gets the rebound, puts it back up for 2. So it's 3-2. Low scoring game so far, but they're gonna get a very easy layup right there off of the pass from Frazier. So now 7-2. Foster gonna throw up a 3, and he gets it. So 7-5. There's Frazier for 3. Gonna answer right back with a 3 of his own. 8 points early in the game for Frazier. But then here's Evans driving in. He's going to lay it up for his own 2 to make it a 3-point game again. Under 11 minutes to go. And Evans with another layup. He has 4 points so far. That was 13-9. Under 10 minutes to go now. And the fadeaway by Cooper is good. It's 15-9 now. And then Foster at the line misses both free throws, but Evans going to put it back up 4-2 to make it 15-11. Here's Bowden, able to get Leno jumping, and he passes it to Fleming, who lays it up for 2 to make it 17-11. So now Evans working from the corner. Nice little spin move at the baseline, and he's able to lay it up, no good, but Evans able to tip back in for 2. 17-13 now. Here's a pass inside to Brock. Brock going to pass it out to Foster for 3, and he's able to bring us within 1 with a 3-point bucket. We're able to get a steal by Fernandez. Here's Brock going to take it to the hole, and a big layup there. I thought he was going to dunk it, but 7 for a layup. It's a 1-point game, and then Brock able to tip the inbounds pass back into the inbounder, and we get the ball back because of it. And then here's Hornsby for 3, no good. Brock going to tip it back in to give us our first lead of the game. It's 20-19. Brock backing down the defender. He's going to pass it cross court to Foster for 3, and it's going to rattle around a little bit before it goes in. And now we lead 23-19. Under 7 minutes to go now, and another easy layup for the opposition. I mean, it's just a recurring theme for us, and then Brock can't get a block there either, and Montana ties it up. Brock going to tip up his own miss to give us the lead right back. There's a pass inside to Francis. Francis able to tie it up yet again. Under 5 minutes to go, we're tied 25-25. And Hornsby is just going to pull up for 3. And he gets it to make it 28-25. And then Fleming going to answer right back. But his foot was on the line, so it's only a 2. So we still lead by 1. And Sokolov going to get traps. But he's going to find Hornsby wide open for 3, and he drains it again to make it a 4-point game. Now it's a 5-point game after we made a free throw. Christian going to shoot a 3. It's good. And they trail by just 2. It's a 2-point game and just over 2 minutes to go. Evans cross court to Fisher. Fisher no good. Evans gets the rebound, goes back up with it, and it's good. So we're trying our best to keep the lead. Under 2 minutes to go. Evans going to pass over to Brock. Back to Evans. Going to back down the defender. Just does a little turnaround hook, and it's good. So now a 6-point lead for the Hornets. And here's an attempted 3, no good, blocked by Brock. Evans already with 10 rebounds, and he's going to lay this one up, and it's good. He already has a double-double in the first half. So now we're trying to trap them, but that's going to open up a little bit of a can of worms as they're going to get an easy layup there, and the foul by Brock, who has 2 in the game at this point. We go into the half up 39-34, and we're shooting better from the field than we did last game. So I have a good feeling going into the second half that we can hold on to this one. But again, our interior defense is just awful. We give up a layup there. Now here's Brock backing down the defender. He's going to hit the turnaround jumper. Gets double figures in points now. It's 41-38. And they're going to get a layup there by Barry to make it a 1-point game. And then the pass inside to Bowden. He's going to lose the ball. Van Vector with the steal. He's going to flip it over to Foster. Foster lays it up, and it's good. So we're back up 3 now. And Montana ball. Here's Fleming. Going to lay it up. Gets inside very easily yet again. So it's 43-42. Here's Brock. Backing down the defender. Puts up the hook, and he's able to get it. 12 points in the game for Brock now. And there's Barry going to answer right back with a layup of his own. That's a 1-point ball game. And they're on the fast break. Layup's no good. Evans with the rebound. He's going to pass it to Foster. And a big dunk by Foster. Gets the contact and the bucket. So now it's 48-44. We're holding on so far in the second half. Now here's Fleming going to put it up over Foster. He doesn't even jump. So a 2-point lead now. Under 10 minutes to go in the second half, and Christian going to get the layup to tie the ball game up at 48. And Leno going to pass over to Van Vector, who shoots it. No good. Rebounded by Leno. Leno goes back up with it and gets it. And we're up 50 to 48 once again. And then Leno completely misses what could have been a steal there. And Montana able to capitalize and get the bucket. So now it's 50 all. Christian goes up for 3 and he drains it. Grizzlies get the lead back now. Then Barry going to pass inside, and the layup is good by Holman. We have to burn the timeout. Under 9 minutes to go in the game. And another layup by Bowden. They're starting to pull away with this one. I mean, we did such a good job of hanging in there, but at this point, they're just starting to embarrass us. Here's a pass inside to Brock. Brock gonna turn it over. And then here is Hooper trying to get inside. Passes it inside to Holman. Holman lays it up. They have a double-digit lead halfway through the second half. And then Fernandez is gonna miss a free throw, but then Brock gets the rebound and the layup. So 61 to 53. We're trying to make a little bit of a comeback here. We can't get the bucket there. Hooper on the fast break, gonna give it to Francis, who lays it up and gets the contact. And we trail by 10, under 6 minutes to go. Brock gonna pass it over to Fernandez, who shoots the 3, no good. We're gonna get the steal here. Evans puts it back up, and now it's an 8-point game. But then the pass inside to Barry, no good. He's gonna get his own rebound and get the bucket. I mean, we're giving them too many second chance opportunities, and they're capitalizing on them. So here's the pass to Fleming at the top of the arc. He's going to get the bucket. 67 to 55. Now 67-56. And Bowden going to lay it up. Makes it a 13-point game. And honestly, at this point, we just can't stop them. They got on a roll late in this game, and honestly, they just crushed us. And then here's Frazier with the dagger. That's all she wrote pretty much. This game was already decided at that point anyways, but Montana with an 88-64 win. Mind you, we led at the half. We led by 4, but we still led at the half, and we just played horribly in the second half, and they just dominated us. They more than doubled our point total in the second half. And it's like, anytime that happens, you're not going to win very many games. That's just the bottom line. So now we're on a 4-game losing streak. We've lost 4 games in the conference. And we're actually going to get you updated on some recruiting. As you can see, we have a few guys over 80% interested in Sacramento State. We're going to start off with Trevor Schwartz. He is 6'8", 225, and is a small forward out of Long Beach, California. Doesn't seem to be a very good shooter at all. Seems to be more of a defensive player and a rebounder more than anything else. So we might end up moving him to power forward. And it looks like we're battling with UCSB. I'm not sure exactly who that is, but Schwartz isn't exactly an offensive player. He's more a defensive-minded player. As you see, he averaged 2 blocks per game while playing in the ABL. The next guy we're going to look at is Bill Queen. He's 6'11", 233, out of Garden Grove, and he is a center, so he could possibly be a backup to Sean Brock. Again, not a big shooting guy, but his size is an A grade. More of a rebounder and a defensive player, and he'll probably play either power forward or center for us. More than likely center, though, as he averaged 11 points and about 12 rebounds in the ABL. But again, not really a shooter. Then we have Miles Andreas out of Santa Clarita, California. He's 6'10", 213. And again, another guy who's not a very good shooter, as you can see. He's a B- potential. But close shooting, he's better than Queen and Schwartz, actually. Pretty good size as well. And he actually has us number 1 on his list, unlike the other 2. But again, didn't really put out many points, and actually was Bill Queen's backup in the ABL. Then we got Jeffrey Gilchrist out of Oakland, California, 6'5", 218 pounds, listed as a small forward. And we don't have a lot of information on his shooting, but it is a B- defense as well. But we'll see what happens with him. He didn't play the ABL, so we don't really have any stats to show you guys. but I'm interested in bringing him in. Anyways, let's get started with the first game of the video, taking on the Northern Colorado Bears. And I just want to give out a huge shout out to my boy Husker Ninja. He's actually doing a Northern Colorado legacy on his channel, so make sure you guys subscribe to him. The link will be in the description. Anyways, we're going to get into the game as Wood makes a deep 2 as time's running down the shot clock to give him an early 2-0 lead, but then Christopher Hornsby going to answer right back with a 3. Give us our first lead of the game. It's 3-2, but then they're going to clap back with their own 3. So a lot of clapping back going on. Northern Colorado takes a 2-point lead. Then Hornsby going to miss the shot there. They're going to get the rebound. Here's Snowden down the court. Going to lay it up and good. And Northern Colorado is actually 5-15 on the season. Takes an early 4-point lead, but then Sean Brock on the rebound from the Nelson Evans miss is going to put it back in. Cuts the deficit to 2. And then here's the layup. No good. Evans going to get the rebound. He's going to take it up the court himself. Driving inside. A big layup there to tie the game up at 7. So 2 minutes into the first half, and Brock going to tip the ball away. It's stolen by Sokolov, and Mikhail Sokolov going to put it up and good to give us our second lead of the game. It's 9-7 now. There's a pass inside. Frank Leno caught napping there as Northern Colorado going to tie it up. And then Christopher Hornsby going to take it inside, passes it back to Evans. Evans able to get a man to jump, lays it up, and good. Give us the lead right back. So on the inbounds, I get Evans and Hornsby to double team English. English going to fall over. Stolen by Hornsby. Pass up to Evans, and a big dunk from Nelson Evans to give us a 4-point lead. Just over 10 minutes to go in the first half. Here's the 3, and they're going to drain it to make it a 1-point game. Good shot by Hendricks. So here's Leno backing down the defender. Going to pass it out to Clarence Foster, who gets his first bucket of the game. It's 15-12 now. Now under 10 minutes to go. They're going to miss a 3 here. Leno able to get the rebound. Going to push it up to Evans. Evans going to try to push it. Gets it back to Leno. Over to Hornsby. To Evans in the corner. He's going to drive in and then kick it out to Foster. He's going to shoot it, and it's good, but it's only a 2. He had his foot on the line, but still a 5-point lead for us now. And English going to kick it out to Lampley. Lampley lays it up, and good. Makes it a 3-point game yet again. Pretty much midway through the first half, and here's Sokolov taking the ball up. Going to pass it over to Brock, backs down to the defender, and kicks it out to Fernandez, and Matthew Fernandez going to drain the 3. Make it a 6-point lead for Sacramento State. After a few free throws, Sacramento State up 23-14 now. A missed 3 by Northern Colorado is rebounded and put in. So now it's 23-16. Evans going to hit a 3 himself, though, to make it a 10-point game. And so far, we're pretty much dominating Northern Colorado, but they're going to make a deep 2 right there by Snowden to make it an 8-point game. And Snowden again able to get Brock to jump and gets another 2. He has 11 points so far in this game. 6-point game now. Wood going to kick it out to Snowden. Snowden going to drain the 3. And he's putting the team on his back. Brings him within 3 now. Then under 5 minutes to go, Fernandez going to kick it out to Foster, who drains the 3 to make it a 6-point game yet again. Wood going to clap back with a 2 to make it a 4-point game now. Then Foster going to clap back at him with a 3. He now has 10 points in the game. 32-25 is the score now. And here you're going to see the ramifications of running press defense as we give up an easy bucket there. It's 32-27. We're going to miss a 3 here. Lamptey's going to get the rebound. Going to push it up to Dawn. Dawn working against Brock. Going to pass it inside to Snowden, who jams it down. Makes it a 3-point game. So Northern Colorado is showing a lot of fight so far in this game. But now under 2 minutes to go, Foster going to miss the 3, but Brock taps it back in. Gives us a 5-point lead. Now, under a minute to go, here's Fernandez for 3, going to drain it and make it 37-29. Time winding down in the first half. They're going to turn the ball over here. And Sokolov going to take it in and dunk it to end the first half. We're up 39-29 over Northern Colorado. Kind of an up and down half for us. 7 for 17 from 3-point range, 37% field goal percentage overall, but only 2 turnovers, whereas they've turned the ball over 9 times. And Snowden with 16 points for Northern Colorado, pretty much putting the team on his back, like I said. And we begin the second half, Northern Colorado with the ball. Here's English going to pass it over to Wood for 3, and he's going to drain it. Brings him within 7 to begin the second half of the game. So Sokolov going to take it up himself, and he's going to pass it over to Evans in the corner for 3. He's going to miss. Brock with the rebound. He's going to back down the defender, puts it up himself, and good. Makes it 41-32. And here's English trying to take the ball in, but he's going to throw it away. So we get the ball right back now. So careless decision there. We don't really do much with the ball, however, as they're going to get it back now, and Wood wide open for 2 to make it a 7-point game again. So 1 minute down in the second half, and Clarence Foster going to hit the 3 from the wing to make it a 10-point game once again. And here's Leno going to pass it out to Evans. Evans going to shoot the 3, drains it. So now it's a 13-point game for Sacramento State. Here's the pass out to Wood. He's going to answer right back with a 3 of his own. And now it's a 10-point game yet again. We're going to miss a few shots here. Here's Foster from 3, going to drain it, however. And we're up 13 yet again. So here's the pressure. Wood trying to get past Brock and Foster. But that's easier said than done, as he's going to fall over. Brock going to pick it up and slams it down with authority to make it a 15-point game, our biggest lead in this one. And we're going to press English this time. English going to pass it, and he's going to find Wood, who's going to drive in and lay it up, make it a 13-point game yet again. So we're going to miss a shot here. Reed with the rebound. Pass inside to Wood, and Sokolov just not good enough defense there. Now we're only up by 11. Here's the pass inside to Brock, and Brock going to kick it back out to Evans. Evans with the 3. Good. Make it a 14-point game. Northern Colorado needs a timeout. We're just too much for them at this point. But again, the press really backfires a lot because usually Brock is up there to help press, and we have no big men to really defend the bucket. And then here's Evans with the 3, drains it. He has 18 points now. It's 58-43. But Snowden gonna lay it up. He's still trying to put the team on his back. Still trying to lead this team to a very rare victory for these guys. And Brock gonna be called for goaltending there. And he just wasn't very patient with that ball, possibly leaving the rim. So now 11-point game, 5 minutes into the second half. Here's Rock Turksign going to pass it out to Leno. Leno, really good ball movement from this team. He's going to put up a 2 and makes it a 13-point game. Now under 10 minutes to go. Here's Fernandez for 3, going to drain it. We're up by 16 now. And we're going to keep that same energy at this point. We keep pressing, but then we give up another 3. English with now 10 assists in the game. And then a big block there by Turksign. Sends it back, and he's going to push it inside to Foster for 2. Foster now with 18 points, and we're up by 15. Leno nearly got the steal there, but then Fernandez ends up getting it. And here's a pass to Turksign, who's going to put it up. We're up by 17 points, almost halfway through the second half. And here's Lamptey going to put it up for 2. Makes it a 15-point game. Then we're going to turn it over here. Lamptey with another steal. Then the drive in and the bucket by Wood. So we got to call a timeout real quick before this game gets out of hand. So Hendricks going to pass it out to English. English going to pass it inside to Hendricks for the bucket. A little 2-man action there. Make it a 12-point game. But then Evans trying to hit the 3, no good. Brock with the rebound. Going to put up a hook and makes it. Make it a 14-point game. Northern Colorado still trying to come back in this one, though. Here's English with another assist to Wood. Makes it an 11-point game. But then Hornsby in the corner for the 3. Makes it a 14-point game. We're trying to put these guys away as Foster can't get the steal there. Here's a pass inside to Snowden, and Snowden with another dunk. 23 points up to this point in the game. So now a 12-point game. Evans for 3. No good. They're going to get the rebound here. And English going to push it. Passes it out to Wood for 3, and he's going to bring them within single digits now. It's 72-63, under 5 minutes to go. But Foster going to clap back with a 3 of his own. And now Northern Colorado trying to inbound the ball here. And they're going to pass it. Evans gets the steal. He's going to push it up to Foster. Foster going to pass it over to Sokolov. And here's Evans working his way inside. Going to put it up, and That is a hard shot to make for anybody, but Evans able to make it. It's now a 14-point game, just over 3 minutes to go. Snowden going to put it up. Still trying to fight, but he misses there. Evans with the rebound, and now he's taking it up the court himself. Going to pass it to Foster in the corner for the three, no good. Brock with the rebound, however, passes it out to Evans, and this time Evans misses, but Brock with another rebound. And now there's a pass out to Foster on the wing. No good. Brock gets another rebound. He's just like, screw it, I'll do it myself. Puts it up. It's a 16-point game. Now under 2 minutes to go. Evans going to give it to Foster in the corner, and Foster going to drain it. And we're up 19. We'd end up winning this one 88-70. Northern Colorado did put up a fight at many points in this game, even bringing it within 9 points in the second half. But at the end of the day, the 3-point barrage by Foster, by Evans, by Hornsby was just way too much. Foster was your player of the game for this one with 24 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists. Although Brock with 12 points, 17 rebounds, 7 assists as well with 4 blocks. You could argue that Brock probably should have been player of the game. But Northern Colorado really got carried by 2 guys. Wood came out in the second half and started burying us with threes. Snowden played really well throughout the entirety of that game. But for a 5-15 team, they definitely put up a fight. Anyways, our next game in the video is going to be against Eastern Washington. If you guys remember, the first time we played against these guys, we lost 88-65, so we're looking for revenge in this one. We did sweep Northern Colorado, by the way, so I forgot to mention that earlier, but I'm mentioning it now, and that's all that matters, as Eastern Washington going to be called for a backcourt violation. We're up 3-0 2 minutes into this game, not a whole lot of scoring, as Brock going to pick up his second foul of the game, as Eastern Washington now going to be able to just run the post as much as they want in the first half, as they hit a 3 there. So it's 5-4 Eastern Washington. Here's a pass out to Foster. He's trying to drive in, has to give it to Leno. Leno going to back down the defender. Passes it out to Evans. Evans going to kick it out to Hornsby for 3. Drains it to make it a 2-point lead for Sacramento State. And then here's Foster going to kick it out to Hornsby again. Back inside to Foster. Trying to back down the defender doesn't work, but he kicks it out to Evans, and it's good. The D2 makes it a 4-point game. Now Evans going to kick it back to Hornsby, and he's able to drain the 3 to give us a 7-point lead. Eastern Washington looking to respond. Here's a pass inside. Like I said, without Brock, our interior defense just suffers, as Foster going to hit a deep 3 to make it an 8-point lead for Sacramento State. Then Hornsby going to miss the 3 here, but it's rebounded, and Evans going to put it back up. Gives us an early double-digit lead about midway through the first half. Here's McGowan. He's going to pass it to Osamani. It's going to be blocked by Turksign, however, and we're going to try to get on a fast break, but Fernandez not able to capitalize. Looked like it got blocked, but anyways, under 7 minutes to go. They're going to hit a 2 there. So now it's 17-9. But here's Frank Leno with a big dunk, giving us a 10-point lead. And again, Leno not really an offensive player, but he is able to do things like that. As Dornkamp going to lay it up for 2 to make it a single-digit game once again. Now here's Osamani trying to drive in. He's going to get to the bucket and good. And that's going to cut our lead to 6 points. Under 5 minutes to go. Here's a pass to Hornsby. He's going to miss the 2. Rebounded by Foster. Back up and good. And it's an 8-point lead for Sacramento State. So here's a shot. No good. Rebounded by Hornsby. And here's Turksign driving down the court. Tries to spin inside, but he's going to kick it out to Foster, whose foot's on the line, but it's still good for 2. And we're up by 10 yet again. Under 4 minutes to go in the first half. Here's the layup. Good. And honestly, with Brock being out because of foul trouble, we're doing pretty well on the post, defensively at least. We just got to keep it up. As here's Vandelaire, got to put it up. Makes it a 6-point game. Under 3 minutes to go. Here's the 3. And McCool's going to make it a 3-point game now. A 4-point game because of a free throw for us. But Evans going to get blocked there. Then McCool's again. No good this time, but then Ricci tries to put it back up. But Evans going to be called for the goaltend. So now it's a 2-point lead for Sacramento State. Evans going to make up for it by putting up a 2 of his own to make it 26-22. Under 2 minutes to go. They're going to miss a 3 here. Ricci gets the rebound, puts it back up 4-2. Now under a minute to go. We're up by 3. Here's McCool's working against Van Vector. Completely just shakes him there. And he makes it a 1-point game. We end up taking a 2-point lead into halftime. Only 28 points for us. We're shooting 30% from the field, 3 for 19 for 3-point range, and 5 for 12 from the line. That's not going to win you many ball games. And honestly, I feel like every game is a must-win if we really want to clinch that regular season championship. As Hornsby going to hit a 3 here, breaks the early second half tie. Now it's 31-30. And here's Ricci, goes up, puts it up for 2 as Eastern Washington takes the lead, 32-31. Now here's Hornsby over to Foster in the corner. He's going to drain the 3 to give us the lead right back. It's 34-32. The crowd is getting hyped now, and we're going to get a big steal there as Sokolov going to pass it inside to Leno, and Leno going to make the bucket to make it a 4-point game. Now 3 minutes into the second half, McGowan going to put it up. And good to make it a 2-point game yet again. And Foster going to hit a 3 to give us a 5-point lead. 14 points in the game for him. Now here's Evans going to lay it up for 2 to make it a 7-point game. And we're starting to break away. We're up by 11 after some free throws. And they're going to answer back, slow down the bleeding a little bit. But then here's Foster for 3. No good. And here they go. Osamani going to put it up for 2. He's going to make it a 7-point game yet again. Then here's the pass to Foster in the corner. No good. They're going to get another rebound. We just cannot hit any type of threes right now. And it's getting a little frustrating. I'm not going to lie. As Osamani going to pass it inside. Here's Prince with the layup. Good. It's a 5-point game now. And here's the pass inside. Good. Now it's a 3-point game. And we got to do something. Either we got to start working the inside or we got to just hit our damn threes. As Evans nearly loses the ball there, gets it back and hits a deep 2 to make it a 5-point game. Now, midway through the second half, here's Osamani. Going to pass it inside to McGowan, lays it up and good. It's a 3-point game. And then here's the pass inside to McCoolis. He's going to lay it up. Gets the bucket and the foul. He'd actually missed the free throw, so he wouldn't be able to tie it up. But still a very close game heading into the home stretch as Foster going to miss yet another 3. Now it's a 2-point game under 5 minutes to go. Here's Sean Brock back into the game with all his foul trouble and everything. Going to pass it over to Hornsby for the 3. So we finally make one. And it's 53-48. Under 4 minutes to go. Pass it over to McGowan. It's good. And now it's a 3-point game. 3.5 minutes to go in the second half. Here's Hornsby over to Evans. Going to shoot the deep 3. Drains it. Now it's a 6-point lead for us. Brock going to tip the ball. Evans gets credited with the steal. Puts it up. Now it's an 8-point game. As we're starting to pull away with this one. Here's Ricci. Going to miss there. But the rebound and the putback by Prince. Going to make it a 6-point game. Now we're under the 3-minute mark. Evans going to pass it out to Foster, who's finally going to make a 3. 61-52, and then Foster with the steal. Goes back out, and he's going to pass it over to Sokolov. Sokolov going to try to drive in. Kicks it out to Hornsby in the corner. He's going to drain it, and we make it a 12-point game. 2 minutes remaining. Here's Hornsby over to Foster. He's going to hit another 3. With a hand in his face, still makes it. So now it's a 14-point game. Evans going to get the contact. Can't get the bucket, but still good contact there. And we're up 67-53. And Evans actually hurt on the play. He sprained his ankle. He's going to miss 7 days, apparently, or at least be hurt for 7 days. So he might be able to play still. But that's going to be a tough injury if Evans can't come back for those 7 days. But anyways, we're going to walk away with the victory. 70-56 is your final, and again, Clarence Foster, your player of the game, with 21 points, 5 for 16 from 3-point range, had 6 rebounds, 2 steals in this one as well, so another great game for Foster. Foster had 21 points, Hornsby with 20, Evans with 18. Brock only had 2 points, only played 9 minutes in this one because of foul trouble. But overall, Eastern Washington made it really close for most of the game, but it took one good run for us to put them away. Sometimes it's all you need, honestly. So we get our revenge on Eastern Washington, and we keep the win streak going. Like I said before, there are 2 games that you guys aren't going to be able to see, at least not yet. We played CSU Bakersfield, and we beat them 86-81. It was a pretty close game. Sean Brock with probably his best game so far this season. And overall, they gave us a fight in the second half, but we were able to hold on. And this game, you really are going to want to see once I'm able to get the footage of it. I beat Northern Arizona 97-86 in overtime. We trailed most of this game, but we came back in the second half, and it took a Clarence Foster 3 as time expired in the second half to send it to OT, and then we outscored them 20-9. It was a great game. I might actually do a reaction video to that game once I'm able to get the footage, but that might not be for a little bit. But yeah, as you can see, we're going to be checking out the statistics here, the statistic leaders. As you see, Nelson Evans leads the team in points. Sean Brock leads the team in rebounds by a wide margin. He actually also leads the team in assists, which is pretty crazy. I mean, a center leading the team in assists. I mean, usually you just backing down to the defender and then kicking out for a 3 or something like that. So that's probably why. Then Evans also leads the team in steals per game as well. Hornsby is right behind him, and Foster is 3 on the list. And then Sean Brock also leading the team in blocks, as you would imagine, because he is 7'5". So if he's not leading the team in blocks, there's an issue. But anyways, we are going to get into some gameplay now as we're taking on the Weber State Wildcats. Currently, they're sitting at 10-6 on the season. I don't know what their conference record is. I am going to do an update in the next video as far as the standings go in the Big Sky Conference. But here we go. Our first game back in about a month. And Sean Brock easily wins the tip. Here's Evans going to pass it to Brock. And now here's Hornsby. Back out to Sokolov. He's going to pass it inside to Brock. Brock going to back down the defender. Out to Foster. And he's not going to get the 3, unfortunately. So no 3 to start the game. So now Weber State ball. They're going to pass it inside to Tudovicius. And he's going to get the bucket to give him a 2-0 lead. And then Weber State's going to turn the ball over on their next possession. Foster gets the steal there. We nearly turn it over ourselves, but Brock able to get it back and puts it in for 2. So it's 2-all. And then here's the 3 from Malaman, and he's going to drain it. But we're going to say right back at you. Evans going to kick it out to Hornsby. Hornsby's going to hit the 3 from the corner. So now it's 5-5. And then Abruzut tries to lay it up, but it's blocked by Brock. Now here's Evans driving in. And he completely takes that guy's ankles, but he doesn't convert the bucket. I mean, if you're going to take somebody's ankles like that, you got to make the bucket afterwards, as Abruzut's able to make the layup on the other end to make it 7-5 Weber State. So back the other way now. Here's Evans. Going to pass it across court to Foster, and he's going to drain the 3 to give Sacramento State a 1-point lead now. And we nearly get the steal there, but because of the press, we actually get the steal right there, and a long-range throw to Sokolov, and Sokolov can't make the layup, but he does get 1 free throw at least to make it 9-7. Now here's a layup on the other end by Sherman to tie it up at 9. Weber State, here's a Tudovicius laying it up, and good. Foster gets called for the foul, his 2nd of the game, so he had to exit with foul trouble. But Evans going to drain a 3 to tie it back up at 12. And then we're going to get another steal here. I mean, our defense is just playing really tenaciously. Evans wide open for 3 in the corner. No good. It's rebounded by Vane Vector, though. And here's Brock. Going to back down the defender. Out to a wide open Christopher Hornsby for the 3 to give us a 3-point lead. Under 10 minutes to go in the first half. Evans going to turn it over himself this time. And then here's the layup. Brock just way too late to it, and Fanning going to get the bucket. 15-14 now. But then a big block there by Brock. Sends it the other way. Here's Sokolov up the court. Gonna give it to Hornsby for three. Between the wing and the corner, no good. Brock with the rebound, gets it and puts it back in. 17-14 now. Brock backing down the defender. He's gonna throw it to Hornsby. He's just inside the corner. 19-14. Now, halfway through the first half, 20-15 now. Here's Evans trying to drive inside, gets through, lays it up and good. It's 22-15 now. Fanning looking to answer back for Weber State. No good. Brock with the rebound, and he's going to pass it. Evans going to try to drive inside, lays it up, and he gets the bucket and the foul, but doesn't make the free throw, and that would actually be a recurring theme in this game for Evans. We'll talk more about that later as Nava makes a layup for Weber State to make it a 7-point game. And here's another layup by Malaman, make it a 5-point game. We have to burn timeout real quick. But we're going to get a steal right here. Sokolov driving in. He's going to crank it back and dunk it. A huge dunk by Mikhail Sokolov to make it 26-19. And then here's Hornsby in the corner for three. 11 points up to this point. It's 29-19. But then Nava going to answer right back with a three of his own to make it 29-22. Under 4 minutes to go in the first half. Here's Hornsby going to pass across court. Finds Fernandez in the deep wing for the three to make it 32-22. Nava looking to drive in, and he's going to get the layup there. 7 points in the game for Nava up to this point. Now under 2 minutes to go, and Evans going to get another bucket in one, but doesn't get the free throw. So it's a 6-point game now. The Wildcats trying to get a bucket to answer, and really good ball movement there. It's going to end with Malaman hitting a three to make it a 3-point game. And just over a minute to go, here's Hornsby on the wing with a three to answer back, making it 37-31. Tom winding down in the first. Fernandez with a three, and is good. So Fernandez kind of the replacement for Foster in this game with Foster in foul trouble. Then we get a steal off the inbound, and Hornsby slams it down to make it 42-32. The Wildcats still going to try to fight, though, but we're going to get a steal. And Grady going to lay it up, gets the foul, makes both free throws. But they do end with the last laugh in the first half as the Tudovicius hits a mid-range jumper to make it 44-34 going into the half. But still a pretty solid half for us. We forced 9 turnovers in the first half. And as you can see, Hornsby with 16 points, Evans with 10. So we're doing pretty well without Foster being in the game a whole lot, but it'd be nice to have him back as the Tudovicius makes the layup there to make it an 8-point game. First minute gone by in the second half, and the Tudovicius again with another layup. That name is a mouthful, by the way. So it's 44-38. Here's Evans backing down to the defender. Passes it out to Hornsby. Hornsby tries to lay it up, no good. Brock with the rebound. He's going to put it back up for 2 to make it an 8-point game. And I'm telling you guys, ever since I started pressing, I mean, the defense has just been so much better. And Brock with a big dunk after Sokolov passes it to him. 48-38. We're going to press again here, and we get another steal. Pass inside to Brock. He's going to lay it up. It's good. 50-38, 6 points in such a short time. And we nearly get another one, but Hornsby can't keep it in bounds. But still a great sequence there by the defense. Now it's 50-38. Evans going to lay it up for 2, making it 52-38. And on the other side, we're going to get a steal for Hornsby. That's his 4th steal of the game. And the pass inside to Sokolov. And he's going to swing it to Evans. Evans going to back down the defender. Passes it to Foster in the corner for the 3. And it's 55-38. We're starting to blow out Weber State. And it's Tudovicius with the layup. It's good. Hornsby called for the foul. And Weber trying to make it a game again. As Mbaye going to lay it up for 2 to make it 55-43. But then Evans going to quiet down the crowd with this 3, making it 58-43. And here's Evans again. Gets inside, lays it up, and good. 17 points for Evans up to this point. Now it's 60-47. Here's Van Vector with the ball. Going to pass it over to Evans for another 3. And it's 63-47. Then the Tudovicius going to drive inside, gets the bucket, trying to slow down the bleeding a little bit. 63-49. It's under 9 minutes to go, and Evans going to hit another three. So now 66-49. He misses a free throw, but he gets the ball back, lays it up and good. It's 68-49. And then we get a steal here. Evans puts it right back up. 70-49 is the score now. And then Evans back out to Foster. He's going to drain the three. 73-51. And Evans going to lay it up again. 75-51. We're just blowing them out right now. It's pretty embarrassing. Then Fernandez is going to pass it to Rourke Turksign for the three. 78-52. Then Turksign in the corner again for another three. This is all part of a 25-5 run midway through the second half. Just absolutely dominating them. We'd end up winning this one 99-65. Just absolutely blowing out Weber State in the second half. Nelson Evans is your player of the game with 30 points. He did miss 8 free throws in this one. Only went 2 for 10, but 12 for 23 from the field and 4 for 6 from three-point range. It's pretty damn good, along with 6 assists and 3 steals and 3 rebounds. And we forced 21 turnovers in this game, and we only turned it over 4 times ourselves, and we went 17 for 31 from three-point range. So dominant second half. We outscored them 55-31. Hornsby with 20 points. Evans again with 30. Brock with 12. Turksign with 12 off the bench. And Tudovic is really the only threat they had offensively. Malaman made a few shots as well. But for the most part, I don't feel like Nava got enough minutes for them. He got 7 points pretty quickly for them. So next time we play them, they should play Nava a little bit more, honestly. So the second game in this video is going to be against Idaho State. They're sitting at 6-10, so they're not having a great season right now. And honestly, I'm trying to get this win streak going. We've won 3 in a row so far. I'm trying to get another win. I'm just trying to win the rest of the games. So if we somehow, some way don't win the tournament, like the Big Sky tournament, we still at least make the NIT, if not get in as like an at-large. I mean, making it as an at-large after losing 7 games in a small conference is damn near impossible. But come on, guys. I'm just trying to stay positive here. So anyways, we get the tip again as expected. Pause. As Hornsby going to try to pass it to Evans, but he's going to turn it over. And Galloway going to lay it up for 2. A very easy 2 to start the game off for Idaho State. And now Hornsby going to pass it to Foster in the corner for 3. And we take a 1-point lead just like that. They get 2 free throws, and then Foster just falls over, turning the ball over. Galloway going to pass it inside, and McNaughton can't get the layup, but he is fouled by Evans. And, I mean, fouls would be a big issue in this one, to be honest with you. As Galloway gets another layup, it's 8-3 right now. And then we turn the ball right back over to them. And it's kind of a reverse from the last game. I mean, we forced a lot of turnovers against Weber State, and now we're turning the ball over like crazy against Idaho State. As Evans picks up his second foul of the game, and he's going to have to sit the rest of the first half pretty much. But White already with 3 steals for Idaho State. And then the pass inside to McNaughton. He lays it up. He's no good. We get the rebound. We're going up the other way. And Foster going to lay it up, and it's good. So now we just trail by 5. 3 minutes into the first half. Here's Brock backing down the defender outside to Hornsby. He's no good. And, I mean, we're just really struggling in this game so far. And they're going to shoot a 3. So a 6-point turnaround there as Childs makes the 3. 13-5. We're going to get the steal. And Sokolov cranks back and dunks it again, just like he did last game. So it's 13-7, but they're going to get a layup here after missing it initially. So it's 15-7. Hornsby for 3. He's going to drain it. And now we trail by 5 yet again. Now we trail 7. Leno going to lay it up. No good. Gets his own rebound. Puts it back up, and it's good. As we trail by 5 now. And we're going to get a steal of our own now as Turksign gets the steal. He's going to pass it inside to Fernandez, who makes the layup. So now it's a 3-point game. And now here's the pass to Childs. He's going to lay it up. No good, but he's fouled by Foster. That's his second foul of the game. So Foster again in foul trouble. No Evans, no Foster for pretty much the rest of the first half. That spells disaster, honestly, but the reserves would prove that they can hold their own. They can do their thing. As we get a layup there, we only trail by 3. Pass inside to McNaughton. Back outside. No good, but a rebound by McNaughton. He's going to put it back up. No good again. Gets his own rebound. I mean, we just allowed him to get way too many rebounds there. So now we trail by 5 yet again. And Child's going to lay it up 4-2 to make it a 23-16 game. And White just going to drive in himself. Gets an easy layup. So just like that, we trail by 9. But here's Hornsby putting it up for 2. It's good, and he gets the contact. But he misses the free throw, so it's only 25-18. They're going to miss the layup here, but Brock went up way too early, and he gets called for goaltending. So under 4 minutes to go in the first half, Brock going to pass cross court to Hornsby. He's going to get the 3 to make it 27-21. I mean, with Evans and Foster out, somebody got to take control of the scoring for Sacramento State. As Brock going to be called again for another goaltend. That one was a little more fair because that was probably going in anyways. So now it's 30-21. Brock back out to Turkside, who's going to drain the 3 to make it a 6-point game. Then the press is going to get to him as the point guard's just going to throw it away. It's our ball now, 30-24. And Thurgood Grady going to hit the 3 from the corner. He's been really quiet as of late. But a big 3 there makes it a 3-point game. Then Van Vector going to lay it up 4-2 to make it a 1-point game. And then a layup is going to make it a 3-point game yet again for Idaho State. But before the end of the half, here's Turksign. Going to lay it up himself, gets the bucket. And we only trail by 1 going into halftime. It feels like it should be a lot more than that because we did not play a good half of basketball at all. Turning the ball over 8 times. We turned it over 4 times the entire game against Weber State. And already in the first half, we've doubled the amount of turnovers that we had in the last game. But it's all good as we get a bucket there to tie it up at 33. And then we're going to get the steal. Sokolov going to push it up. And Evans going to lay it up for 2. We take the lead 35-33, our first lead since we were up 3-2 in the first half. And then Brock going to get called for the foul here as McNaughton able to make the bucket, and he gets the free throw to give them a 1-point lead. But then Brock going to go right back up to it and atone for it. That's actually his first 2 points of the game, which I'm kind of surprised by because usually Brock gets like a few early buckets, but not so much. So now we're tied at 38, a minute and a half into the second half. Here's a pass inside to Childs, and Foster going to be called for his 3rd foul of the game. And I don't know what it is. He's just been really overzealous lately. And then Brock is going to be called for another goaltend, the 3rd goaltend of the game for Sean Brock. And now we trail by 4. But Brock again going to make up for it by getting a bucket of his own to make it 42-40. And then Brock going to back down the defender. And he's going to kick it out to Hornsby for 3. No good. Brock gets the rebound, puts it back up 4-2. And now it's 42 all. So on the other side now, McNaughton misses the first layup, misses the second one, but Brock gets called for his 3rd foul of the game. Everybody's in foul trouble in this one, it feels like. But then a big dunk by Victor Van Vector to tie the game back up. Then we're going to get the steal here, and Fernandez is going to get the layup, making it 46-44. He'd missed the free throw. Everybody's missing free throws. But everybody's making threes as Hornsby makes another one from the corner. Now it's 49-44. But they're going to answer back with a bucket of their own by White. So now it's 49-46. Hornsby going to pass it out to Fernandez for 3 in the corner. Good. And we're up 52-46. Now White going to lay it up for 2. Gets it. So we're just kind of going back and forth at this point. So 52-48, just over 10 minutes to go. Pass inside the Diener, and Diener going to get the layup. And now we only lead by 2. But Van Vector going to kick it back out to Fernandez in the corner for another 3. 10 points for Fernandez. And it's 56-52. Grady going to hit a 3 himself, making it 59-52. So as much as like our inside offense has struggled in the past, it's looking better, and we're doing a better job of hitting threes. Well, we give up a big one right there to make it 59-55. So halfway through the second half now. And here's a big layup by Evans to make it 61-56. But this is a really good game so far, as opposed to the last one where it turned into a blowout. This one's staying pretty close all the way through, as they're going to make another bucket to make it a 1-point game. 61-60, under 7 minutes to go, and Evans going to hit a big three on the wing to make it 64-60. And Evans with another layup to make it 66-61, a 5-point game for us. Evans going to shoot a three, no good. They're going to get the rebound, but then we're going to get the steal here. And Van Vector going to put it up to make it a 7-point game. Now, under 5 minutes to go, here's Leno. Going to pass it across court to Grady again for three, and he drains it. I mean, I think Turksign and Grady both need more playing time at this point because they're both balling over the past 2 games, but then they're going to hit a three of their own. Make it 71-64. Under 4 minutes to go. McNaughton going to shoot it. No good. Rebounded, and Dieter's going to put it back up for 2. So 71-66. Just over 3 minutes to go, and Brock called for his 4th foul of the game. He's 1 away from fouling out. He has to be really careful. And they're going to get a layup to make it a 2-point game. Just over 2 minutes to go. We're going to turn it over. Galloway with his 3rd steal of the game. And now they're just going to be really patient about it. They nearly turn it over themselves. Galloway going to drive in. And I was really hesitant to try to block that with Brock as to avoid getting him to foul out. But now it's 71 all. Under 2 minutes to go. This is a really tense moment in this game. It can really go either way. Here's Sokolov going to pass it over to Brock. Brock backs down to defender. Passes it out to Foster. And his foot was on the line. He was looking for the three, but he gets 2. And Idaho State does nothing with the ball, so now we have a chance to extend the lead. Here's a pass out to Sokolov. He drives in, lays it up, and it's good. A clutch bucket by Sokolov. Under a minute to go. We're up 4. They're going to try to hit a three. No good. Rebounded by Brock. And honestly, we probably should have just ran the clock down as low as we could. Just held onto the ball, but we shoot a three here. And Foster is able to get up to double figures in points. We're up by 7. I mean, you would think that's a dagger, right? Well, there's a lot of drama late in this game. They're going to miss a three there. They're going to foul Brock. They'd end up fouling Evans, and he'd make 1 free throw to make it 79-71. They're going to miss the initial layup. Then they're going to get another one, and that one goes in. So now it's 79-73. And Brock inbounding it into Evans, who's struggled with free throws so far this game, like the past 2 games, actually. He makes the first one, but on the second one, he's going to miss. Here's a rebound. They have to push the ball down the court now. They're going to move the ball a little bit, but they're wasting a lot of time here, as you can see. And then Galloway going to lay it up. No good, but he's fouled by Foster. He ended up making both free throws. And then Evans gets fouled himself. 5.5 to go. Evans going to put the free throw up, and he misses it. So now, last chance for Idaho State, and we foul them on the three, and they make the three. So literally they're down by 2 with 1.3 to go, and he's going to miss the free throw, but Alujevic gets the rebound, puts it up. But look at this. They completely cheese Idaho State. They call it basket interference. Now look, don't get it confused. I'm not complaining. I'll take the W, okay? I'll take the win. But damn, they got screwed because very clearly Alujevic did nothing illegal there. Absolutely nothing. Like they whistled it. He didn't even get rid of the ball yet. That's crazy. But yeah, let me know in the comment section if anything like that has happened to you in like any game like ever. That was a crazy ending. Again, I'll take the win, but damn. We almost melted down right there. We almost blew that game completely. But again, I will take the win. 14 points for Hornsby. He was the player of the game in this one. But McNaughton with 20 points. I mean, honestly, that was a game they probably should have won. But damn, they got screwed so bad. I almost kind of feel sorry for him, except the CPU cheeses me all the time. So I guess that's just like a ball don't lie moment. I don't know. And I pretty much finished with recording the commentary for them. The only issue is I totally forgot about this game, the Portland State game. This was supposed to be before I played against Montana. So this is why you're only getting pretty much the second half highlights in this one. My bad about that, guys. But I figured I'd show you this one because this was a really great game. And I just really wanted to get a video out today. So I figure I might as well just edit the main highlights of the second half just to show you how close this game really got. Now, Portland State did have a pretty solid lead against us in the first half, but we ended up coming back. We had a great lead to start the second half, and then they started coming back, so this was overall a really good game. Now, a 4-point game here. Nelson Evans, who's still hurt, with a nice drive and layup there to make it a 6-point game. And then Christopher Hornsby gonna put us up by 8 with that 3, but Portland State would not give up. Nearly get the steal there, but then Chambers, who had a great game with the deep 2 to make it a 4-point game. Now it's a 2-point game. Under 2 minutes to go. Brock with the nice hook there, but they end up coming back with some free throws, and now it's 77-75. We're going to get a big steal here. Sokolov going to try to drive it in. Has to pass it out to Foster, and Foster with the dagger of the 3. We end up winning this one, holding off Portland State 85-80. And what was overall just a great game. Sean Brock with a double-double, 19 points, 16 rebounds in this one. Hornsby and Foster both get over 20 points. Evans had only 8 points. He was 3 for 18 in this one. I mean, he's hurt. You can't really expect too much out of him, but still you expect him to do a little better than that. But again, I apologize about the highlights for this game being so short. I just really wanted to get this video out today, and I got to go to work pretty soon, so I figured I'd just give you guys the explanation for that. But anyways, the main 2 games that we're going to be showing most of in this one are against Montana and Montana State. These are 2 teams that we lost to early in the season when we went on our 4-game skid before my laptop crashed on me and all that. But yeah, we're looking to get some revenge in this one, as you're going to hear me say again in the commentary. But enjoy the rest of the video, guys. Thank you so much. So looking for a measure of revenge in this one. Here's Evans driving in. He's going to lay it up and good. We draw first blood. It's 2-0 Sacramento State. But they're going to answer right back with a layup of their own, tying it at 2. Now here's Hornsby in the corner for 3. No good. Evans can't get the rebound. Frazier going to drive up the court. Going to give it to Francis. Back to Frazier. He gets the mid-range jumper to go. So it's 4-2. We do get 3 points by free throws, so now it's 5-4. Here's Clarence Foster with the 3, no good. Rebounded by Brock, and he's going to dunk it in to make it a 7-4 lead. Now 8-4 after another free throw. 4 minutes into the game, here's Frazier. Going to pass it inside to Francis, and Evans doesn't jump in time, so he gets the layup. 8-6 now, and we're going to get the steal here. Hornsby picks it up. Going to push it to Sokolov, and he's going to lay it up and good to make it a 4-point lead early on. So here's Bowden going to pass it to Fleming. He's going to get the J with the hand in his face. And now it's 10-10 after some free throws were made, and Montana going to take the lead now, 12-10. Just over 9 minutes to go. Evans going to drive in, lay it up and good. It's a tie ball game again. Evans with 5 points so far. But Montana looking to respond, and Brock just allows way too much penetration. Pause. As Montana takes the lead back again. They're going to extend it to 4 as Fleming gets the layup there. So it's 16-12. But then Brock going to find Foster in the corner for 3 to make it a 1-point game. Now Montana with the ball. Here's Barry trying to work his way inside. And Leno this time allowing the penetration. Pause. As we're going to call a timeout. 18-15 now. As Hornsby lays it up to make it a 1-point game yet again. And now we're back with the press. Hornsby and Sokolov putting pressure on the point guard, but they're going to find a way to get it inside, and a big dunk there by Frazier makes it a 3-point game. Under 6 minutes to go in the first half, and Hornsby going to put up a layup and good. It's 20-19. Back after a Montana miss, and then Fernandez in the corner for 3 gives us a 2-point lead. Now Barry looking to respond for Montana. He misses the shot, rebounded by Hornsby. And now we're going to push it up the court. Here's Rog Turksign with the layup. He's good. 24-20. And then we're going to get the ball back on a turnover, and Sokolov going to put it back up 4-2 to make it a 6-point game. And then here's Hornsby on the inbound. 5 seconds to go on the play clock. He's just going to throw it up. No good. Rebounded by Victor Van Vector, who puts it back up. Makes it an 8-point game. 2 free throws by Montana would bring it back to 6. Just over 3 minutes to go. Brock going to throw it to Thurgood Grady, and Grady going to drain the deep 2 to make it 30-22. After we each get a free throw, here's Frazier from the corner, gonna splash it, makes it 31-26. So Montana staying close in this one. Under 2 minutes to go. Frazier inside to Bowden, and Bowden gonna get the layup for his first 2 points of the game to make it 31-28. Here's the pass to Grady. He gets inside and a big dunk by Thurgood Grady. He's trying to get some more playing time. Now a 6-point game, and Bowden gonna lay it up for 2 again. Now it's a 4-point game, just over a minute to go. Here's Foster inside to Brock. And I really just don't understand why he didn't just dunk that, but he gets the layup anyways. So now it's a 6-point game. Here's Foster in the corner, going to drain the 3 to make it a 9-point game. So as we head into the half, we lead by 9. A pretty solid first half for Sacramento State, shooting 50% from the field. And we're doing a much better job of scoring inside than we did the past few games, I would say. I mean, we're not taking as many threes as we were before, so that's always good. Now, the beginning of the second half, here's Brock taking it inside. The little hook shot goes in, and we have a double-digit lead now. Now it's 43-30, and Fleming going to get the layup there to make it an 11-point game now. Then Frazier trying to get inside, passes it back out to Francis. He's going to drain it from the top of the key to make it a 9-point game. Then Brock loses the ball there. Barry gonna drive in, and it's good. Now it's a 7-point game. Now it's 5 after 2 free throws. Montana making a little bit of a comeback as Frazier gonna pass it out to Turksign. Turksign just rockets it over to Evans, and Evans gonna drain it from the corner, making it an 8-point game. So now here's Montana. Francis gonna lay it up, and good. As Montana just trying to stay in this game, trying to hang in with us. And Francis nearly gets a steal there, can't get to it. And then we try to switch defenses in the middle of a defensive possession. Doesn't work out very well for us. So now just a 5-point lead, under 9 minutes to go. Here's Hornsby from the corner, drains it again, 50-42 now. At the 8-minute mark now, Hornsby again, this time inside of the 3-point line, misses it, and Brock gets the rebound and puts it back in, makes it a 10-point game. Now here's Brock again. Passes it over to Foster in the corner, and another 3. We make it a 13-point game halfway through the second half as Montana looking to respond. They're going to get a layup there. Brock tries to rebound it, but he's called for goaltending, and actually that was a pretty good call there. I can't really argue it. 55-44, but now Hornsby with another 3 makes it 58-44. 6.5 minutes to go in the game. Foster with another 3. We're starting to pull away now. But Montana looking to respond. No good. Holman with the rebound. Goes back up with it. Good. Makes it a 13-point game. They're still fighting, but they're going to miss a shot there. Brock passes it to Hornsby. Hornsby going to drive in. Lays it up, and good. It's a 15-point game now. Just over 5 minutes to go. Now at the 5-minute mark. Here's Barry laying it up over Sokolov. Makes it a 13-point game again. Now it's 11 points. It's still possible for Montana to do something here. But here's Evans. Going to pass it out to Hornsby for the 3, and it's good. A 14-point game. And now, under 3 minutes to go, Evans going to pass it over to Hornsby. Hornsby with a deep 2, gets it. And that pretty much puts the game away. Montana did try coming back late in the second half, but we were able to run the clock out, and we win this one 68-59. Hornsby, the player of the game, 3 for 9 from 3-point range, 7 for 16 overall, had 17 points, leading all scorers in the game with the 17. And just a pretty solid game for Hornsby. As you see, Foster had 15 points, Evans had 12, Brock had 8 points, 19 rebounds, and 7 assists. Another solid game from him. And on the other side, Francis with 15, Barry had 12 and 9 rebounds, Bowden 6 and 12 rebounds, 10 points and 8 rebounds for Fleming. Overall, a very solid game for Sacramento State. Felt good to beat Montana after they just dogged us the first time we played them. And they were 2 for 20 from three-point range, by the way. You thought we've had some bad three-point shooting games. Well, Montana had a really bad one in this one. And now we take on Montana State, who we inexplicably lost to last time. They are 4-18. We shouldn't lose one this time. But again, we start off with the ball as Foster going to miss the three. They get a rebound, and they're going to push the ball here. Restrepo with the Euro step, going to lay it up and good. It's 2-0 Montana State. So here's Restrepo again, going to pass it over. And Atkins going to hit the mid-range jumper to make it 4-0. So here's Foster over to Evans. Hornsby with the deep three. He's going to drain it to make it a 1-point game. Now just submitted into the first half. Here's Atkins laying it up and good. Makes it a 6-3 game. Then Restrepo tries to hit the three, no good. Rebounded by Brock. He's going to push it up to Evans. Evans going to push it himself. Lays it up and good. Makes it a 1-point game again, 2 minutes in. It's now at the 13-minute mark. Here's Foster over to a wide open Hornsby for three. And you know he got that one. 8-6 now. Now 8-7 after a free throw by the Wildcats. Brock over to Foster. Foster tries to hit the three, but his foot was on the line, so it's only 2. We got a 5-point lead now. Here's Fernandez in transition, going to get the layup to make it a 7-point game. We're starting to pull away from him a little bit. We get a steal here. Sokolov going to push it to Fernandez. And another big layup by Fernandez. And he gets the foul. And it's 19-8 after he makes the free throw. Here's Sokolov driving in. Puts it up and good. 21-8. And honestly, I can't even really remember why I had so much trouble with these guys the first time, because honestly, we're just putting the work on them right now as Foster hits a deep 2, makes it 23-10. Then pass inside to Atkins. He's going to miss the layup, gets his own rebound, and puts it back up for 2. And time winding down the shot clock. Fernandez with a deep 3. He's going to drain it. 10 points already for Matthew Fernandez. There's the layup by Foster to make it a 16-point game. We're just dominating them now. Here's Sokolov with the layup and good. Looks like our point guys are having a good game so far. Now 31-17, halfway through the first half. Miller going to put it up and good. Leno didn't jump in time. So now a 15-point lead. Atkins with a deep 3, going to drain it. Is Montana State going to try to start a comeback here? Doesn't look like it as Brock gets a layup for 2. Then we're going to press him on the inbound. We're going to get the steal. Here's Foster, going to drive in, puts it up, and makes the impossible shot there to make it a 16-point game. Now, after 6 free throws in a row, Montana State only down by 10, under 5 minutes to go. Turksign over to Hornsby for the 3, and it's good. So we got a 13-point lead now. Here's McDaniel getting pressed, going to get it over to a wide-open Restrepo for the 3. Makes it a 10-point game, so right back at us. As Montana State in transition, the pass inside to Restrepo again. He's going to get the layup and good. It's 38-30. We have to burn the timeout now. And we're going to get a steal after making some free throws and a big dunk by Frank Leno. And we're up 42-30 now. Here's the pass to Miller inside to Restrepo, and it's good. So again, a 10-point game. But here's the pass out to Hornsby. Gets a guy to jump. Going to pass it over to Evans for the 3 from the elbow, and it's good. 45-32. Now Foster from the elbow, no good. This time Fernandez gets the rebound, puts it back up, and good. Matthew Fernandez having himself a game so far. And here's Howell getting the layup to make it a 13-point game. Under 30 seconds to go. Here's Foster in the corner for 3, good. It's 50-34. They get 2 more free throws. Now, time winding down in the first half. We're going to get it to Brock. And Brock makes a damn near impossible shot. And it goes in as the buzzer sounds off. As we take a 16-point lead going into half, 52-36. And like I said, just a few minutes ago, or a few moments ago, I don't know how we struggled with these guys so much the first time we played them. We're shooting 61% from the field. They're shooting 42, which isn't too bad, but Foster, Fernandez, and Hornsby all with double figures so far. Atkins and Restrepo for them also have double digits. So first possession of the first half. Here's Miller over to Restrepo to Atkins. He's going to drive in, gets the bucket despite great defense from Brock. Now it's a 14-point game. Brock going to pass it over to Foster in the corner for the three. Goes in as these guys are just snapping right now. And Restrepo going to shoot the three. He's going to answer right back, 55-41. Now Sokolov over to Brock, back to Foster for the three. He drains it. We're just swinging for the fences in this one, both teams. We're going to get a steal right here. Evans going to put it up for the bucket. We're up 60-41, just dominating this game right now. As Restrepo tries to get inside, puts it up over Brock again. 17 points for Sammy Restrepo. And here he is on the one-man transition, going up against Sokolov, and Sokolov doesn't even jump. Restrepo just trying to put the team on his back. And here's Atkins going to pass to a wide-open Restrepo. I don't know why we left him wide open, but another three by him makes it 60-48. We're going to double-team him here. Sokolov just Debo's the ball out of his hands, and Foster with the big dunk makes it 62-48. Now here's Hornsby off the rebound, going to push it inside to Evans. Evans going to drive inside, has to kick it out to Fernandez, and he's going to shoot it. No good. Rebounded by Evans. He puts it back up and good. Makes it a 16-point game. Now after the ball goes out of bounds off of us, here's Wolf, lays it up and good. We just have a 14-point lead now. Under 10 minutes to go. Fitch going to drive in, lays it up and good. So Montana State trying to make this comeback happen. But if you turn the ball over like that, it's really not going to happen for you, as Brock going to slam it down. Makes it a 14-point game. We're running in transition. Here's Hornsby going to lay it up himself. Makes it a 16-point game now. And then here's Brock midway through the second half. Over to Foster, wide open for three. And honestly, for Montana State, it's looking like it's just going to go downhill from here. Foster again in transition with a dunk. 25 points for Clarence Foster up to this point. And it's looking really hopeless right now. We're putting the pressure on them. They're going to lose the ball here. Here's Frank Leno with a big dunk of his own. And we'd end up blowing them out of the water. 92-75 is your final. And a great game by Clarence Foster in this one. 28 points, 11 for 17 shooting, 5 for 10 from three-point range, 4 steals as well. I mean, he just balled out in this one, honestly. And we really needed somebody to ball out after Evans got hurt. So pretty much we lose a consistent scorer, more or less. He did play the past 2 games, and he seems to be all right. But, I mean, he's just not scoring as much as he did before. But Sammy Restrepo with 30 points, 4 assists and 3 steals in this one, and he did have 4 turnovers, but he tried his best to put Montana State on his back in this one. It just didn't really work out for them. We're taking on Northern Arizona, and this is a battle for first place in the Big Sky Conference. If we're able to beat them, that would mean we swept them this season, and we take over first place, and that would mean we'd be the #1 overall seed in the Big Sky Conference tournament. But anyways, let's get into the game now. As Northern Arizona has the ball, here's Appleby going to pass it inside to Edwin. It's good. Northern Arizona strikes first blood as 2-0. But then Nelson Evans going to answer right back with a layup of his own. And now Northern Arizona admitted into the game has the ball. Here's the three. They're going to drain it. And they take a 5-2 lead. We're looking to respond here. Here's Evans with the turnaround jumper. It's good off the glass. And we trail by 1. We get the ball back. Here's Foster in the corner. He's going to drain it. We're going to take a 2-point lead early in this game. And now a layup by Evans is going to give us a 9-5 lead. And we're looking to open the floodgates early, but Northern Arizona's like, I'm not sure about that one, Chief. They drain the 3 there. They ended up taking the lead off some free throws, so it's 10-9. But they're not going to have the lead for very long. It's Nelson Evans again to the rack. Gives us a 1-point lead. And then Hulsh for Northern Arizona throws it away because of the press. We're going to push it up to Nelson Evans again. Now Evans with 10 points within the first 5 minutes of the first half. Gives us a 13-10 lead. We run the press again. We're able to get the steal, and then a big dunk from Frank Leno gives us a 5-point lead. So a very high-scoring affair so far. Then Evans going to get inside, gets another layup. That's 12 points now. And after some free throws, we have a 9-point lead. But Northern Arizona not trying to go quietly. They're going to get a beautiful layup by Brooks there. Cuts our lead to 7. And then here's Evans laying it up again. And he's just on fire so far. 16 points up to this point. Then here's Matthew Fernandez over the sink of deep 2. Makes it 23-12. Then 25-12 after some free throws. Here's Sokolov over to Fernandez for the 3 in the corner. And just like that, we have a 16-point lead halfway through the first half. But Northern Arizona with a deep 2 of their own makes it a 14-point game. They're going to get blocked here by Hornsby, but they're able to keep possession. Then Appleby looking inside to Frederick. He's going to get the layup. So Northern Arizona trying to make this a game. They trail by 12. There's Fernandez out to Hornsby, wide open for 3. He drains it. And now we're up 15. Here's the layup. No good. But the rebound by Frederick. He puts it back up. And it's a 13-point game yet again. Here's Brooks for 3. Rattles around a little bit, but it ends up going in. So now we lead by just 10. Here's Brock backing down to the defender. He's going to get trapped, however. Looking for somebody to get it to. He finds Leno wide open, who's just going to hand it off to Foster, who drains the 3. And now it's 34-21. Now 34-23 after some free throws. And Hornsby going to kick it out to Fernandez, and he drains the 3. As we're just bombarding Northern Arizona in this one with 3s. But they get a put back there to cut the lead down to 12. But then Fernandez is going to answer right back to put us back up by 14. Then here's Evans, just over 2 minutes to go. Drives in, gets the layup and the foul. Gives us a 16-point lead. He is able to make the free throw. But Northern Arizona looking to respond, cutting the lead down to 15. But we're just completely dominating this one for the most part. Appleby trying to put up a 3, ends up passing it to Miles, but then he's finally going to get the 3 and cuts the lead down to 14. But here's Evans driving in, laying it up. 25 points in the first half for Nelson Evans. As Northern Arizona looking to get some more points before the end of the half. They do just that. But we go into the half up by 14 in this one. Just completely dominating this game so far. 53% from the field for Sacramento State, only 32 for Northern Arizona. And again, Nelson Evans with 25 points in the first half, 10 for Matthew Fernandez, and then 6 from Clarence Foster. As we are just completely dominating Northern Arizona in this one. Not even a close game in the slightest. Although they're going to keep fighting, though, as Edwin able to put that bucket in to make it a 12-point game. But then Evans right back at it, picking up from where he left off in the first half. And he's going to drive in again. Gets another layup. That's 29 for him now. And, I mean, Northern Arizona just really didn't even stand a chance in this one. Evans this time going to pass it around, finds Foster for 3. And we're up by 21 now. Here's Foster again. We're just running up the score at this point, honestly. There's really not much else you can say. Edwin going to respond with a layup, but, I mean, they're still trailing by 22. They're still fighting, though. Appleby going to lay it up. Gets the bucket. Now it's just a 20-point lead. Well, just a 20-point lead is kind of crazy to say. And Fernandez is going to drain a 3. Gives us a 25-point lead. And then Northern Arizona looking to do something. They got Brooks wide open. And he's going to get the layup to make it a 23-point game. But again, we're just way too much for Northern Arizona in this one. Evans going to take the ball. Passes it out. Sokolov going to shoot a long 3, no good. Northern Arizona with the rebound, but then Rock Turkside with the steal, going to lay it up for the bucket. It's 65-40. Evans nearly gets the steal there, but Appleby able to get it back. Pushes it up the court to Vintage, and Vintage going to lay it up for the bucket to make it a 23-point game. So here's Fernandez shooting a 3, no good, off the rim. Vintage gets the rebound, pushes it up to Appleby. He's going to lay it up, and it's good. So now we lead by just 21. Again, just 21 is kind of crazy to say. Evans going to lay it up, right back at him, right back up to 23. And Brooks going to shoot from the side, able to get it. So they're still putting up some kind of fight, but then Evans going to lay it up. And that would give us a 24-point lead We end up winning this one 91-75. Nelson Evans with 44 points in this one. 15 for 25 from the field, 13 for 14 from the stripe, only 1 for 5 from three-point range. He only took 5 threes, only made one of them, then 7 rebounds, 5 assists. A great game for Evans in this one. Clarence Foster was really close, scored 14 points in the second half to bring his total up to 20, 6 for 11 from three-point range, and a pretty quiet game for the rest of the team, honestly, as Fernandez had 13 in that one as well. But just completely dominated Northern Arizona in this one. All 5 of their starters did get in double figures as far as points go, but for the most part, they just could not stop us at all. And just like that, we take first place in the Big Sky Conference. And as you can see, we're projected to play in the Phoenix bracket. I'm assuming that is the West bracket. And we are projected to face Missouri in the first round. That'd be an interesting matchup. But now we go to the second matchup of the video, taking on Idaho State. And if you guys remember, Idaho State got cheesed the first time we played against them. If you guys want to see that video, the link should be in the description. But yeah, they're looking for revenge in this one. They probably think that we paid somebody off to win or something like that. So they want their revenge, and they're going to start off with a 3. They take a 4-0 lead, and then Aluyevich, who was the one who got screwed, nearly loses the ball there. He's going to shoot a turnaround jumper to give them a 6-point lead, 6-0 right now. We're starting really slowly so far. So here's Galloway with a nice little spin move there to get to the bucket. It's an 8-0 lead for the Bengals. Then Warsaw is going to intercept that pass. Evans going to take it right back, pushing it up to Fernandez. And Fernandez is going to drive in with the layup, and we get our first 2 points of the game, 4.5 minutes into the game nonetheless, but still. And then Diener with the layup on the drive to give him a 10-2 lead, then 12-2 after 2 free throws. And we're really struggling offensively through the first 5 minutes of this game, as Fernandez is going to make a 3 to bring an end to those struggles. We get 2 off of a free throw, but then Aluyevich out here cherry picking gets a layup there, and it's 14-7. Then Fernandez is going to pass it over to Foster, and he drains the 3, and we trail by just 4. We nearly get a steal there, but Aluyevich able to get it, lays it back up. And they have a 6-point lead now. Foster wide open in the corner. I don't know what you're doing. Why would you leave Foster, Hornsby, or Evans wide open? This time, a hand in the face of Foster. He misses it. But then a big dunk by Sean Brock over Aluyevich. And then they're going to miss a mid-range jumper. We're going to try to tie it up with a 3 from Foster, and we do just that. He has 9 points so far in this game. We nearly get a steal there, but Warsaw able to hold on to it. And Aluyevich, he is in his bag in this one. He's just going off right now as they're up 20-18. Sokolov takes a very rare 3, misses it. Then Brock gets the rebound, puts it back up. And now we're up 22-20. But in a 3, going to give them the lead right back. Warsaw able to hit that one. But then Brock going to drive down, lays it up, and good. Gives us the lead back now. So it's 24-23. Very competitive game so far. Brock again. This time his foot was on the line, but still wide open. Idaho State got to get their life together, honestly. But they're looking for a 3, but we got it pretty covered. But then Buholtz, whatever his name is, going to get the 3, ties it up. So 3 minutes to go in the first half. Here's Evans trying to fight his way inside, but has to pass it over. And then Foster can't hit the 3, but Brock able to tip it back in for 2. And then we're going to get a steal here. Turksign going to push it up to Foster, and he lays it up. It would have been cooler if he would have dunked it, but I'll take a layup regardless. 13 points so far in this game. And then Van Vector going to tip it away. Fernandez credited with the steal, and Fernandez doesn't dunk it either. I guess these guys just like laying the ball up instead of dunking it, but at any rate, we take a 32-29 lead into the half. Neither team is really shooting all that well, and Idaho State turning the ball over a little too much. Otherwise, they probably have the lead right now. 13 points from Clarence Foster, 8 from Brock, 7 from Fernandez. And this looks to be a very competitive second half. This time, Hornsby going to hit the 3. He was quiet most of the first half, but gets on the board there. And then here's Evans trying to drive in, gets inside, going to lay it up over Aluyevich.
And it's 37-29. Now 37-33. Here's Hornsby. Gonna put up the 2. No good. Rebounded by Foster. Goes back up with it and gets it. And it's a 6-point lead for Sac State. And then a big block from Sokolov. He doesn't even get credited for it. And there's the big dunk we're looking for from Foster, as he puts it up over Warsaw to make it a 42-33 game after the made free throw. And then Foster trying to extend the lead. He's going to do just that with the 3. We have a 12-point lead, and then they're going to turn the ball over here. I don't even know what happened, to be honest with you, but they end up getting the ball back after we turn it over ourselves. Aliyevich going to give it to Warner, wide open for 3, able to drain it to make it a 9-point game. Now Foster going to pass it inside, looking for Evans. Evans with the turnaround layup, and he gets it. 47-36 is your score now. Under 10 minutes to go. Idaho State has to do something to get back into this game, and White going to get the layup and the foul. Speaking of fouls, Sean Brock isn't in the game right now because he's in foul trouble, and they're starting to exploit the inside as a result. As we try to pass it over to Foster, they're going to get the steal here. And then Bubolt's going to pass it inside to Galloway, but Sokolov says, no, sir. No, not in my house. As Sokolov going to get it now, passes it inside to Frank Leno. Leno going to turn it over, however. And then Leno going to poke it out himself, saves the ball. And then here's Hornsby with a big dunk. Able to get it in with no type of defense there. And now under 7 minutes to go, we have a 4-point lead. Here's Evans driving in, lays it up, and good. 7 points for Nelson Evans. Not anywhere near the 44 he had last game, but he's still putting in work. Here's Van Vector going to pass it over. Stolen by Buboltz. He's going to pass it up to Warsaw. And Sokolov not able to protect the paint. It's a 2-point game now, as we got to figure out something at this point. We pretty much just blew a 12-point lead. So Foster going to take it up himself. He's going to hand it off to Evans pretty much, and Evans going to drain the 3. Makes it a 5-point game under 6 minutes to go. Here's Warsaw over to Buboltz. And he's going to pass it over, but it's going to be stolen by Foster. Sokolov going to pass to Evans, and Evans able to lay it up and good for a 7-point lead for Sacramento State. But now Bengals at the line. Free throw no good. Bubolt's able to get it back and puts it back up to make it a 5-point game. So now we inbound it. Trying to work our way inside. Here's Evans able to lay it up very quickly, answering back. Gives us a 7-point lead. Now, under 5 minutes to go, Leno able to get the rebound. He's going to pass it over to Evans. Evans going to drive in, but nearly loses the ball there. Has to reset. Able to get past the defender. He dunks it, but unfortunately it cut out so you couldn't see it. We have a 9-point lead now, and Aluyevich going to answer right back with a bucket of his own to make it a 7-point game. Now here's Galloway trying to drive in. Hands it off to Warsaw, over to Warner, and Warner no good. Aluyevich with the rebound. He's going to put it back up. Makes it a 5-point game. We have to burn a timeout. Under 4 minutes to go. Now a 7-point game, and a big layup there by Diener. But now under 2 minutes to go. We're up 64-57. Hornsby looking to put it away. Drains the 3 to make it a 10-point game. But we've already blown a lead in this game at some point. So we can't get too comfortable, but then Brock going to foul out. Aluyevich makes the bucket. It's 67-59 now, and we're looking to just burn the clock here. Here's Foster, going to pass it over to Hornsby. He passes it to Evans. Evans can't make the shot as the shot clock expires. And now Galloway trying to lay it up, and it's going to roll in. And now it's just a 6-point lead for Sacramento State after a few Idaho State fouls. Here's Foster and Hornsby just passing it to each other. And then Hornsby's finally fouled. And on his first attempt, he's going to make it. Then the second one, make it an 8-point game. He's going to miss that one, but it's rebounded by Victor Van Vector. He's fouled, and Van Vector going to miss his first free throw. And now Idaho State looking to get a 3 or something here. Here's White. Defense gets there way too late. Now it goes off the rim, and honestly, that should have been a rebound for us, but
Turkside's called for goaltending instead, so we get cheese there. But on the inbound, we're able to get it to Hornsby, and he probably should have just passed it over to Foster real quick, but he still burns a lot of time right there. And then he misses a free throw. Idaho State has a chance to make it a 1-point game at least, but White going to hesitate on the shot, and he misses it anyways. And honestly, I don't even know what he was thinking there, to be honest with you. He should have just taken the shot, and somebody else should have taken a shot there. But instead, we end up winning this one 68-64. Clarence Foster, your player of the game. 4 for 11 for three-point range, 8 for 18 overall from the field, only 1 for 1 at the line, 5 steals, 4 rebounds. So a pretty good game for Foster in this one. Hornsby had 11 points. Evans had 18 points, 5 rebounds. Brock, 10 points, 13 rebounds. And, of course, fouled out. Aliyevich with 16 points and 12 rebounds in this one. And he's not able to get his revenge, but honestly, this game really makes me not want to play Idaho State in the Big Sky tournament. I hope I don't have to face them. That would be great, actually. As we try to continue our winning streak into the Big Sky tournament. Now, I think I misspoke in a previous video. I did say one of the games previously was our final non-conference game. This is actually our final non-conference game of the year, and it's late in the season. And it's against an opponent that's just not even on our level, but we'll see what happens here. Nelson Evans attacking early. He's going to get it over to Christopher Hornsby, who's inside the three-point line, but drains it. So it's 2-0 now, 2-2. Brock going to pass it out to Hornsby. Hornsby for 3, good. It's a 5-3 ball game. Hornsby has all of our points so far. UC Davis trying to move the ball up the court, but their point guard's going to fumble it. It looks like he's hurt there, as Hornsby gets the steal and the dunk to make it 7-2. And Brock to Hornsby in the corner for 3, drains it, and he makes it a 10-2 ball game. So far, Hornsby with all of our points in this one, but then Brock with a wide open lane for a dunk makes it a 10-point lead. They'd had some free throws. It's 12-4 now. And here's Sokolov going to pass it out to Hornsby, and Hornsby again for 3, good. He is balling so far in this one. And then another 3 from Hornsby. 15 points in the early part of this game. So we're up 20-4, under 5 minutes into the game. Here's Matthew Fernandez going to pass it over to Foster. Foster with the pump fake, pulls up for 2, drains it, and we're just dominating UC Davis at this point. But they're trying to make some moves of their own. Here's Pierce, lays it up, gets the foul and the bucket. So they ease some of the bleeding at least. But then here's Rock Turksign with the layup. And we're up 24-7, about 5 minutes into the game, just completely dominating them. And here's Turksign again, gonna lay it up for the 2. 26-7 is your score. UC Davis still putting up some kind of fight, however, as they get a jumper right there to make it 26-9. But then we're gonna push the ball up the court, over to Fernandez, inside to Turksign, who's gonna lay it up. A 19-point lead for Sacramento State, and we are definitely looking like we're in playoff form right now. Here's Maxwell taking the ball up the court. We're going to press him. He's going to lose the ball. Turksign picks it up, and a big dunk gives us a 21-point lead. Now, midway through the first half, UC Davis looking for something offensively. Maxwell going to get it over to Graham. Graham wide open for 3, drains it. So they cut the lead to 18, and Graham with a layup. So UC Davis starting to build a little bit, but we are just way too talented for him. Here's Frank Leno with a layup. Good. Makes it an 18-point game again. Here's Maxwell. Going to pass it inside. Stolen by Brock. And here's Fernandez. Matthew Fernandez going to pass it over to Hornsby. Hornsby lays it up. Gets the bucket and the foul. And Hornsby just having an amazing first half right now. And then full of... Gonna shoot it, no good. Profit with the rebound, puts it back up, no good. Merchant lays it up, and good. So UC Davis still showing they have a little bit of fight in them. They're just not very talented at all. Here's Hornsby in the corner for another 3. 22 points so far in the first half. And then Leno backing down to the defender, over to Hornsby in the corner. 25 points in the first half for Christopher Hornsby. And Turksign gonna pull up for 2, gets it. And UC Davis just starting to boo themselves. And Thurgood Grady getting into the mix with a 3 of his own. We got the backups in already, and then a big block by Mikhail Sokolov And there's Hornsby gonna lay it up for 2. Gives them 27 points in the first half. We take a 49-24 lead into the half. We are just completely dominating them in this one. They're only shooting 28%. We're shooting 55. And how about Christopher Hornsby? He's had moments in this season where he's been really quiet, but he's just turned up in this game. 28 points, only 2 points for Foster right now. But UC Davis going to get to the rack and gets the foul there to begin the second half. But then here's Victor Van Vector going to lay it up for 2. Makes it 51-27. Later on in the second half, Van Vector backing down the defender. Finds Turksign in the corner. He's going to splash it himself. 13 points for Turksign. He's having a pretty good game as well. Then Sokolov going to get stopped. He's going to pass it inside to Brock. And Brock going to lay it up for 2. And again, just complete dominance by Sacramento State in this game. Foster going to drain a 3. And then here's Evans going to pull it for 3. The other 2 boys part of this offensive attack, they're starting to get it. Then Fernandez going to miss the 3. Van Vector is going to get the rebound. Fernandez is going to try again. He's going to get a 3. You get a 3, you get a 3, you get a 3, everybody gets a 3. We end up winning this game 90-58, just completely dominating the Aggies in this one. And Christopher Hornsby, who else is going to be the player of the game? 12 for 18 from the field, 34 points, 8 for 11 from three-point range, 2 steals, 2 rebounds. Just an amazing game for Mr. Hornsby in this one. As we look at the stats, UC Davis just didn't really do much of anything. 34 points for Hornsby, 15 for Turksign, almost had a double-double in this one. And Thurgood Grady with 17 points of his own. He's been really quiet this season, mostly been a bench player. Has actually been thinking about transferring possibly, but hopefully he doesn't do that because we could definitely use him down the road, definitely in the Big Sky tournament when we get there. As for UC Davis, not a lot happening for them. Pierce had 15, Fulov had 12, and we just completely dominated them in this one. But UC Davis definitely was a team that we know isn't on our level. 2 for 20 from three-point range for the Aggies. And this is a little tune-up game before we get to the Big Sky tournament. Then this is going to be our season finale, taking on Weber State. Last time we played Weber State, they gave us some issues early on in the game, but then we ended up just blowing them out of the water. Let's see if we can do the same thing this time as we go for the sweep. And Brock going to win the tip as usual. I don't think Sean Brock has lost one tip so far this year. And we're attacking right away. Evans going to miss the 3, but then Foster, foot on the line, no good. But we're going to get the steal. Evans over to Hornsby inside the three-point line. From the corner, gets the bucket as he tries to continue from where he left off in the last game. Weber State gonna attack us right back with a Tudovicius making it 2. Then Hornsby gonna get another bucket as we take a 4-2 lead. Now it's tied at 4. Hornsby in the corner, no good. Rebounded by Brock. Brock back up with it and good. And the foul. Makes it a 7-4 game now. Hornsby with the steal. And then a big dunk from Mikhail Sokolov. Going to give us a 9-4 lead. Then Brock going to pass it to Foster in the corner for 3. Good. It's 12-4. Then Sokolov over to Hornsby for the 3. Good again. We're up 15-4 right away. And then Malaman going to go up, gets the bucket there to make it a 15-6 ball game. And Brock backing down the defender. Passes it out to Hornsby for the 3. And he gets it. Hornsby going off like he did last game already. It's 17-6. Then Foster going to pull it for 2, gets it. And we're ready for these playoffs, guys. We are ready to get it going. As Malaman going to turn the ball over. Sokolov going to pass inside to Hornsby. He gets the bucket. And it's looking like another blowout is on our hands. Inside the 5-minute mark, they're going to get a bucket from Malaman. Makes it 21-8. Then Sokolov over to Hornsby, gonna shoot it. Good for 3. 14 points for Hornsby. He's just going off now. We're up 26-10 midway through the first half. And then Foster gonna put it up. 9 points so far in the first half. We're up 28-10. Hornsby over to Evans in the corner now. Evans, who's been pretty quiet as of late, gets the 3, his first 3 points of the game. We're up 31-10. Here's Hornsby for 3, gonna drain it. It's 34-10. I mean, it's just another blowout. Foster with 11 points up to this point. And then Fanning going to throw the ball away. Stolen by Hornsby. His 5th steal of the game. Football pass to Fernandez, and it's good. We're up 38-10 now. Under 4 minutes to go. Evans with the pump fake. Gets a wide open lane to the bucket. It's 40-10. We have a 30-point lead. And here's Nava. Going to pass over to Oberzoot. Over to Malaman for the 3. So they quiet down the crowd just a little bit. But Fernandez is going to get him hyped again with the layup. The tough layup there. And here's Foster. Just going to pull up the 3. Drains it. And we got the crowd hype again. We're up 49-18 at halftime, just dominating the Wildcats here. And we're shooting 52%. They're shooting 27. Not a lot of threes from Weber State, but they did turn the ball over 14 times. Hornsby and Foster going off so far. 17 points for Hornsby, 14 for Foster. And second half is just more of the same. Here's Rourke Turksine for 3. And we're up 52-24. Sokolov with a pump fake over to Evans for 3. He's going to drain it. Just a 3-point barrage yet again. And then Grady over to Van Vector with the impossible 3. Drains it. And we're up 58-25. 3.5 minutes into the second half. And then Turksine with another 3. Midway through the second half now. Weber State got a few points on our second team pretty much, but for the most part, again, it's all Sacramento State here as Turksine going to drain another 3. Then Tom winding down the game, Turksine with another 3 to seal the deal pretty much, even though the deal was sealed long before that even happened. We win this one 91-54, and Turksine with 25 points in this one. And honestly, it really makes it that much harder to admit something to you guys. Unfortunately, after I got out of the game while I was looking at something, I forgot to save, and then the game ended up freezing on me as I was looking at our tournament bracket. So unfortunately, this game isn't going to be canon, but I figured I'd show you guys at least just to show you the type of momentum that we have going in to the Big 12 tournament, not the Big Sky tournament, that is. But, I mean, if this game would have got saved, I know Rigo would be really hyped because this player got 25 points in this one. But, unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be. I ended up just simcasting in the game because I really just didn't feel like playing it again. I just wanted to get to the tournament pretty much. So, I just wanted to keep it 100 with you guys. And I'm going to speed up the whole game pretty much. And this game in the simcast was a lot closer than it was when I actually played it, which kind of irritated me because I really didn't want to lose this game. I probably would have gone as far as just like kept playing it, kept simcasting it until we actually won. They took a 7-point lead late in the second half, but late in the game, we get a 3-point lead. We hold on to it. We win 66-63, but Mikhail Sokolov injured for 15 days with plantar fasciitis. He is going to be able to play through the game, but I'm probably going to cut his minutes down because plantar fasciitis is not something to play with, especially when your game is basically built on speed. But anyways, in the Big Sky tournament, only the top 6 teams make it in, and we're going to be facing Montana as they defeat Idaho State. And I'm actually really counting my blessings on this one. I know Montana beat us early in the season, but I just feel like we match up a lot better with Montana than we do with Idaho State. Of course, Idaho State came very close to beating us both times we played against them. So I much rather would play against Montana. Even though on paper they're better than Idaho State, I still would much rather prefer to play Montana just because we did lose one, but the second time we beat them and it wasn't as close as the first matchup was. So I'm excited to get this going. And the winner of this game plays against the winner of Portland State versus Northern Arizona. And just by the way, we did finish as the first seed, as you guys saw. So let me know how hype you are for the Big Sky tournament. Of course, we just got to win 2 games and we'll find ourselves in the big dance in the first season of the Legacy. But make sure you guys hit that like button, hit the subscribe button if you're new. Make sure you guys turn on the notifications, join the notification gang, and you guys have yourselves a wonderful rest of your day, night, or whenever you're watching this. Enjoy the NCAA tournament final tonight as well. I'm rooting for Virginia in this one, honestly. Let me know who you guys were rooting for in this game. I mean, I know I told my boy Ethan, who is a supporter of the channel, and he's a huge Virginia fan. I know I told him I can't root for another ACC team, but it's like, I mean, it would just be a great story to see Virginia win. But we do go into the tournament with some momentum. We are on a 13-game winning streak as of this game. Montana, of course, did beat us earlier in the season, but that was before we went on the 13-game winning streak. So we'll have to see what happens. We do have home court advantage for this tournament. So the odds are definitely in our favor. We just got to keep playing how we've been playing over the past month or so, and we should be fine. But of course, Mikhail Sokolov won't be playing a whole lot in this game as he has a plantar fasciitis injury. But Sean Brock again winning the tip, and here we go. Clarence Foster going to give it to Leno. Leno going to back down the defender. Gives it to Evans. Evans drives inside, kicks it out to Brock, who kicks it out to Foster in the corner. No good. And Montana comes up with a rebound. But Montana would do nothing with the ball, so now we have the ball back. Here's Foster from three. No good. Rebound by Brock. He's going to put it back up for two, and we strike blood first 30 seconds into the game. But Montana's going to answer back here. Fleming going to kick it back to Frazier with the deep three. Good, and they take a 3-2 lead. We're looking to take it back here as Brock going to back down the defender. Going to kick it out to Foster in the corner again. This time he drains it, however, and now we take a 2-point lead. Then Brock going to pick up the steal. Pushes it up to Hornsby, who's going to pass it to Evans. Evans fouled on the play. And he'll go to the line, sink both of his free throws. He's going to miss a three there and kick back out to Evans. And he's going to pass it back inside to Brock. Brock back down the defender, back to Foster in the corner. And he drains it, and we take a 10-3 lead 2 minutes into the game. Now here's Brock. Again, another pass to Foster in the corner. And another three for Foster. So far, 9 points in this game. And we are up by 10 very early in the game. But then Montana going to end the 10-0 run with a bucket from Fleming. And Francis going to drive inside. Foster misses and kicks it out to Frazier. And he drains the three in the corner to make it a 13-8 game now. And then here's Fleming with the layup. Good. Now it's 13-10. But here comes Hornsby up the court. And the fast-paced game definitely benefits Sacramento State in this one as Evans in the corner for three. Good. Makes it a 6-point game for Sacramento State. And Frazier going to kick it out to Barry. Barry back to Frazier. Another deep three from Frazier. He drains it. And he's going to be a problem in this one if we don't slow him down. So 16-13. Hornsby going to push it up to Turkside, and he's going to drain the three right back at him. So it's 19-13. Just over 10 minutes to go in the first half. And Leno going to foul the man there on the close range jumper. And it's again a 3-point lead for Sacramento State, but then Foster with another three makes it 22-16. 12 points so far in this game for Foster, but then a big dunk right there. Leno gets posterized there, so now it's 22-18. Then Evans in the corner again, drains the three, and we're up by 7 now. Just under 9 minutes to go in the first half. Here's Francis with the three. Leno right in his face, but he still drains it. As Montana's still keeping pace with us in this one. But then Brock to Leno in the corner, no good. Brock with the rebound, puts it back up, and good. I don't know why I was shooting it through with Leno, but Brock makes sure we don't pay the price for it. So now it's 27-21, almost midway through the first half. Here's the pass to Frazier, wide open. Why would you leave him wide open? That was just asinine by our defense. It's 27-24 now. Here's Fernandez in the corner, right back at you, Montana. As we're up 6 yet again. Then we're going to press Hooper. He's going to throw it away, at least initially, but Fleming able to hold on to it. Misses the initial layup, gets the rebound, puts it back up, and it's good. So now it's just a 4-point lead for Sacramento State. Then here's Turkside. Going to find Evans in the corner, and he's going to drain it yet again. You can't leave Foster, Evans, or Hornsby wide open. Pretty much anybody on this team can hit a three for the most part. And there's Foster draining the three there to make it a 10-point lead. Under 5 minutes to go. And another three. Frazier with his 5th three of the game so far makes it 36-29. And then Frazier going to get the weird looking pass there and gets the layup to make it 36-31. And a big block from Brock right there. Now here's Evans. Gonna drive in, takes it back over to Brock, back to Evans. And he's gonna drive in, kicks it out to Turksign, and Turksign with a deep three of his own, drains it. So now it's 39-31. Under 3 minutes to go in the first half. Another block by Brock. And now we got Evans at the line, drains the free throw, makes it 40-31. Then Brock's going to steal the inbounds pass, lays it up, and good. Gives us an 11-point lead now. And now they're going to try to inbound it again. This time Brock and Foster on the double team. Hooper going to lose the ball, tries to save it. Bad idea. Brock is just going to taunt him pretty much by just pulling up from close range for the bucket. Montana uses a timeout. It's 44-31. Under 2 minutes to go. And Hooper with a nice spin move there. Gonna lay it up and good. And we lead by just 10. Now it's just an 8-point lead. And Hornsby left wide open as Montana was trying to get greedy, getting a steal there. And now we have a 13-point lead. Hornsby looks like he got a piece of that. Time winding down in the first half. Evans going to pull up, hits the three before the end of the half. And we go into the half up 52-36 over Montana, just dominating this game. And we've taken 26 threes and made 13 of them. They're 6 for 7 from three-point range, but they have turned the ball over 7 times. So the first part of the second half's footage got messed up, so I'm not going to put it in this video. But we'll go to the 7:20 point in this game where Turksign's going to pull up for 2. Montana uses a timeout, just over 6 minutes to go, and Barry going to hit the 3. Makes it an 11-point game as Montana's still fighting in this one. Evans going to miss the 3 there, but Brock with the rebound, puts it back up, and gives us a 13-point lead. Just over 5 minutes to go. A big turnover there as Foster going to poke it loose, and then a big dunk by Clarence Foster. And Montana now running out of time. Here's Bruff, lays it up and good. Makes it a 13-point game, but they definitely need some stops here. They're able to get one at 77-64. Then a pull-up jumper, good for Fleming. But Montana's still fighting for their lives in this one. And Foster's just killing them right now. As he gets the layup there, makes it a 13-point game. Just over 4 minutes to go. Evans with a nice little move there. Gets the layup. He has 20 points now. Under 4 minutes to go. And Montana's still fighting. Here's Bowden. Gonna pass inside to Barry. Barry lays it up and good. And now it's a 13-point game. We burn a timeout real quick. And now here's Leno gonna kick it out to Evans. Evans gonna work some magic here. Drives inside. Gets the foul in the bucket. A 15-point lead for Sacramento State. Now, just over 3 minutes to go. Evans going to pull up for 3. He drains it. And now it's looking like it's an insurmountable lead for Montana. But Barry's still going to fight. Kicks it out to Frazier. He drives inside, lays it up and good. So it's a 13-point game with just 2 minutes to go. But we're going to push it here. Foster going to pass to Evans. And then an emphatic dunk pretty much ends any chances of Montana coming back in this one. We end up winning 97-75. Got to give Montana a lot of credit for sticking in there as long as they did. But at the end of the day, our three-point barrage was just way too much for them. And Evans with 32 points, 11 for 26 from the field, 7 for 15 from three-point range. Not a great day shooting free throws for him, but still 32 points is pretty impressive. Foster had 22, Brock had 18 points, 17 rebounds, and 4 steals. And Hornsby 11 points. But Frazier just killed us in this one. I don't know why he stopped shooting threes. I think we just did a better job of covering him in the second half. But we're moving on to the conference final after a very impressive performance against Montana. And we are going to be taking on Portland State, who's coming off a big win over Northern Arizona. 89-72 was your final over there. And if you guys want that video tomorrow, let's get 30 likes by the end of the day, and I will upload that video tomorrow. But anyways, make sure you guys hit that like button, hit the sub button if you're new, Turn on your notifications. Come on, guys. Join the notification gang. And you guys have yourselves a wonderful rest of your day, night, or whenever you're watching this video. And like I always say, guys, no matter what happens, make sure you always keep that mofo rolling. I'm out of here. Deuces.
God, they tryna turn me to a monster. Every year I'm a conquer. Okay, see, I bring the thunder. Walking in humble, Ali Muhammad. Sting you like Bumble. Running with pride. 10 over, eyes through a bliss. I don't fumble blind.
We win this game. We get into the NCAA tournament as we take on Portland State in the Big Sky tournament final. We split the season series with these guys. I don't believe the first video came out because I think it was on my old laptop before I was able to edit it. But here we go, guys. We win this game, and we are going to the NCAA tournament, like I said. And as always, Sean Brock wins the opening tip. Here's Hornsby going to throw across court to Nelson Evans, and he's not going to get the three there. So now Portland State going down the court, getting right by Frank Leno for the easy bucket there. And then we're going to poke the ball loose. Sean Brock gets the second steal of the game and then dunks on the defender. Simmons called for the foul. And Brock would end up making the free throw. So it's 3-2 now. Here's the pass back to Evans. And he's money for three to make it a 6-2 game. Then here's the pass down the court to Simmons. And Chambers inside. And he's able to get the bucket there. Now it's 6-5, 4 minutes into the game. Hornsby with the mid-range jumper for two. Makes it 8-5. Now 9-5 after a free throw. Leno going to get the rebound off the miss. Misses and then gets the rebound, tips it back in. And he's going to get a steal, and Foster going to lay it up. So just like that, we're up 13-5, but Portland State going to battle back here as they get a layup there. And then here's Caton for three, no good. Rebounded by Turksign. He's going to pass it down court. Hornsby inside the Leno, and Leno with the big dunk. Makes it 15-7. And we're going to get a steal here. Hornsby with 3 steals in the game, and he's going to dunk it over the Portland State defender. And we're up by 10. We get so hyped up that we totally forget to play defense here as they get an easy layup there. So now it's 17-9. Here's Foster. Crossing over a man, just completely shattering his ankles like we're playing Blitz the League or something like that. So now it's 20-9. Here's Mance driving inside on Brock, just telling him, "You're tall for nothing, boy." And now it's 21-11. Here's a pass to Hobbs in the corner. He thought it was a three. He was all hyped and whatnot, but he forgot to put his feet behind the three-point line, so it's 20-13. And here's Foster from the corner. The rim says access denied, but then Brock going to lay it up saying, "Who's tall for nothing?" And we're up 24-13 at this point. Then we get another steal, the fourth for Hornsby, but he misses that first, but he ends up putting it back up. So we're up 26-13. Here's the pass to Foster. He's going to drain the three to make it 29-13. So we are dominating in this game. We are ready to get into this NCAA tournament, but they're hanging with Mr. Cooper as Cooper gets the shot right there to go. So now it's 30-15. Pass inside to Brock. And look at how is that even offensive 3 seconds? Brock was barely even there, honestly, in my opinion. But anyways, Christopher Hornsby got to change his name to Jack Dawkins at this point with the way he's stealing the ball. 5 steals now, and Leno going to get the dunk. We're up 33-17. Then the pass inside. Again, we forgot to play defense here, and they cut the lead down to 14. Now they cut it down to 12. We just completely forgot how to play defense for a couple minutes, it looks like. And now it is a 10-point game. Just over 3 minutes to go. Hornsby from 3, no good. Rebounded by Leno, back up with it, and he's going to get the bucket. Frank Leno playing better offense than I've seen him play all season in this one. And then a deep 3 from Mance going to make it 35-26. 2 minutes to go in the first half. Here's Evans going to drive in. Backs down a defender, going to throw it across the court to Jack Dawkins, a.k.a. Christopher Hornsby. And he gets the 3 there. It's 38-26. And then here's a drive, and Chambers going to get the bucket right there. So it's 38-30, and Evans going to miss the 3 there. Van Vector with the rebound, lays it back up, makes it 40-30. So here's Caden over to Hobbs.
Hobbs going to pull up, and he don't need no Calvin. He's going to get the bucket there to make it 40-32. But then the German assassin, Rark Turksign, with the deep three, makes it 43-32. But before the end of the half, Portland State's showing that they have three in the chamber as Chambers hits the three right before the end of the half to make it 43-35. We still lead by 8, but Portland State showing a lot of fight in this one. And look at that, 4 for 22 from three-point range. We're not doing very well shooting threes. Kind of a polar opposite from the semifinal game against Montana. Hornsby with 10 points. Chambers with 13 so far. So now second half action. Van Vector in the corner, no good from 3. And they're going to get the rebound there. Here's Mance driving down the court. Going to pass inside to Simmons, and he's going to get the layup to make it a 5-point game now. So now 45-38. Evans going to miss the 3. Here's Foster. 4-2, his foot was inside the line. But then here's a steal by Foster. He's going to lay it back in. Makes it 49-38. And we're looking to blow this game wide open as Evans hits a 3 there and make it 52-38. And we get the ball off of a rebound. Here's a pass to Leno. Leno back to Foster for 3, and he drains it. So now it's 55-40. Matthew Fernandez saying that I want to be a part of this three-point party as well. He gets a 3 of his own. Portland State needs a timeout. They're down by 18. And they're starting to see their season fade away. But Mance not going to let that happen. He's going to lay it up for 2. 12 points in the game for Mance. It's 58-44. But then Evans going to answer back with a 2 of his own to make it a 16-point game yet again. Brock going to get his 4th steal of the game. And here's the pass inside to Fernandez. He's going to get the bucket. And it's an 18-point game. Under 10 minutes to go, and we get another steal, but we can't capitalize on it. Here's Mance on the fast break. Gonna get the bucket over Van Vector. And we got to burn a timeout real quick. Still lead by 18. So here's Chambers. Hornsby almost gets the steal there, but Chambers able to get it back, and 2 more in the chamber for Portland State. It's 64-48 now. But Portland State forgets to play defense here as Leno going to get the layup there as we push the ball down the court. And they're still fighting. Mance going to lay it up for 2 to make it 66-50. Leno misses a shot. Portland State gets the rebound. They're in transition. And Matthew Fernandez probably isn't the guy you want back there when you're defending against transition. Hornsby going to miss a 3 there. And they're going to push the ball down the court. And Fernandez again back there. And again, he's not the guy you want back there at all, as we only lead by 12 now. They keep whittling away at the lead, and here's Chambers. 2 more in the chamber for Portland State. And it's 66-56 with 8 minutes to go. We got to burn a timeout because they're going on a run now. And they're getting hot at possibly the right time, and they're going to drain a 3 here to make it a 7-point game. Hobbs with the bucket. And Evans trying to pass it back to Leno. It's going to be stolen by Emmett, his 4th steal of the game. Mr. Cooper with the ball. He's going to pass it back to Chambers. And now they got 3 in the chamber. Just taking shots left or right. And we only lead by 4. Here's Chambers for 2. It's going in. It's a 2-point ball game. They've come all the way back. And it would be a damn shame if we blew this lead. But Hornsby not going to let us go like that. He gets a 3 there. And then Hobbs right over Brock for the bucket to make it 69-66. Now, just over 6 minutes to go. Brock to Evans in the corner. Evans going to drain the 3 to make it a 6-point ball game. And now here's Leno over to Brock. Brock going to back down the defender now. And he has Evans for 3. He drains it. Makes it a 9-point game. So Portland State did all that work just to see it slip away. But again, they're not going to go like that. Emmett going to get the bucket there to make it a 7-point game. And then Brock to Hornsby for the deep 3. No good. Rebounded by Leno. Leno goes up for the layup and good. 13 points for Frank Leno. Probably his best game of the season so far. And Mr. Cooper going to hang it up 4-2 to make it a 77-70. Now 77-72. Evans going to miss the 3. Brock gets the rebound, puts it back up. And it's a 7-point ball game with just over 3 minutes to go. So here's Simmons, passes it inside to Mr. Cooper. Here's Mance, and Mance with the layup, able to make it a 5-point game again. But here's Hornsby for 3. He's going to drain it. And now it's an 8-point lead. Portland State's hopes are starting to fade away again
But Emmett going to lay it up there for 2 to make it a 6-point game. Now, 2.5 minutes to go. Simmons inside. And here's Emmett again over Brock for the bucket. Makes it a 4-point game. Under 2 minutes to go. They still have a chance. They get a steal there, but Evans going to steal it back. But then he's going to turn it over again. And now Portland State in transition. Simmons going to miss a wide open layup, though. I don't know. He might have to find his own way home to Portland after that one. That's ridiculous. And Hornsby on the other side going to hit the 3. Pretty much putting the game away for the most part. But Cooper not going out like that. Makes it a 5-point game with a minute to go. Hornsby with the pump fake. Going to pass over to Evans. Evans with the pump fake of his own. And he's going to go up no good. But Emmett called for the foul. And Evans going to make both of his free throws. And pretty much the last chance for Portland State. Here's Chambers. Does he have one more in the chamber? No, he does not. We get the rebound. They're going to foul us. And we're going to walk away with the Big Sky Tournament victory, beating Portland State 91-80. And what turned out to be a pretty good game. Looked like a blowout early, but Portland State definitely made it uncomfortable for us at very least, as Evans is your player of the game with 25 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, and 2 steals. So an amazing game for him again, and we are going to the NCAA tournament, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an up and down season. We, at one point, were on a 4-game losing streak, but now we're on a 15-game win streak, I want to say, and all the momentum behind us in the world. And honestly, I think we could pull off an upset in the first round if we play like how we've played over the past 14, 15 games. I think it's definitely plausible that we could win at least one tournament game. But we'll have to see. Next episode will probably be the Selection Sunday to show you guys where we're going to be playing at, who we're going to be playing. And it's one of the best times of the year, ladies and gentlemen. It's Selection Sunday. Now, I know it's a Monday, but it's still Selection Sunday in the game, so let's get into it. I meant to get this uploaded yesterday. I just didn't really have time, however, but let's get into it. So, I know in real life the field is actually 68, but this game came out in 2007 when the field was still 65, and we only had one play-in game, 31 conference champions, including us, obviously, and then 34 teams selected by the committee. But as you can see, North Carolina is going to be the 1 seed in the East Regional. It's actually the number 1 seed overall in the tournament. So Michigan State going to be another 1 seed in the South region. And as far as the Midwest region, it's going to be Marquette. And in the West region, Georgetown is going to be the number 1 seed. So looking at the bracket overall, North Carolina going to play the play-in winner, obviously. And the winner of that matchup takes on either Oklahoma State or UAB, who are 8 and 9 respectively. And we are the 12th seed in the East region. And we're taking on LSU, who's number 5. And that's a really good spot for us because historically 12 seeds always have the best chance of upsetting the 5th seeds. But even if we get past LSU, we're probably going to have to take on Duke or BYU if they can come up with the upset. Looking further in the bracket, we got Duquesne taking on Clemson. Duquesne 23-7 this year. Stanford, who we lost to earlier in the year, is the 3rd seed taking on ECU. North Carolina State taking on Georgia, 7 versus 10. And George Mason with a crazy good season taking on CS Fullerton, as George Mason went 27-4 this season. Looking at the South region, Michigan State going to be taking on North Carolina A&T in the first round. North Carolina A&T won their conference tournament at 13-16. California taking on Vanderbilt. Then you got Missouri, the 5th seed, taking on 12th seed Fresno State. Texas taking on Wofford. And then you have Pittsburgh at number 6 taking on Austin Peay. Then you have Baylor taking on North Dakota State. Butler, a 7th seed, a little low for them, taking on Texas Tech. And then Fordham went 24-6, taking on Jackson State. Fordham is the number 2 seed. Marquette in the Midwest region taking on Colgate. And you have Yale taking on my boys, them Florida State Seminoles. Hopefully FSU comes out with the victory there. Memphis taking on Cincinnati.
Wisconsin taking on Miami of Ohio. Then you have Indiana battling Georgia Tech. That should be an interesting matchup. Kentucky, the 3 seed, taking on St. Francis, who is the 14. Xavier taking on Drexel. And Arkansas taking on Evansville. Arkansas, number 2 seed in the Midwest. So they had a crazy good season as well. So shout out to my boy Lance, who's a big Arkansas fan. And last but not least, in the West region, Georgetown going to be taking on Mercer. Winners take on Texas A&M or UCLA. Minnesota taking on Davidson. That's back when Seth Curry played. And Louisville taking on Northwestern State. Utah taking on New Orleans. Kansas taking on Winthrop. And Virginia taking on Mississippi State. And last but not least, Tennessee taking on St. Mary's. So St. Mary's, another team we played this year and we beat. So hopefully Tennessee comes out of that game alive. And LSU pretty much has us edged out in every category, at least as far as overall goes and all that. So they're probably the favorites to win this game, and rightfully so. But statistically speaking, the 12th seed always has the best chance of getting the upset in the first round. So we'll have to see what happens in this one. And let's get into the action now, ladies and gentlemen. Opening tip, you already know Sean Brock got that. Evans going to get the ball now. And here we go. Going to give it to Brock, backing down the defender. Passes it inside to Evans. Evans gets fouled and goes to the line and misses the first one, but is able to make the second free throw to make it 1-0. And then Brock going to get the steal here. Lays it up. He's going to get fouled as he goes up. He makes his first free throw, misses the second one. But there's Frank Leno with the rebound, puts it back up and good. And just like that, we have a 4-0 lead over LSU. So just under a minute into the game, and there's Foster hitting the 3 to give us a 7-0 lead over LSU. And that's what we got to do. We got to get out to a fast start as Eden gets the first bucket of the game for LSU. And then LSU's going to get a steal here. Here's Hannon going up, lays it up, and good. Makes it 7-4. And now LSU on a fast break. Here's Hannon going to pass it inside to Eaton. Hornsby almost gets the interception, but Eaton lays it up for 2, makes it a 7-6 ball game. And here's Eaton cross court to Hannon, wide open for 3, makes it 9-7. LSU takes the lead. Now here's Foster missing a mid-range jumper, but Brock going to tip back in to tie it up at 9. So LSU would get 2 free throws. Brock couldn't make the layup there. Here's Drowan going to lay it up and good. And now it's a 4-point game for LSU. But here's Foster wide open for 3. Drains it, makes it a 1-point game. And then here's a pass over to Evans for 3, and it's good. And just like that, we have a 2-point lead now. But then here's LSU on the fast break and a big dunk from some dude. I can't even pronounce his actual last name, but we just gonna call him Mom, I guess. So they're up 16-15. We're going to miss a 3 there. There's Drone. And an alley-oop right there gives them a 3-point lead. And then Evans going to miss a shot there. They're going to get the rebound. Here's Drone. Going to pass it over to Eaton for 3. He drains it. Now it's a 6-point LSU lead. Now Evans gets him in with a pump fake. He goes up for 3. No good. Rebound by Leno. And he can't get it. Hornsby gets the rebound. Goes back out. Passes it over to Evans. Evans for 3 again. No good. And we just couldn't buy a bucket there. LSU in transition, and Eaton with a big dunk over Evans. And now it's an 8-point lead for LSU. So here's Turksine. Gonna get it out to Foster, who's wide open for 3. He drains it to ease the bleeding just a little bit. We still trail by 5, and then Hannon gonna make the lead 7. He has 11 points so far in this game. And then we're gonna get a steal here. And here's Foster laying it up for 2. Makes it a 5-point game again. So Foster doing all he can to keep us in this game. But we got to do better defensively as Hannon hits a 3 there. Makes it an 8-point game. And then here's the pass inside to Peavy. It's blocked by Turksine. But Peavy somehow gets it back. Lays it up and good. And it's a 10-point lead for LSU midway through the first half. And here's Foster for 2. And he's going to get it to make it an 8-point game now. And defensively, we just cannot stop these guys at all as Eaton hits another 3. Makes it 33-22. Now 33-24 after we get some free throws. And they're going to get the layup there. And we got to burn a timeout. We're down by 11. And things are just not looking good for us at all here. Here's the pass inside the Smallwood. And Brock doesn't even try to block it. And we trail by 13. Here's Leno trying to answer back. Gets it over to Grady in the corner. And he drains the three. And now it's a 10-point ball game. Drone right over Brock, though. Makes it a 12-point game. And then Drone inside. And another foul by Brock. And another bucket for LSU. We trail by 15 with just over 4 minutes to go in the half. Here's Brock. Double team, but still makes the bucket regardless. And now here's Leno backing out a defender. Gets it over to Foster in the corner for a three. And it's good. 16 points in the game for Foster now. And then Peavy going to answer back with a layup of his own. It's a 10-point game under 2 minutes to go. And Foster with another three. Again, he's really trying his best to keep us in this game. But we just can't stop LSU's offense right now. And it's getting pretty frustrating. Here's Hannon with another three. And again, it's a 12-point game. Here's Hornsby with a three, doing his part, and he drains it. And time winding down in the first half. 9-point lead for LSU. Here's Hannon for three. Good. And now we got to rush down the court. Here's Fernandez taking it up himself. Pulls up for three, and he gets it as the buzzer sounds. So we go into the half down 9. It could be a whole lot worse right now. But our defense is playing awful right now. They're shooting 67% from the field, which is pretty embarrassing. Our defense really has to step it up. And as you see, Hannon with 22 points. Foster has 19. And as we begin the second half, more of the same. Here's Eaton with the layup. Good. So it's an 11-point game. And then Hannon going to turn it over. Here's Sokolov, who hasn't really played a whole lot in this game because he's injured. And Evans going to get the layup for the bucket to make it a 9-point game. And he misses a free throw, but he's going to get a steal right here to make up for it. Passes inside to Leno. Leno lays it up. Can't get it. Brock back up with it and good. And it's a 7-point game. Here's a pass inside to Eaton, and he's going to dunk on Evans and Brock at the same time. And now it's 58-47. And here's Hornsby for three. And he makes it a single-digit game again, as LSU just can't get rid of us, with Peavy going to get the layup to make it a 10-point game again. But LSU, as well as they're playing offensively, they just can't get rid of us as Hornsby hits a three there. Now it's a 7-point game. Terrell up with it and good. Makes it a 9-point game. His first bucket of the game as Evans gets blocked. Leno tries to go back up with it. No good. And now they're in transition, but we're going to get a steal here. And Leno puts it up and gets the layup this time to make it a 7-point game. And they're going to miss a three there, but Peavy with the rebound. Back up with it. And good. Makes it a 9-point game. But we're going to respond right back with a three as Evans in the corner hits it. 9 points in the game. He's been pretty quiet so far. But we just trail by 6. And here's Foster in the corner. Good. He makes it a 3-point game. Now under 10 minutes to go. And here's Hornsby for three to tie it up. And he does it. We are tied at 64 with 9 minutes to go in the game. And just a great job of us staying resilient, not giving up when things got tough. And now here's Foster for the lead, and he gets it. We lead by 1 point. It's 67-66. Here's Brock. Going to pass it to Foster again. Another three. Makes it a 4-point game. Foster is going off in this one. And Kreminski going to hit a three to answer back. Makes it a 1-point game. Now here's Brock to Foster. Again with another three. No good. But Evans able to get the rebound here. And passes it inside to Brock. Brock back another defender. Over to Leno. Cross court to Foster in the corner again. Makes it a 4-point game. And can we just hold on to this lead? PV goes up for two. He gets it. But now we're back on offense. Here's Evans trying to drive inside. No space. Back out to Brock. Brock going to find Foster in the corner again. No good. Brock gets the rebound. Puts it back up and good. And with under 6 minutes to go, Brock going to get a steal. It makes it a 6-point game now with that emphatic dunk. And all we got to do is just hold on to the lead. Here's Evans. Passes it to Foster. Foster trying to get past the defender. No dice, though. Brock going to find Evans in the corner for the two. His feet were on the line. But still a 6-point lead now, and they're going to answer right back as Hannon gets a deep two right there. And here's Peavy. lays it up, and good, and the foul. And he's going to make it a 1-point game with just over 4 minutes to go. And they're going to hit a three, another three for Hannon. And LSU takes the lead back, 81-79. Brock going to get it to Hornsby. Back to Brock. And Brock loses the ball, but is picked up by Foster. Evans for three now. And we take the lead right back with 3.5 minutes to go in the game. And here's Drone getting blocked by Leno. And here's Evans in transition, going to pass inside to Hornsby, and he lays it up and good as we take a 3-point lead now. And then Foster going to steal an inbounds pass, and he's going to pass it back out to Brock. He's going to get it to Evans. Evans with the pump fake, and he loses a defender. Back over to Brock. Brock backing down to the defender. He's going to find Evans wide open for three, and he gets it. So a 6-point game, and Evans gets the steal, puts it back up, and just couldn't make it, though. That probably would have put the game away there as Leno gets called for a foul. LSU goes to the line, gets both free throws. It's under 2 minutes to go now. Brock over to Hornsby. Hornsby with the deep two, gets it, and it's a 6-point game. Can we pull off the upset here? LSU has a minute and a half just about to come back in this one, and Peavy going to lay it up. Makes it a 4-point game. And then they're going to get a steal. Just under a minute to go. Here's Eaton laying it up, and he blows the layup somehow. Not that I'm complaining, but damn, that was a crucial missed layup. But then Evans going to get blocked. LSU back in transition. Here's Drone running a little two-man game here. He's going to work his way around to the corner. Passes inside to Peavy. Over to Terrell. Here's Hannon, who's had a huge game. Back to Terrell. And I don't know why Hannon didn't take that shot, honestly. He's played a great game up to this point. But 14 seconds to go, Evans misses his free throw. And now LSU with one last chance to come back in this one. Eaton going to put it up. And good. Makes it a 2-point game. Now they just got a foul. Evans going to get it to Brock. Foster gets open. He's just going to put up the three, and he drains it. And that's your ball game. LSU couldn't get that foul that they needed. And we walk away with a 92-87 victory over LSU, pulling off the upset. And what a game. I mean, we trailed by as many as 12 points in this game. But Clarence Foster with the performance of a lifetime, 34 points, 10 of 16 from three-point range, 3 steals. Just an amazing game for Foster. Brock went 13 and 14. Evans had 17 points. Hornsby had 16. But wow. I mean, this was definitely a struggle for us to win this game. But somehow, someway, we're able to pull it off. Hannon had 29 in a losing effort for LSU. And honestly, you got to give a lot of credit to LSU. They're just as good as advertised. But somehow, someway, with 23 pointers made by this team, half of those by Foster, I mean, that might just be what we have to depend on pretty much as we take on Duke in the next round. North Carolina taking on Oklahoma State. But yeah, that Duke matchup is not going to be much fun at all. Then we probably have to play North Carolina after that. I mean, sheesh. Duke is definitely going to be a much tougher battle than LSU. As we look at the rest of the round of 32 battles, as Duquesne faces Stanford, George Mason taking on Georgia, Georgetown taking on UCLA, Davidson moving on, upsetting Minnesota, taking on Louisville, Utah taking on Kansas, and Tennessee taking on Mississippi. In the South, Michigan State versus California, Fresno State versus Texas. So another 12 seed in the round of 32. Pittsburgh versus Baylor, Butler taking on Fordham, Marquette taking on Yale in the Midwest, Memphis taking on Wisconsin, Georgia Tech taking on Kentucky, and Xavier taking on Arkansas. But looking at this matchup, Duke just has us outclassed, even more so than LSU did. But honestly, they kind of had a down year for their liking. I mean, seeing Duke as a 4 seed in the first place, it's kind of disconcerting if you're a Duke fan. You already know what time it is. I don't even really got to introduce the game, but I'm going to do it anyways. Sacramento State versus Duke. And what probably is the biggest game in Sacramento State basketball history, with a trip to the Sweet 16 on the line. Let's get into it, folks. Sean Brock going to win the tip as always, and we are underway
Here's Hornsby passing it into Brock. Brock in the corner, just going to hand it off to Foster. Back to Brock. He's going to give it to Evans, who's going to find Hornsby for the deep 2, and it's good. And we strike first blood up 2-0. Later on, here's Brock. Going to get it over to Hornsby in the corner again. This time inside the line again, but we're up 4-0. And then they're going to get a steal here. Sharp going down the court. Passes inside to Hurd, but Brock able to block it there. And it remains a 4-0 game. And here's Sharp going inside, and he's able to get the bucket. Duke finally on the board, just about 2 minutes into the game. Hornsby trying to answer back, but misses a 3. Brock with the rebound, goes back up with it, and it's good. Makes it a 6-2 ball game. And then Sharp trying to deep 3, no good. Brock with the rebound, and he's going to push it to Sokolov, who's still injured, but getting some PT here. And he's going to find Foster in the corner for 3. And just like that, we're up 9-2 against Duke 3 minutes into the game. So here's Brock going to find Hornsby in the corner. Wide open for 3. He drains it. And just like that, we have a 10-point lead over Duke with 11:44 remaining in the first half. But here's Sidney going to lay it up for 2. Makes it an 8-point game. Later, they get some free throws to make it a 6-point game. And here's Foster going to get it inside to Brock. Brock over to Hornsby with the deep 3. And it bounces but goes in. Hornsby having a great game so far. So now it's 16-6. Here's a pass inside the Niang. He passes it back out to Gerlach. And Gerlach able to sink the deep 2. Makes it 16-8. And then here's Foster for 3. Going to drain it. And we have an 11-point lead over one of the most storied programs in college basketball history. But Duke able to cut it down to a 9-point game. And then Hornsby going to hit another 2. And Duke going to burn a timeout here. And we're just completely dominating Duke right now. We just have them shell-shocked as Evans gets on the board finally, hits his first 3 of the game. It's 24-11 midway through the first half. But Faulkner going to get a bucket there to make it 24-13. Then Page tries to hit a 3 there, no good. But Sidney with the rebound, goes back up with it, gets the bucket and the foul. So now Duke trails by just 9. As Evans clinks the shot off the rim. Here's Hurd in transition, throwing up the lob to Page, and Page just lays it up. Makes it a 7-point game, so Duke's starting to fight back here. Here's Sidney with the turnaround jumper. Makes it a 5-point game. There's Van Vector inside to Evans. Evans no good. Tries to tip it back in, and he succeeds in that regard. So he stifled a Duke comeback bid for now. But then here's Sharp with the rebound. Goes back up with it, and good. And it's a 6-point game. Now we got to call a timeout with 5 minutes left in the first half. Here's Faulkner for 3. He's going to drain it. And now our lead's down to 3. So just over 4 minutes to go. And we're going to turn it over here. Faulkner with the steal. He's going to pass it inside. And Gerlach going to lay it up and good. And now it's just a 1-point lead. And then Sharp crosses over Van Vector. Lays it up and good. And just like that, Duke takes their first lead of the game. Now it's 30-27. Here's Foster trying to tie it up with a 3, and he succeeds. So it's 30-30. Then here's Van Vector over to Hornsby inside the 3-point line. Still good. He has 14 points so far in this game. And we have the lead again, but not for very long as Sharp puts it up for his 12th points of the game. And it's 32-all, but then Hornsby going to drive inside, lays it up, and we get the lead right back. It's 34-32, just over a minute to go, but then Gerlach going to tie it up yet again. Duke really giving us a hard time as Hurd's going to get the steal here. Turkson's not going to be able to catch up to him in time, and Duke takes the lead right back. So now Van Vector nearly loses the ball, but gets it back, finds Foster in the corner, and he's going to drain the 3 to give us a 1-point lead as time's winding down. Waning seconds of the first half, and we're going to get the steal right there. Here's Sokolov over to Foster, and he's going to swing it over to Hornsby for the deep 3. It's good, and we take a 3-point lead into the half with us, up 40-37. I mean, I really feel like we took Duke by surprise in this one. Both of us are shooting 51%. 8 from 14 from 3-point range for us, so they're not really stopping our 3-point barrage so far. 19 points for Christopher Hornsby, 13 points for Clarence Foster. And we just got to keep it rolling. Like I say at the end of every one of my videos, just got to keep that mofo rolling. And that's exactly what Hornsby does as he hits a 3 to start the second half. And then Sidney going to pass inside to Hurd. He lays it up and good. and it's a 4-point game. Here's Brock backing down the defender, finds Hornsby in the corner again, and he's having a big game right now. 25 points. We're up 46-39. And then Sharp going to answer back with a layup of his own. So now it's just a 5-point game. Here's Hurd. He's going to put it up, gets right by Brock, but no good. Sidney going to tap back in, however, makes it a 3-point game. Foster catches a Duke defender slipping, and he's going to drain the 2. And now it's 48-45. Here's Evans in the corner. It's good. He's been really quiet so far in this game, but a good 3 there to extend the lead. Now it's 53-45. Gerlach going to hit a deep 2 at that, and it's a 6-point game still. Then we're going to turn it over here. Hurd has 4 steals in this game, and he's going to get the layup there to make it a 4-point game. We make some free throws, but then Hurd going to come right back at us, gets another bucket, and it's 55-51. Duke going to get a layup there to make it a 2-point game. Now under 10 minutes to go. Here's Evans in the corner, and it's going to rattle around before it goes in. He has 13 points, but then Sharp going to hit a 3 of his own here. And we got to burn a timeout. Just a 2-point lead. This game can really go either way at this point. And Sharp going to tie it up there with a bucket. 19 points in the game so far for him. And we're going to miss a 3 there, but we're going to get the steal right back. Here's Turksign going up. Gets fouled, but makes both of his free throws. So we take a 2-point lead again. Here's Gerlach. His foot was on the line, but it's still good. So it's a tie ball game now at 60. Under 8 minutes to go. Here's Foster in the corner, drains it, and it's a 3-point lead for Sacramento State again. But Hurd answers right back with a 3 of his own, and it's 63-63. Midway through the second half now. Hurd with his 5th steal of the game. Pass inside to Gerlach. He gets the bucket and the foul, and they took a 3-point lead, but we ended up getting some free throws of our own. Make it 66-65, now 68-65. And then Evans going up. Getting a layup of his own. No contact there, unfortunately. But now we trail by just 1. Sidney inside to Winston. Right over Evans. And they take a 3-point lead right back. Hurd going to pass it to Gerlach. And Gerlach drains the mid-range jumper. Makes it a 5-point Duke lead. 6 minutes to go now. Here's Thurgood Grady for 3. Good. I really got to get this guy more playing time because Grady just seems to come up with clutch 3s all the time. Now it's a 2-point lead for Duke. Now 4 points after Winston gets the layup there. But we still have time. Here's Evans. Gonna pass it to Foster. Foster shoots it from the point and it's good. And we trail by just 1. Here's Sidney working the low post. Goes up with it and good. And he gets the foul as well, but misses a free throw. So now 76-74. And Sidney's just dominating the paint right now. Gives him a 4-point lead. And then here's Turksign from the wing. Able to drain it. Makes it a 1-point game with just over 2 minutes to go. Now here's Foster wide open from the short corner. Able to get it. And we have a 1-point lead. A minute and a half remaining in the game. Gerlach going to turn it over. Here's Evans inside the Sokolov. No good, but he's fouled. So he goes to the line, makes both free throws, and we have a 3-point lead with just over a minute to go. Foster from the wing gives us a 6-point lead with the 3. And now Duke in dire straits at this point. Here's a pass inside, but Sidney gets swiped by Evans. Here's Sokolov trying to lay it up, but he gets fouled. And unfortunately, he would miss his first free throw. Since it was a 1-and-1, they get the ball back immediately. And then here's Hurd for 3. Makes it a 3-point game. But unfortunately for Duke, we make both of our ensuing free throws. And then here's Sharp from the low post. No good, but he gets fouled. Needs his free throw to make it a 3-point game. He misses it. No good. Brock gets fouled. And that's going to do it, guys. Somehow, some way, Sacramento State upsets Duke 86-82. And what a game, what a performance. Duke definitely did not make it easy for us at all. We did go up by about 11 or 12 in the first half, but second half, Duke definitely brought the fight out. And that's what I expected Duke to do the whole game anyways. I didn't think it was going to be easy, but somehow, some way, we pull off an upset. Foster with 28, Hornsby with 27, Evans with 16, 17 for 29 from 3-point range as a team. And wow, what a performance in this one by these guys. This was not supposed to happen in the first season, guys. I don't even know. Like, This really was not supposed to happen. But somehow, some way, we are in the Sweet 16 now. And we're going to be facing off against Oklahoma State, who actually upset North Carolina. 95-88 was the final in that one. And somehow our road to at least the Elite Eight just got maybe a little bit easier, although they did beat North Carolina, who was the top seed in the nation. We're coming off a big upset of their own over North Carolina. The winner of this game takes on George Mason, who's the second seed in the East. And in the West, we got Louisville moving on after beating UCLA, who came off upsetting Georgetown. And then Tennessee going to be taking on Louisville in the Elite Eight out of the Western region. Michigan State and Texas haven't yet played in the South Regional, but the winner of that game will face off against Pittsburgh in the Elite Eight after Pittsburgh knocked off Butler. 70-60 was the final over there. And last but not least, in the Midwest Regional, you got Memphis moving on, knocking off Marquette, making Michigan State the final 1 seed in the bracket. They're going to be taking on Kentucky, who just edged out Xavier. So we're the next to last game in the Sweet 16. Taking on Oklahoma State, who was 21-12, and again, they're coming off a huge upset victory over North Carolina. So this isn't going to be an easy game by any means of the imagination. But here we go, guys. Opening tip, you already know Sean Brock got it on lock. Evan's going to take it up the court, and he's going to work his way around the three-point line. Here's Brock in the post, going to find Foster in the corner for 3. Good. So we take an early 3-0 lead. And just like that, Brock with the steal. He's going to put it back up. We have a 5-point lead to open up the game. So things starting really good for us, but then Evan's going to turn the ball over. Here's Tabron with the layup, and good. And Oklahoma State gets on the board just like that. So Evan's working the elbow now. He's going to find Foster in the corner again for 3. Good. And just like that, we have a 6-point lead. But then Slaughter going to answer right back from the wing for 3. Makes it 8-5. We get some free throws. It's still a 5-point game, but they're going to cut it down to 1 point. But then Foster with another 3 from the corner. And now we have a 4-point lead. But then a huge dunk right there by Holman makes it a 2-point game. Here's Slaughter inside, goes up, and it's good. They tie it up at 13. Now looking to take the lead. Here's Ramlow for the 3. Good. And Oklahoma State takes their first lead of the game, but it would be very short-lived as Evans is going to hit a 3 from the corner. Makes it a 2-point lead for Sacramento State. But then Ramlow going to get the assist here from Brock as Brock touches it before it leaves the circle. So that's a goaltend, and it's 18 all. But here's Frank Leno, no good. But Brock with the rebound, tries to put it back up, still no good. Gets another rebound and puts it in finally to give us the lead right back. Here's Torbert driving inside. He's going to get the contact and the friendly roll to tie it up at 20. He'd missed the free throw, however. And here's Hornsby taking advantage with the 3. His first 3 points of the game. And just like that, we're up by 7 now. Evans driving in, lays it up, and good. Now we have a 9-point lead. And now just over 6 minutes to go in the half. Here's Evans from the wing, good. And we have completely blown this game open on a 12-0 run. Make that a 14-0 run as Brock gets the steal and the dunk. Oklahoma State trying to bring it into the run, and Bradley going to put it up. 4-2 makes it a 12-point game now. And now here's Rark Turksine with a huge dunk. Beautiful play by Turksine. Makes it a 14-point game. Now it's 12 again. They're on the fast break, and Slaughter going to answer right back with a dunk of his own. Makes it a 10-point game. Now here's Leno over to Foster for 3. Good. And that's a 13-point lead for Sacramento State. Here's Ramlow for 3. Answers right back. Makes it a 10-point game again. Under 4 minutes to go in the half. Here's Fernandez, and we're just having a 3-point duel at this point. And I don't think Oklahoma State wants any part of that because this is what we do. We hit a bunch of threes, and we get hot, and we just blow out whoever we're playing against. We missed a 3 there, but Turksine back up with it, and good. Now an 18-point lead. Under a minute to go in the half. They cut the lead down to 15, now 13, as Torbert gets the layup, and it's good. Now here's Leno. Over to Van Vector for 3, and it's good. And we have a 16-point lead now. And we're going to get the steal, make it an 18-point lead, as we're just completely abusing the inbounds at this point. But Tabron going to get the layup to end the half, but we lead 52-36 over Oklahoma State. The big difference here is just we're just taking and hitting more threes than Oklahoma State. We've made more threes than they've attempted so far in this game. And like I've said, that doesn't really bode well for them because this is what we do. We just hit threes, we get hot, and we just blow out whoever we play. As Foster going to hit the deep two there to make it an 18-point game. He's going to get the steal, and he's going to hit the close-range jumper to make it a 20-point lead for Sacramento State. So here's Foster from the corner for three, and he's going to make it a 21-point game now. As Oklahoma State just try to keep up with us, they hit a mid-range jumper there. Their big problem is they just can't stop us when they're on defense. As Slaughter's going to hit a deep three from the wing to make it an 18-point game. And now they're starting to go on a little run of their own. 5 straight points. Now 7 with Ramlow making this layup. Tough layup to make. And they cut the lead down to 14. But then Brock going to find Hornsby wide open for 3. Drains it. And we're back up by 17. Then Brock going to do the exact same thing on the other side. Finds Evans in the corner. Makes it a 20-point lead for us. Still up by 20, under 10 minutes to go in the second half. And Evans with the NBA range 3. Drains it. It's a 23-point ball game. And here's Foster hitting the 3 from the wing. 22 points for Foster so far in this game. Oklahoma State making a little bit of a comeback later on. But here's Brock with a big dunk. Making it a 19-point game. Now a 14-point game. And here's Leno finding Foster in the corner for 3. And he's good. Back up by 17 now, but they're still putting up a fight. Bradley going to lay it up on the fast break, and then they're going to give us a taste of our own medicine as Bradley able to steal the inbound pass. Makes it a 13-point game, so they're still alive in this one, just barely, as Ramlow cuts the lead down to 11, but then Evans on the other side going to tip it back in after missing it initially. And under 2 minutes to go, our lead cut down to 11. Here's Tabron. Just working the elbow now. Pass inside to Bradley. Back out to Tabron. And he drains the 2 from the top of the key to make it a 9-point game. So all hope isn't lost for Oklahoma State until Foster going to hit this 3 from the corner to pretty much put the game away. Now under a minute to go in the game. Here's Brock. Backing down the defender over to Evans in the corner. He's going to miss the 3, but Brock tips it right back in to pretty much end any hope of Oklahoma State coming back. And we're moving on to the Elite 8 now, guys. We won this one 91-77, and a great game from Sean Brock. 16 points, 21 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 blocks, and 4 steals for him in this one. Probably his best game overall this season, or I guess technically ever at this point. But Foster with 30 points, Evans had 24, and again, Brock was 16 and 21. Completely filled out the stat sheet with everything except turnovers and threes, which is pretty good. Ramlow had 21 for Oklahoma State, Slaughter at 18, Bradley had 14 and 12. So still a valiant effort by Oklahoma State. They definitely should be proud of having defeated the top seed team in the tournament. That's definitely something to be proud of, and I fully expect to see them next year should we make the tournament. But we're going to be taking on George Mason in the next video. They're the 2nd seed in the East, so it's definitely going to be a tough matchup for us. But we've beaten Duke, we've beaten Oklahoma State, so you can't really count us out against George Mason. But we'll see what happens. If anybody can beat George Mason, I think it should be us. We just got to get hot from 3-point range, and we should be fine. But this is our first NCAA tournament appearance, and we're 1 win away from getting to the Final Four. And Sean Brock wins the tip. We're underway. Here's Hornsby from the wing. Going to pass it to Brock. Working the low post as always. He finds Evans. Evans with the pump fake. Going to find a wide open Clarence Foster from the corner, but he's no good. Now George Mason with the ball. Here's the pass inside. Nearly stolen by Brock. But here's Childs goes up from the low post. Gets the bucket. And George Mason strikes first. It's 2-0. 1 minute into the game. And Nwankwo able to get the 3 to go, so now George Mason with a 5-0 lead. Foster going to find Hornsby in the corner for 3, and he's going to drain it to make it a 2-point ball game. But then here's the pass inside the Childs. Brock doesn't get there in time, and they take a 4-point lead. So here's Hornsby from 3, no good. Rebounded by Crow. And Delgado gonna drive in, lays it up and good. Now George Mason with a 6-point lead. But here's Foster with the deep 2, gonna drain it. Maybe that'll get our offense going. But our defense really struggling here as Childs gets into the paint again. Gets a bucket. Then here's Nwanko for 3 again. Drains it. Second 3 of the game. Makes it 14-5. And then Turksign gonna hit the 3. Makes it a 6-point game. But then Harris gonna answer right back with a 3 of his own. And man, we just cannot stop him defensively. Foster gonna try to hit a 3 of his own, and he does. So we're not shooting as efficiently from 3 as we had been, but all we got to do is get a defensive stop. But again, our defense completely out of position here. Harris gonna drive in. We just have no type of defense in the paint. Brock dealing with some foul trouble up to this point. Leno gets the rebound, puts it back up, makes it an 8-point game. George Mason uses a timeout. So can our defense finally get a stop? Brock back into the game. But it's like our defense is completely asleep right now as we trail by 10. We're just getting abused in the paint, abused from 3-point range. As Valson hits that one, makes it 26-13. Evans going to try to answer back with a 3 of his own, no good. Leno with the rebound, puts it back up, makes it an 11-point ball game. Now midway through the first half, Valson for 3. Hornsby didn't even put his hands up. And the 3 is good, so now it's a 14-point game. Hornsby going to answer back, though, with a 3 of his own. But it's not really going to matter whether or not we can hit our 3s if we can't stop them. As Childs gets the bucket there, makes it 31-18. So off the steal, Childs going to dunk over Brock. And that gives him a 15-point lead. It's not very often you see Sean Brock getting dunked on, but he gets dunked on there. Now they lead by 17. Fernandez trying to stop the bleeding with a 3 of his own. Makes it 35-21. But then here's Mencio getting inside, and Brock not able to block it. It's a 16-point game. Fernandez going to try to clap back with a 3, no good. But Brock gets it right back and puts it down over the George Mason defense. But we just can't stop the onslaught at this point. They lead by 18 with just over 4 minutes to go in the first half. Evans going to get a layup. Slows down the bleeding a little bit, but our defense can't stop him, like I said, as there's a layup by Chris. Makes it an 18-point game yet again. And Harris from 3, good. They're up by 21 points with 3.5 minutes to go in the first half. And then Crow going up, gets the bucket there. It's a 23-point lead for George Mason. Foster going to slow down the bleeding a bit with a 3. Makes it a 20-point game. Then we're going to get the ball back in transition. Here's Evans with a big dunk. And maybe that might be what gets us going offensively. But unfortunately, like I said, it's not going to matter if we can't stop them. 53 points so far for George Mason. And the missed 3. Sokolov going to get the rebound, put it back up. Makes it a 21-point game. Time winding down in the first half. Hornsby going to hit a 3. And we go into the half only down by 18, despite being down a little bit more than that earlier. But still, we're 7 for 26 from 3-point range. They're 7 for 8. And they're shooting 75% from the field as a whole. Our defense just isn't doing anything right now. Like, nobody is doing a damn thing defensively. And that's really the difference in the game. And it's going to continue on into the second half, as they're just going to abuse the paint. And they're up by 23 yet again. They get a big steal there. Delgado going to lay it up. Now a 25-point lead for George Mason. And then here's a pass inside. Another layup. Now 27-point lead for the Patriots. And it's just getting really, really bad now. Foster going to hit a 3. But we're still down by 24, so it doesn't even really matter at this point. Delgado going to get inside again. Here's Foster for 3. No good. Rebounded by Childs. And then Brock going to get the steal here. Lays it up and good. So we're at least not going down without a fight. But it's just too little too late at this point. George Mason is going to end up taking a 30-point lead on us. I mean, this is bad. This is probably the worst we played all season. And that includes like the Kansas game, the games against Stanford, the game against Marquette. Like, I mean, it's bad. We trailed by as many as 33 at one point, but again, we're not going down without a fight. Evans with the layup there to make it a 30-point game. And a big block by Van Vector. Evans in transition, gonna find Foster, who's gonna lay it up. And if we had more of these plays earlier in the game, it might have meant something, honestly. As Evans gonna drive inside, get the layup, and good. Cuts it down to 26. But in the end, George Mason was just way too much for us. As they're gonna get a steal and the bucket. And our season is going to end at the hands of the George Mason Patriots. One more three to add insult to injury. GMU wins 101-77. So 34 was technically their biggest lead of the game, but at any rate, our season is now over. And all that happened is we just played a bad game. I mean, sometimes you play a bad game in the worst possible situation, and we picked the Elite Eight. But you know what? With how this roster was, it was amazing we even made it to the tournament, let alone the Elite Eight. So I think everybody on the team should be really proud of the way they played throughout the whole season, including in the Big Sky tournament and the NCAA tournament. And this team's really young, so chances are we're going to be back next year. We took 51 threes, only made 15 of them. That's really bad. But congratulations to George Mason, and we'll be back next season. But anyway,